Oh, thank you. You've seen these before, but we just want to point out how many communities we've got that are involved in C-CDA, and I gotta move. Sorry, I have to move your faces because you're not. There we go. So we've got this sort of spiral. Oops. Sorry, my mouse does this. The spiral of the core standard developers, realm-specific developers, accelerators, implementers, existing communities, and then new communities, right? And it's great to see. I think these implementation-a-thons provide such a great forum for all of us from all 7 different communities to get together and learn from each other. So it's always great. Here's just a set of logos and stuff of people who are participating. And this slide gets bigger and bigger all the time, which is great. For those of you who are new, I see a few new names, which is always good. I don't know how many, what your experience is. Obviously, how to connect. At HL7, there's the CDA management group and the structured docs working group. We do have a stream on Zulip for both CDA and C-CDA, and the CDA management group makes announcements there. So coming to the HL7's chat.fhir.org is always good to find out new things. And there's always the implementation-a-thon. So those are always good. So here's our agenda. So we're right in the middle of the opening. This times are all at Eastern. So at 10:15, Dr. Tom Bronken and Dr. Rob McClure are going to talk to us about some open issues around document types and new outpatient progress notes. That's for half an hour. And then Dave Carlson and Matt S. are going to talk about multi-code problem representation. It's too early in the morning for me to try and butcher Matt's last name, so I'm not going to. Then we'll have a bit of a break. Then John Demore and Brett Marquardt are going to show us. I'm very excited for this one to see the C-CDA to and from US Core tool that they've got and some review of examples. I think that should be interesting. We've got a lunch break. Then we've got Brett talking to us about peering into the future, about USCDI version 3 and C-CDA. And then the always on the edge of your seats, Ask the ONC with Matt Ron and Al Taylor. Then Matt S. is back up in the afternoon about unsuccessful procedure attempts, so another topic. And then Gay's going to show us the new WebIG format for C-CDA. And then we've got any items that come up. We haven't used the parking lot. We used to before, but if there's something big that comes up that we need to talk about later, we'll throw it out. So we've got the closing discussion and the parking lot at the end of today. Tomorrow, we've got a whole bunch of open sessions, and we'll get into that later on. But basically, we've got a number of breakout sessions that we're going to try. We're going to see how that works. Obviously, in a face-to-face, we'd be able to go to different corners of the room and see things. But we've got Zoom has the ability for breakout sessions, and we're going to try that tomorrow for each of us to be working on sets of examples and use cases for some of the templates that are not widely used. So. All right, so that's our agenda. Lisa, did I miss anything?
No, that's great, John. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, good. I wanted to make sure. So without any further ado then, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but I'll pass over to Dr. Bronken and Dr. McClure to talk to us about some open issues. So let me stop sharing.
Good morning, this is Tom Brunken. I'm a physician informaticist with Trinity Health, and I'm presenting with Dr. Rob McClure. Do you want to go ahead, Rob?
Yeah, sure. I'm a physician informaticist also. I'm an independent consultant. I work a lot with CMS and ONC and HL7, and I'm actually the chair of the document ontology subcommittee, actually, that is going to be responsible for dealing with some of the things we're going to talk about today.
And I think somebody else is going to take us through the polls slides, right? That's next.
Are you presenting slides, or do you want me to present the slides? Sorry.
I'll present the slides. But,
and then I've got the polls. Yeah.
And this
So
was
why
the
don't you
poll
put-
that was
yeah.
at the beginning.
Yeah, why don't you present the poll slide, then I'll take my
Okay.
slide.
Sorry. So there are 4 questions for people to answer.
So these are questions that kind of prep you for the issues that we're going to be, I guess we're going to be covering during our discussion. And so if you haven't had your coffee, hopefully you got it, because this is going to throw you right into thinking about stuff.
All right, 1 person's answered. 2. Keep coming.
We should probably limit the time we wait for this.
Yeah, I mean, once we get around, we'll see it'll slow down, but people are starting to answer now. So
To point out that there are 5 choices for number 2. Only 3 were showing on my screen. I had to extend that little box.
yeah, it should scroll as well.
If anybody's having trouble polling, chat, and we can help you in the background. We're going to do quite a few questions over the course of the day, so this is good practice for getting everybody warmed up, and a nice way to make a Zoom session a little more interactive.
All right, well, we've got 70%, 17 out of the 24 people who could answered. So I think that's probably a good time. I'll end the poll and show the results. Oh, 18. 1 got in, snuck in just before. So you guys should be seeing the results, I believe. So most people know how they differed, or yes, I guess half the people who answered. Discharge summary was the one that they liked for inpatient hospital encounter summary, but we did get votes for everything except for internal medicine. Outpatient progress notes. And most people don't know what the value set contains. So if we're wrong and there's some problems, you guys are going to have to enlighten us.
Well, you get to see it actually, well, piece of it.
All right, I'll stop sharing.
And I should be sharing now. Am I?
Yep. Yep.
Oops. Sharing the wrong screen.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
I guarantee I'll do the same thing. So
I got to figure out how to back out of this. Okay.
Okay.
So can you see my screen now? Is it showing up?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
yeah, but you're part of the way in.
I'm sorry.
You're, I don't
You're
know,
on
is that
slide
the
10.
well, yeah, I
Right,
think we
that's where I
started
went.
on slide 8. Okay.
That's where I wanted to start. Yeah, that's fine. Between Rob, Lisa, and myself, we're in various subcommittees. like the Sequoia Project Interoperability Matters Initiative. As Rob mentioned, he's the chair, and we're on the LOIC Document Ontology Subcommittee, and of course, HL7. And because of that, we see some maybe disconnects that are happening between these three and with USCDI as well, as we try to improve the flow of documents between organizations. So I first became aware of this in the Sequoia project when we reviewed the work of the Joint Document Content Work Group. To explain what that is, back in the fall of 2017, the two big platforms, Care Quality and Commonwealth, were working on a similar set of problems. They found that CCDs were just too large. These are complaints that the vendors were hearing mostly from their customers, I think, that the CCDs were just unbelievably large and not very useful, that there really wasn't much narrative, not much clinical note content that was in the exchange. And there were people asking for, well, I just want to know what happened in this encounter rather than what's going on with the patient across encounters. So sensing that they were working on the same thing, they joined forces in January of 2018 and formed a joint work group that included clinicians, vendors, and standards developers. Well, let's see if this will actually advance. Yes. In June of 2018, they released their first version of this called Concise Consolidated CDA, Deploying Encounter Summary and Patient Summary Documents with Clinical Notes. And then they went ahead and released a second version of that in February of 2019. Then the pandemic hit, and it was, they returned to work probably about a year ago, and they're going to release very soon their version 2.0. It's meant to help provide guidance for sharing encounter summaries and patient summaries using CDA documents. And it's meant to complement these HL7 guides, not to conflict with them in any way, but actually to work with them. So there are a lot of recommendations in this work group's manual, but I would like to present two of them that I think are real important. They differentiate quite clearly between a patient summary document and then two different types of encounter summary documents. So the patient summary document should be a CCD, and it can cross encounters. But there should be two types of encounter summary documents. For the inpatient hospital setting, it should be a discharge summary, which people got right in the poll. And for the outpatient ambulatory setting, it should be a progress note. So here's the problem. Progress notes are both inpatient and outpatient in both the HL7 and the LOINC definitions. And in some organizations, many of which I've been in, the term progress note is really reserved primarily for the inpatient setting, while they use things like office note or emergency department note for those outpatient encounters to be able to summarize them. And the current progress note value set includes a lot of inpatient notes and many documents that have no specification of setting at all. So the issue is, if a progress note is going to be the outpatient ambulatory summary document, we need to be able to differentiate that inpatient progress note from the outpatient progress notes. And this is a little, this shows the definition of the progress note in LOINC. And you also see it's the same definition that the USCDI has used now as well. And they list both discharge summary note and progress note among the important clinical notes that should be sent. So why does it matter? If we don't differentiate between the two, we're not going to be able to send out only outpatient progress notes without being able to differentiate them, or be able to respond to a query that asks for just outpatient progress notes. And currently, the progress note value set contains both those types. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. McClure.
Okay, let's see if we can actually make this work. So I'm going to share, and you're going to probably see the wrong screen, but let's see. Let me actually get to the right spot too.
And while Rob is bringing that up, I just wanted to call everyone's attention. This is Dee Dee from the Sequoia Project. I did put a link to the joint document content work group that Commonwealth Care Quality published their white paper guidance on March 18th. That link for the PDF is in the chat window.
Okay, so, as we just noted, this idea of a progress note, I think, and I was just chatting with somebody about this too, that word with us humans, us clinical humans who use it to represent things, is a little bit, I'll say, fungible. And so this is a good example of one of those situations where the way that we talk about our colleagues, and we might refer to things, particularly over the course of time, if you're an old fart like me, might be different from what we are going to need to do, because in a computed environment, I think everybody who's on, here at the IAT understands that the process of doing computable exchange, we actually have to be pretty specific about what we mean. And that might mean that in this case, we have to be really clear. And that's in fact the intent of what we're going to describe here, is that we're going to need to be very clear so that we can, the computers and the way that we exchange information is actually kind of locked into little buckets. So in essence, we're saying for our use in C-CDA and HL7 exchange, we need to actually clarify progress notes that you can't just assume belong, for example, in the outpatient environment or the inpatient environment. So that's what this issue is, and that's what we're trying to come up with a solution for. Let's see if I can figure out which arrows are going to take me in the right direction. There we go. So I wanted to show places that people typically go. I think probably, I hope all of you are pretty familiar with the USCDI, and it, importantly does say that we have things that are called progress notes. In creating the USCDI and that initial
Rob, sorry, you're not presenting.
Sorry again.
Do you think you're presenting? Because we're not seeing anything.
Oh, sorry. You're right. I probably just assumed I was presenting. So hold on. That means I gotta probably get out of this and show. Sorry. Now I gotta go back. Yeah. I mean, you just couldn't present for me?
You jinxed yourself. Say you're going to have problems.
That wasn't a problem that I actually thought I was going to have, but you're right. Okay. So let me, yeah, sorry.
Oh.
Now we're going.
That's a nice background. So yeah, we can see now.
All right. So let me get back to presenting. There we go. All right. So USCDI, and let me get this thing in the right place. So USCDI describes a progress note as, well, so I'll read it. Represents a patient's interval status during a hospitalization outpatient treatment with a post-acute provider. In essence, any kind of note that describes in what Tom and I would like to say is an encounter that isn't a summary kind of information. And so, kind of taking USCDI as a starting point, that means that we, and in fact, we've seen this with LOINC, and there you see that on the right-hand side, that it means any kind of, again, I want to use the encounter, this interval documentation. And that obviously occurs in lots of settings. But as Tom noted, it's important for us to be able to distinguish those things that are outpatient encounters where in a very real way, that encounter note, i.e. that progress note, is going to be an important kind of capsule of something that's distinct. Whereas in an inpatient setting, you're usually going to get all that information over the course of within a hospital summarization, because most people don't want to look at every individual daily note. And yet they've all been thrown together into this one bucket. isn't working. Okay, so why does this matter? Right? I'm basically kind of going over that. We need some clear differentiation to distinguish between these two things, because they do actually, not only do they represent somewhat different things, but they're very different in terms of our data analysis and the kind of notes that we want to go and find. And if we don't have a way of being able to differentiate them, you simply can't do what we're just talking about. And the progress note value set has both types, and and a lot of times it's not really clear what it's representing. In fact, most of the time it's representing both. So in C-CDA, the templates that we use where this shows up, it says that it just needs to be a type of clinical document. That set of codes that's used is a value set that's called progress note document type code. That's the OID. You can find that in the VSAC, and I hope you know what the VSAC is, the Value Set Authority Center. That's where we provide the definitive source of codes, although I'll say that doing something like this query, again, I hope you know what LOINC is, and that if you can go to LOINC, if you're so inclined to go and do this and find these sorts of things, there's the ability to search LOINC at the LOINC site, and you can put in something literally like what we've included here as a query that basically says, it brings back all of the codes that are to be in that value set. And this is what it looks like when you go to search LOINC. And you would put in that kind of a query. That's literally the query used to define these value sets, this value set that is also available in the Value Set Authority Center. And you get all kinds of document types that are in the document ontology that are considered progress note, mostly because they have the word progress note, not only in the long common name, but they also have that component progress note. All right. So we needed to be able to create additional progress notes. We talked about this a lot, and this is really kind of the end game. We decided that what we needed to do is create additional progress notes that represent both inpatient and then also outpatient encounters. And when we looked at the set of notes that were there, some of them already do that. Sometimes that setting had to be assumed. Some of the codes really were already specific to something that was only occurring in the inpatient counting, sometimes only in the outpatient. And what we decided to do to clarify this, because it was already in play, is to use the system setting. I'll just go back real quick. So you can see this is, LOINC uses a very consistent approach with regards to how it defines the meaning of the codes, the LOINC codes. And in the place that we use in the document kind of representation, we use the system component, or system attribute, sorry, and it represents setting in our case. And so, we're going to use that system, i.e. setting, and we're going to either use hospital or outpatient. Those two things already exist. So based upon the fact that we have 155 existing progress note types that are obviously very distinct, mostly distinct, 115 of those 155, we would make 115 new outpatient specific progress notes, and 108 of those would be where there's an existing system that is setting. In other words, it's general. And then, and presumably, if people were using these, it could mean either a hospital in progress note or an outpatient progress note. And so now they will have the ability to use a new one where the system has been made specifically outpatient, and yet the same other information would be true, like a cardiology one. There's 5 where system is hospital only. And some example is, so there was a series of surgery types in pediatrics, and we'll make another one that is outpatient. Presumably these would be used for follow-up visits. And then there are two where the system is telehealth, a telehealth type, and we'll make that specific to an additional one that's outpatient. There's 109 of these 155 that we will end up using as let's call it a template to make new inpatient specific progress notes. They're all situations where the setting is general, and we'll be adding a system hospital. Okay, that's a lot of information, but it should be pretty clear, and we'll take a look at some of these examples. So here are some added concept examples. The kind of pinkish one is the current one, and then the yellow ones are examples of what we would create in addition. So there'll be a progress note for physical therapy already. It isn't specific setting. Likely that means that this is being used to represent both inpatient physical therapy progress notes that occurred during the course of the care, and other ones where you're actually seeing a physical therapist in an outpatient setting. And now there will be two new ones, one specific to the hospital, one specific to the outpatient. Same thing for attending, consult, nurse, and many others. This is an example of where we're taking that general setting and making new specific ones. And I'll just say here, in this case, the expectation would be, as always, that you should use the most specific code for the situation that you're actually recording. Obviously, well, no, maybe not obviously. I'll just say, we're not getting rid of the general ones. And so people will likely continue to use those. We would discourage that unless there's a reason to say that it actually doesn't kind of align with that hospital setting or an outpatient setting. And I'll also say that we're using the setting phrase hospital to represent facilities that are inpatient facilities. And therefore, I think we could have some conversation about what do we, what's the boundary of that? Okay, so that's some. Here's an example of somewhere there's already, we're going to only make one or the other. So example of general medicine, and we're going to make a hospital one. And in this case, the general setting one, we're not making, and this would be in some interesting questions as to whether some of you feel we should add a specific general medicine outpatient note. But the assumption is that the original one is representing outpatient notes. Here's one that's specific to hospital. We're going to add an outpatient. We aren't going to make a general one. So these are some examples of adding one or another. And then here are ones that are already specific or scoped by other. In other words, these exist already. And there's oftentimes a general one, and this is a specific one, so we don't have to make anything else. Or it's one of the situations where, like the examples before, there's a specific and a general, and we don't need the other kind of specific. And that might be it. Those are examples. I don't know what we have left in terms of time, or whether I don't see anything in terms of questions. So
there are two in the chat. So
yeah, let me stop sharing, and then I can actually see things.
Sure.
Okay, and stop sharing.
Rob, if it's easier for you, I can go back to my comment. My first comment was, given the setting distinguishes between inpatient and outpatient in the system attribute, can you clarify if an ED progress note will be categorized as an outpatient progress note?
So I'd have to actually go back and look at what we did. I don't know, Tom, if you you're right, because ED is obviously one of those borderline cases. Our presumption is that ED would be considered outpatient.
Yeah,
so,
I think we were we talked about this. The problem is we have different definitions of inpatient and outpatient that are based on billing in the United States compared to other countries. But it would almost make sense that we would have a bucket, a super bucket of outpatient settings and an a bucket of inpatient settings. I don't know if we haven't talked about actually trying to do that. Go ahead, Rob.
I think that the ED is the one that's the most problematic for figuring it out. And I just think if we could just all agree to just do it one way or the other, that ED is outpatient, you know, just give it a general, it just seems like people need to adjust to that, or
Yeah, well, I think
you know, get on board with it.
the latest joint work group defined it as hospital/inpatient or outpatient/ambulatory. And I think we can all agree ED is ambulatory.
Yeah, I mean, you know, part of what's going on here is that we're caught in between the world where many of us are from the United States, and we're trapped by the perceptions that the United States payment system forces on us. And yet we're talking about an international standard. And so the, you know, within the US, I think pretty clearly the payers and the government, and therefore the rest of us, kind of consider that an emergency department visit is not considered an inpatient visit. You're kind of in limbo, even though you're inside the facility. And there's other situations where clearly you're in a facility, but you're not considered an inpatient. That's why we have this idea of the 24 or whatever number of hours it is now of being able to be looking like an inpatient, but you're not an inpatient. So I think that, you know, in the context of our use in the United States, we would consider ED to be an outpatient visit. And I know it's kind of embarrassing, but I'd have to actually go and find how that's currently represented. I don't know, Tom, do you actually have that?
And Dr. Bronken, I think the definitions that you shared would be great to get written all over the place, because adding that clarity of ambulatory versus I forget what words, hospital inpatient versus something out ambulatory, whatever you said, it made a lot of sense. And it just seems like if we could all continue to use the definitions that you just provided, get that plastered all over the place, that would help people.
Okay, yeah, it was a joint document group, and they said they combined. They said hospital/inpatient and outpatient/ambulatory.
Ambulatory, yeah.
Right,
Perfect.
exactly right. And actually, I think that kind of aligns with some of the things. I guess DDU had submitted a comment to USCDI, and I agree with Brett that I think what this means is that we ought to work with USCDI to clarify the definition currently in the progress note USCDI data class, so that we can, you know, we're not going to change the fact that progress notes are considered both inpatient and outpatient. In fact, that's what we're building to support. But I think it would benefit us, the community, to have USCDI align with the definitions that we're talking about, so that it says, yes, progress notes can occur both inpatient and outpatient. And here's what we mean by those. I haven't found it yet, but I'm pretty sure that the ED note that's in this value set has a setting that isn't specified. And you know, it's embarrassing, but I don't remember, Tom, what we decided to do with regards to adding outpatient in addition or not.
I think we just left the setting as emergency.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm guessing we did.
Can
like
we
some
take that as
input.
an action item to follow up on that, to get clear about, because that's the one edge place where I just feel like a little bit more clarity, maybe finish that all the way up.
Yeah, I just got to find it now that I'm not presenting, and we can kind of clarify that here just real quickly. And then again, this is about presenting our planned approach. These are not done. And so I think, you know, if this group would be the perfect group to give input, and we'll do what this group wants.
Yeah, and you know, we've got like 5 minutes left on the topic, so I think one of the big goals that we had for this topic was to hear from the implementer community as value set updates get made, and you know, we're going into a new cycle of value set updates for consolidated CDA. how best do we inform the implementer community when big or little, when value set changes are expected and coming and, need to be absorbed to change behavior, even though the templates aren't changing. When the value set's changed, the behavior really will need to be different. What's the best way for orchestrating and sticking together as a big implementer community to absorb changes like this?
I hope you're not asking me.
I don't know.
Lisa,
Maybe
I'll-
Dee Dee,
yeah, I was going to say,
how do we push everybody to stay orchestrated together?
Yeah, so I'll jump in with my own suggestions. So just to for those who may not be following along all these different threads, the Sequoia Interoperability Matters Data Usability Work Group is going to be publishing we are going to call it an implementation guide that's going to reference specific sections within that Care Quality Commonwealth Joint Document Content Work Group white paper that was just published March 18th. We're going to highlight that. We are going to continue working, as Rob mentioned. Yes, I'm going to continue commenting to the USCDI because
videoing.
yeah, we do feel, quite frankly, that unless we can get ONC behind it as well, Sequoia by itself can't do this all alone. So we want to work together. So we are actually going to be adding, some additional comments for other items, including this one, to support it. And then I know, Lisa, you put in the chat, could I comment on if there is an expected behavior when responding to a cross-document type query transaction. I will point out that in section 2.1.2 in that joint document content work group white paper that I put a link to the PDF above, does provide a minimal XCA document query example, XML and everything, showing here's how you can query for all available data, no matter what code is used for the progress note, etc. So I definitely will make sure that we highlight that within the data usability work group that I'm leading in our document that we'll be publishing in June. So yes, it's a work in progress, but Dr. Bronkin, who you have had the pleasure of hearing from today, is helping us champion at least this topic, and we welcome additional support from others.
Yeah,
Thanks,
actually,
Dee. I don't think the value sets that come out, the code system isn't hierarchical. So, what it implies is that we have identified the one most general code for each of these value sets: progress note, consult note, referral note, etc. And the basic idea is that you can query on the most general code, and it will return any of the more specific ones that are hierarchically below that general concept. And if you query on a specific one, then it means I'm really looking for just that specific type. And this is the way the CDEX IG has been implemented on the FHIR side, and just trying to figure out how we get common expectations over larger and more of our CDA communities.
Yeah, I just want to point out, actually, someone did see it. It is on the slide. So for the emergency department, one example, and that is and there's a few of these. So this one has a specific setting, emergency department. And so the intent was to not make any changes with this one. So I think that gets to the point that you were just, well, it doesn't actually clarify, but it does get to the point you were just making.
No, I'm afraid it would be left out.
Yeah,
like if we're going to get into a dichotomy of inpatient and outpatient, then if somebody doesn't know better, they might miss emergency department visits. And so I feel like either we need to make it really clear that there's this third possibility, or stick emergency department under outpatient.
Well, so here's, I mean, this is something that I'm not keen to do in the context of the document ontology, which is, although there is some of that already, and by that I mean this idea of determining what is an inpatient and what is an outpatient setting. And it is done some, but particularly, and I'd have to go and look, but I'm pretty confident that this emergency department setting is not considered kind of underneath something else. The way to deal with this, in my opinion, is that if understanding what things are considered, and I'm going to really tell you, this is very much realm specific. So in the United States, what is considered an inpatient note and what is considered an outpatient note should be a value set. And it certainly would make sense to me that we would create these two value sets. And I don't know how they would necessarily be used. They wouldn't probably be included in as a specific kind of element within the templates, but they would be available for use in order to be able to do queries. We could imagine in doing that, instead right now, what we do is the query that I just suggest, that I showed, that basically says, go find all the things that have progress note as a component and document as a type. And that's what makes up the value set of all the progress notes that are available for use in that template. Instead, what we could do is we could make two sub value sets. One that is, and I don't know who gets to actually decide this, but let's say, that becomes clear. What are inpatient, what are outpatient, and anything that isn't in one of those two buckets. And I'm not sure what that, well, here's one. I got, patient's home would be outpatient. And so presumably we could make a decision so that everything falls into one of those two buckets. And I'm sensing, well, actually everything that is specific. So there would definitely be ones that do not. And that would be a situation like this, which is a general one. And so we would have this all progress note value set would be made up of those things that are designated as inpatient, those things that are designated as outpatient, two separate value sets, plus everything else, right? Which would be non-inpatient, non-outpatient. And so then the value set would basically be a grouping of these three subsets, so that it would be, if you went in and looked, you could then use those subsets for your own queries. Would that make sense?
Rob, that makes
I think
sense to
we
me.
should parking lot
Yeah.
it.
Right. We could make that a parking lot, but I'd like to know who gets to decide. But it does make sense to me in terms of giving people a leg up with regards to figuring out, which are the inpatient ones, which are the outpatient ones. All right.
All right, we need to move on.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. It's been very interesting.
Brett has
Next.
his hand up, John. Do you think we should
Oh, I
let
didn't
Brett
see. I was sorry, I didn't look at
get his
hands. I've been
comment before
monitoring
we?
the chat, but yeah, Brett, do you want to?
Yeah, just Rob, just maybe we can take this offline a bit, but have you thought about, the, I know there's a lot of energy in adding this kind of classification into LOINC, but just the kind of general, like how a user actually selects this specific note type, or is it the idea that the system will generate it? It's not quite clear to me how a whole bunch, adding new LOINC codes would immediately improve the problem of note discovery if there's kind of other metadata that could be used.
Yeah. Well, we've run into that problem forever with regards to, we're interested in where this note was done as a proxy for what kind of note it is. And could we use other information to that, like that as a way of being able to deal with it? I mean, the short answer, and we're going to have to move on, is that the approach that we've generally taken is, because there's already in LOINC the setting as an element, we use it as a part of the way that LOINC actually is. The expectation is that an implementer would look at the setting that the patient's currently, or the clinician's in, and then use that as a way of determining which of these things by, knowing LOINC structure. Having said that, they're also going to capture that information, but we tend to not exchange that information, reliably. Certainly in CDA, we don't. And we could in FHIR, but then that gets to this point of, okay, well, now I have the option of doing it in two places. Do I fill both? And we've had forever conversations about that I don't know that we have a final and absolute solution, other than it's probably in both places.
Thanks, Rob.
All right. So next on our agenda is Dave and Matt talking about multi-code problem representation.
Yep. So hopefully everyone can hear me. Awesome. So Dave and I just have a quick update about where things are at with that. Not super long or in depth, but we figured we'd touch base on it since we talked about it previously at the IAT last July, and then some of the WGMs in between. And it's not really a fully resolved issue yet. We'll get into that, but we are kind of in a place now where we are wondering if the info that we've gotten from the folks we talked to, mainly on the vocab work group, thanks again, Rob, is sufficient to kind of put this to bed for now. So as a reminder, the problem that we're talking about here is the fact that a handful of problems, like this complex diabetes example here, cannot be represented with a single code in any code system, really. This problem encapsulates like diabetes, but then also kidney disease and dialysis, and there just isn't a SNOMED code that represents all three of those things put together. So for SNOMED at least, the feedback that we got is pretty straightforward. SNOMED has post-coordination semantics, and so there are qualifiers that you can use that allow you to combine these. So in particular, there's a SNOMED code for associated with, and it has some children like caused by, and using that as a qualifier sort of allows you to combine codes, and so you could create that complex example. For other code systems, there isn't really a clear way to do this. We talked at one point about the fact that ICD-10 has this dagger and asterisk syntax, but it's not really designed to handle arbitrarily many codes, and it's not really clear how using qualifiers, for instance, you would be able to use it anyway. So where we're at right now is I can just pop open this revised example here, and hopefully it'll open. With here. Hopefully everyone can still see my screen here. But we have this revised example on GitHub that I was sort of slacking on updating. So we haven't talked about the example of Salesforce yet or anything, and that's because I haven't mentioned it there. But hopefully in the coming few weeks, if we have a minute to go back over this when Dave and I are around, then we can approve it with the updates that we've gotten from vocab. The idea is, like I said, for SNOMED, this is pretty cut and dry. For other code systems, we don't have a solution yet. And then it is still worth noting that this problem is sort of born out of third-party terminology vendors. And it often is the case that they have their own vendor-specific codes that let you fully represent a problem without losing specificity. The downside there is that they only make sense if both the sender and the receiver understand the vendor's terminology. And so it defeats interoperability, if they don't. But that is still hopefully a reliable solution in the cases where they do. So with that, I've got a short poll that I hope we can pull up here, just kind of trying to figure out what other folks think about the current state of the solution.
All right, we got about half the people participating.
Lisa,
Matt, your
you have a
example,
question?
do we have a link to the repository where that is?
Yeah, it is in the slides, and I can just put it in the chat right now if anybody else would benefit from it being there.
Yeah, that'd be
So
great.
give me 1 second. Let me go. And so again, like I said, I only recently revised this example. So this is my branch on GitHub of the examples repo. Hopefully we can merge it into the official one, but Dave and I talked about it super briefly, and we kind of agreed that, yeah, this is where the problem situation is at right now.
Matt, I was just kind of zoning in on the statement you just made about third-party terminology solutions that offer approaches that defeat interoperability. That was one of my concerns, is just, you know, where do we stand on this with respect to what implementers should be expecting or being prepared for if, let's say, you don't use one of those third-party terminology solutions, and documents start to be generated like this and shared in the wild. What are the right approaches when we have solutions that are injecting things that in general could be deemed as defeating interoperability?
And that's exactly why I think we need a better solution here. So in an ideal world, you know, we're not saying that anybody should have to depend on this translation. We want the primary code to be something much more interoperable, like SNOMED with qualifiers or something, so that nobody gets left high and dry if they don't understand this third-party terminology.
So
Well,
let me kind of jump in for a second
Can
about
you
that.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep,
it's Dave.
Dave.
Sorry, I'm in the car moving. This is unfortunately not a great time, but I tried to be on here. The biggest thing is that, especially with the IMO case example here, is their codes basically, for the most part, are reflecting ICD-10 groupings. So it's not SNOMED, unfortunately. It's ICD, like 3 or 4 ICD-10s put together. And my understanding is the issue is there's no way for an ICD-10. The ICD-10 doesn't have the mechanism that SNOMED has to do that grouping.
Yeah, so
Correct.
I'll
It's
kind of
part of it.
add to that too. So, part of what we're left with is that HL7 has some pretty specific guidance around this. And in short, the expectation is that if a code system has a way of specifying that the codes can be combined like SNOMED does, you can use that. In part, and if it doesn't, then you're kind of stuck. In part, that's because every time we exchange information about a particular idea, we associate that with a code system. And the problem here is that there isn't a way to say, well, I'm using ICD codes or I'm using whatever codes I want, but I'm combining them with a syntax that's defined by something else. We really don't have a way to communicate that what you're using is something else as a syntax for creating the combination. It's not to say that we couldn't someday figure that out, but that's not a small task to be able to do. So in part, what's happening is that third-party vocabulary code idea essentially is saying, hey, I'm a third party, I'm creating something, I'm making up how I want to combine these things, and you're going to have to come to me to figure out what the vertical bar means or what the whatever means. So that's, we're trapped in that process. So it's not something that we can kind of noodle our way out of. We don't have a solution for saying we're going to use, you know, the you know, CDA management groups designed syntax for combining codes from a code system that doesn't already say how to do that. We just simply can't do that. The other thing I want to just remind us about is that when we send anything, documents or whatever around, there's a lot of times where the data that you receive is something that you don't understand because somebody put in their own code or their own strings, whatever. So this is another one of those situations. It's not like we've put ourselves in some kind of weird and very unique situation. It also highlights the importance of putting in very good display names, because humans are really the most important interoperators on this. And so if you actually send something where you've done something that isn't a traditional, oh, I'm just sending this particular piece of information and here's its code, then you better be sending a good display name along with it.
Rob, would it be possible, though, to where, you know, Matt and Dave have shown how this can be solved with SNOMED, because SNOMED does offer the syntax, can it be escalated from HL7, from the TSMG, through contact points at ICD-10 to at least make known that you know, for over a year, there is a group of people who've been struggling with how to do this, and they are stuck and at a dead end because ICD-10 doesn't offer the syntax to know how to post-coordinate the codes.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, we've, as certainly as Matt and Dave know, and as you know, we've talked about this, and again, in part, it's, you know, I wish it was a simple fix where, and we've looked at how can we actually define an external, you know, kind of a general way of specifying qualifiers that allow, you know, this plus this plus this, right? The problem is we just do not, our structures do not allow us to say code system from X, syntax to combine code system from Y. And creating that is work. And so if this group is the primary driver for the fact that, hey, you know, we're currently doing this and we must actually solve this problem, then I would say, give me someone from this group. I can help work with them, and maybe we can come up with an extension that we can put in FHIR that would give us some guidance about how we would also do it in CDA.
Well, I think we ran into the rule really being that at mostly what people were comfortable with was to say to the code system providers when there's that they need to be thinking about how to provide the syntax to properly post-coordinate their codes.
Tell
can't
WHO.
we just make the ask? Yeah, but one little person doing it is different than escalating it through a respected body like HL7 and the TSMG. So I think the action item is to ask some formal ask to be made, and if they don't do anything about it, then they don't. But at least we will have escalated the problem as high as we could, and after reaching a dead end, reported to the group who was responsible for that dead end that there is a need that's unmet.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm
Rob, would
certainly
you
not against
even
that.
consider that ICD-10 is amenable to post-coordination?
No, I don't think they are.
Yeah, they're not.
I don't, I mean, we could do that. I mean, we're following the same path that we're going to have to do ourselves, but
I mean, the
the
structure
change,
of it, even. I'm not talking about the policies and political.
no,
parties.
and
Yeah.
the problem, well, it's not a problem. So we actually do potentially have a closer endpoint in that the identifier that we use to represent ICD is ICD, is controlled by CMS. In other words, it's a specific US representation of ICD. And so, in the US realm, we might be able to kind of press that a little bit more forward. If you think WHO would be all that open to it, CMS is probably in the same ballpark, but at least CMS understands some of the things that we're dealing with. And so, in part, it's not only defining the syntax, but we actually have to have identifiers. We need to say that the dagger and the asterisk are actually in the code system, right? You can't stick it in there. I know this sounds trivially stupid, but it's just the way computers work. And so we would need to also get them to confirm that these things that are used in that kind of syntax are the objects, the dagger and the asterisk and things like that, are actually in the CM, ICD-10 or the ICD-11 code system. So it's we know how we would want to do this. It's getting someone to agree that it's possible. So I'm just saying, bring someone, maybe it's going to be you, Matt, from this group, and you can, you and I can maybe work on it. This literally is a project.
I would think someone from IMO might be motivated to work on it if they're, supplying this kind of technology. And I would also question if you're saying it's best practice not to do it until the problem is resolved.
Well, again, I don't know if we want to spend a bunch of time on this, but I think IMO might be interested in making a general solution, but IMO certainly doesn't have a strong pressure to get people to not use IMO to exchange IMO stuff. I just, again, this is important, and it would be nice if we solved it, but we're talking about humans taking care of humans. And if you exchange information that's complex, that doesn't have a simple code, you better make sure that you have a good descriptor that goes along with it. And that's a great initial solution, like what Matt's shown here.
Correct. Yeah, I just want to jump in. Sorry, I was muted. So there is somebody at IMO. Initially, I was talking to, I think, some other people that weren't as, I guess I would say, motivated the last few times, and I think they showed up at the last meeting. It's somebody who is more motivated at IMO to want to resolve this as
and Smith or whatever.
Yeah,
I forget her last name. She's
it could be
from IMO. She regularly attends.
Yep. I mean, she might be the person.
More motivated. I think she would be the one that would want to get involved.
Well,
the initial thing, just to clarify, go back to what initially prompted this, our company at MIE is working with a client who's using IMO. That's kind of kicked off my interest in this. And IMO was giving out CDA guidance on how to communicate their stuff, and it was just not good. It was the best you could do at the time, but it was not semantically correct. It was suggesting something incorrect in how it's placed.
Yeah,
so that's part of what
I want to highlight what they're saying. So this came out because IMO, I think, misunderstood that this could be considered just the code, and kind of made up a structure for their customers that people considered not a translation, but just the thing you sent. And so we do need to make sure that implementers understand that if they are to send, for example, that IMO structure with an IMO code, that's not, that would be, you can't make up a syntax and create something on your own and then just say that that's just like SNOMED, or that's just like ICD, and call it an ICD code when it's not. And so that part we're trying to put our foot down on, but obviously we have to give an alternative. That's why what Dave and Matt are showing is the right way to approach it. We have to make sure that the community understands that, and then yes, potentially we can kind of do more.
I think the only way to do it, I mean, IMO really has very little knowledge about standards and with respect to specific modeling, right? And so the approach would be, this is what we as structured documents recommend when you want to be sending your IMO codes along. It was done, actually vocabulary was involved before, and now we've just determined that this is the best way. And so we would present it to them and say, if you're recommending to your customers to send IMO codes and CDAs, this is how it should be done. And then they can say, okay, we'll guide our customers in that way, or they'll ignore it. So I don't really see there's another solution.
Yes, correct.
So Gay, are you recommending that we send some sort of an email to the folks at IMO with recommendations to suggest that they would consider updating their approach?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And probably Andy Cantor is the best one. You can CC Ann, but that's what I would probably.
Well, and Ann, I think, right?
Yeah, I said that's what I said, CC Ann, or send it to both of them, whatever.
Yes, right, exactly.
Yeah, I did.
So I mean,
talk to Ann
Matt,
about this.
honestly, it would probably be best coming from you and Dave.
Sure. Yeah. I talked to Ann about this like just yesterday, and I was hoping she'd actually be able to make it. But yeah, Dave and I think.
Yeah, I think it'd be. I mean, that's the best approach. I think you need to include Andy in it.
Mm-hmm.
But what you can, obviously coming from you, because you've investigated the problem and you've been involved in the discussions with vocab, but say that this was discussed at the IAT and this is the community's in agreement.
Yeah, and you can even mention before, because we back when I was at IMO, we worked together and we came up with the other solution, which was not great, but so that's why they advised their customers to do the not great solution. And this was working with with vocab and with Benjamin, and also we can say we realized this is there was a previous way that was recommended, and through these many discussions we've determined that this is actually the most correct way to do it, something like that.
Mm-hmm. And are you, like, what I'm still a little unclear on here is whether we also need to talk to the ICD folks about this?
No, because I think not to accomplish the goal that we just discussed. If we feel that ICD is the big problem that in the United States, that we're sending a lot of ICD codes, and there's a frequent need to send multiple codes, and as a structured thing, then yes, I think we need to consider who we would talk to at at CMS, and begin to have the conversation with regards to here's what we need to do in order to support better interoperability in the United States with exchanging ICD codes to meet the needs of kind of CMS and others. So that's a step 2.
So just to understand like what we would be recommending to IMO, because the issue is what you just said, that they still, their IMO code basically is a combined concept for 3 different ICD
Right.
codes, and we just don't have a way to do it. Is that they have one, they basically have to send, let's say it's a code that is tying together 3 different ICD-10 codes. Do they effectively have to send 4 distinct codes, or even maybe 4 distinct conditions in the problem list? Because the issue was the way they were, their initial example, they were tying it together in a way that made it sound like each of the ICD-10 codes were equivalent to each other individually. Like they were doing it as like a translation, like,
Right.
and that obviously didn't make any sense and was communicating wrong.
But that's because that's all they could do. And, in terms of the way that the structure supports, because of this issue with that CMS does not, well, I guess WHO, but really this is CMS saying, hey, you can send these 3 and we will consider them as additive, right? And
well, no, it wasn't. At least it wasn't additive. It was at least
It was
my
in translation, but IMO
translation.
considered it additive.
right,
Well,
that's my, because CMS does allow you to put these into one thing, right? And so CMS presumably is interpreting it as a composite code.
is that what a translation? My understanding of translation is
You're
Confusing business
misconstruing,
pragmatism with
right, you're
purpose
misconstruing.
modeling.
Yeah, I'm saying HL7 does not support what CMS allows physicians to write on a piece of paper.
Right, because you have, a lot of, terminology vendors have these ICD-10 calculators that will take, multiple conditions, and then, and a clinician can select multiple parts of a condition, and then it tells you what code you should use. I forget what they're called, but I'm pretty sure most terminology vendors support that.
Yeah, so again, I think what's currently in here works if you're an IMO thing. If you're making this stuff up on your own, you're kind of at a loss, and I'm sure most people put them in as translations, and because there really aren't a lot of other options. And yes, I understand this is a deficiency in the ecosystem of HL7 and CMS WHO. So we got to, yes, we could fix that. That's not straightforward. Someone has to be kind of take ownership for it. That frequently is a problem when we talk about this sort of stuff. And I wouldn't spend much more time here talking about it. I think it's worthy, to continue that discussion in a sense that we started before. And yeah, let's find someone at CMS that can allow us to do this, at least in the US realm.
So we're at time. I just wanted to figure out, from the outcome of this, for Jaginder, for him and the notes and moving forward, like, what's our specific action here? Are we going to reach out to CMS or an IMO?
The first one was IMO, because, to clarify an agreed upon approach to represent things that IMO might provide to their customers. And then the second one is that if there's, someone from this group who wants to push forward with the idea of, can we get, focusing on ICD, CM, whether it be 10 or 11, then I'm willing to work with that person, and we can begin the long slog of talking to CMS to see if we can actually more fully clarify an ICD code system representation of the structure that they allow people to send.
And Rob, can you clarify, this problem is not specific to CDA, is it? It will eventually
No.
we'll bump into it in the fire world as well.
True. Yeah, it's all, you know, again, just because this is pretty simple to understand. This is a problem because we have only one code system identifier that we can associate with something that's sent. And if we say this is the code system, and then you use something that isn't based on that code system to put codes together, you break computers. They don't know how to interpret it.
But is it as much of an issue in FHIR because there are rules around what the encodable concept, they specifically state the use case of sending a more specific code, a local code.
No, well,
Is okay.
no, the same problem happens in FHIR. You have to say where that local code came from, right?
Right, and they have I think they have.
You may, right, so it's the
IDI.
same, yeah, I mean, but you could do this in CDA too. You would send what you can send that's true, then you can send this other one, you can say it's yours. Doesn't have to be IMO.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the same, that's why I keep saying.
And in CDA, you see the 247.1.1, that's the way you say this is IMO. That OID means IMO.
Right.
The IMO problem IT in particular.
And you could make up your own.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every,
You can have your own, yeah.
organization can tackle
Right,
this
and the
problem by
receiving
just saying,
organization, unless they, I mean, with terminology providers, it will have meaning if you are also using that terminology provider. Otherwise, it currently will
Right.
just get lost.
Right. Hence the importance of a good display name.
Yep.
All right.
All right, so we're at break. So we've got a 15-ish minute to break. Well, now it's less because you guys talked too long. Thank you, Matt.
Better than crickets.
We can give a couple extra minutes. I can catch up, Jean, if you want, for lunchtime.
Oh, that's all right. Oops, I stopped sharing. I meant to share. Who's took over sharing? Natasha. Okay, you can share. 72% people prefer dogs over cats. That's interesting.
Yeah, where is that coming from? I dispute
That was
that
the
data.
poll. It was the poll
really?
we put out. People could-
Because every cat isn't like yours, Rob. So for those that don't know, Rob was, I think it was kind of a reception type of thing after a virtual FHIR Connect-a-thon, and you were
Yeah, I think it was
showing how
we
to
were
make
making
old-fashioned, I think.
That's right. That's exactly.
And you warned us all, well, the cat might come and join us. And sure enough, on cue, his cat was front and center right there.
Yeah, it wanted to be involved, that's for sure. And you can't kind of operate all your various components of making a drink and get rid of the cat at the same time successfully, apparently.
So yes, if all cats were like that or could fetch, I think the
I'm with you, Rob, though. I think cats they're certainly a lot easier than dogs.
Yeah.
We had both at the same time, and I do think that they believe they own you, but outside of that,
Yeah, that's pretty sure that they're not satisfied until you meet all their needs.
yeah, as one that's never owned a cat, I always look at them as aloof, and they just can run off and hide, and you never know what kind of personality you'll get. But the personalities that I've seen in cats that I really like, then I agree, and they are easier to take care of. But with that, that's I think one reason, having a dog, you get so attached to it because they are so much work, and when you have to deal with them multiple times a day.
And dogs get that, they give you those looks. I mean, it is funny that the cartoon about the different emotions, but you know, and I think it's a evolutionary thing that humans and dogs have, you know, worked together, but I find myself talking to my dog about things, and then I'm like, okay, you have no idea what I'm really saying to you, but thank you for listening.
I love how the dog turns their head like,
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah, when
trying.
yeah,
I'm really trying.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but it's just it's English, and I don't speak English.
Right. There was a movie, I can't remember what it was, but the cat taught this dog got lost, and the cat was a scavenger, like, you know, feral, and taught the dog how to turn its head when the people opened the door and they would give it food. Anybody remember it was like a kid's movie probably, but she was teaching him, like she would do it and the people would just like slam the door, and then the dog would do it and they'd be like, oh, he's so cute. I'm bugging my friend John, but I probably should bug all of you. I just came across, I was looking at this and I was thinking about, I probably should do an example for Examples Task Force, because yesterday I was asked to think about twins and multiple birth order, and I realized they didn't know how to express an INT_POS. So I talked to my coworker Nick, and we came up with thinking this was the right way to do it. But if anybody knows better, let me know. I'd love to know, and I will incorporate it. Brett, you can put me on the Zillow for creating a multiple birth order, since I figure out if it's a challenge for Nick and I, it probably is for other people too.
Yeah, Linda, I know you got me on this. I don't think I've ever seen it, but doesn't look wrong necessarily. So
what we were debating is if INT_POS data type needs to be an XSI type. And we decided against it, but I don't understand it very well. So the system using it is doing patient matching. And obviously, like you said, it may not be there, but if it is, it might be useful.
So I'm putting up a poll. We're trying this rather than the surveys. So it's fresh in people's minds. So in the poll is basically just feedback on the two sessions we've had so far, topic 1A and 1B. The responses will be anonymous. I won't share. You know, you're not going to, so people, please, if you have any comments, we're trying, this is something new. We're trying to see if this will work better than sending out the surveys.
Well, okay, so I'm a co-host and I could see a result. Can a non-co-host see a result? This is the first time we've.
No, because if I don't share it, you can only see your result. You can't see the results.
Okay.
Until if I shared the poll, then people would see it.
Okay. And everyone should remember to page down in the poll. There's actually 4 total questions.
Why is the chair funny in the living room?
Yeah, there's 4 questions. It's 2 around topic 1A and 2 around topic 1B.
Can you put the poll back up? Because I think I hit
up.
submit without scrolling.
It is up. I can't not.
Oh, okay. I submitted mine already, but it's okay.
All right, I'll give a few more minutes for people to fill out the poll, and then we'll get back on schedule. The other thing too with cats and dogs, so I'm sure you could potentially train a cat for this, but so we have our security system which announces when our overhead, the garage door opens up. And it's funny how in the morning when my son or my wife leave for work, the dog's like, yeah, whatever. But in the evening, 4:30, 5 o'clock, he knows they're coming back, and he goes and just sits at the back door waiting for them. Waiting and waiting. And he begins to whine, especially like my son will, in stupid Edmonton, we get lots of snow in the middle of spring. And so he'll come, have the door open, park, and then go out and shovel. And the dog will be waiting, and start to whine, like, where are you? Where are you? I'm sitting here. You're lost.
That's interesting, John. So it seems like you're saying that dogs have like a distinct notion of, it's not my job to worry about people who are leaving. It's only my job to worry about people who are coming back. Or people who are coming into the tribe or the herd, instead of, if you want to leave the herd, I don't care. It's not my job. I don't worry about that.
But it could be, but I think
Unless
it's
you
more
have a
that
lab.
both of them will play with them with him on the way in, whereas obviously when they leave, there's no playing involved.
Also, they get fed when there are people there, and when people leave and don't come back, they probably worry.
Well, I'm here all the time, so.
Oh, well, that's true. Apparently you don't feed them.
Oh, no, I am the feeder.
Oh, okay. Maybe it is emotion.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll end the poll. Thank you, everyone, for filling that out. We got quite a bit of responses. And with that, I will hand it over to John. Topic 2, C-CDA to and from US Core.
All right. Well, thanks, everybody. And I know that I have a weighty spot in the agenda because I come directly before lunch. So I will make sure that we end on time for things. But obviously, delighted to be here today. And Natasha, the only edit that I made from the slides since this morning was I did add my email. So I want everyone to have that, johnd@moreinformatics.com, just because in this session, we're going to actually have some participation. So everyone is going to be invited to go to a website and check some stuff out. And I'm confident that we will find things that don't work, just the way we expect them to. So I want to make sure everyone's got my contact information so that you can actually correspond with me, because this is going to be a little bit of a work in progress for things. So can everyone see the slides okay?
Yep.
All right. Me, I'm a founder for a software company. I serve as strategic advisor there. I also have a company called More Informatics. I've worked on the clinical documents in C-CDA for a long time, and I've published on the space for it and presented a bunch on it. But one of the things that I'm newer to, which is why I'll be talking about today, I started listening in on the C-CDA to FHIR mapping, particularly to the US core mapping, cross-group project that's been running. And I want to be very upfront in acknowledging Natalie's here. She's done a great job working on that. There are many people like Ken Lord and Jay Lyle. People have been working on it a lot longer than me. For it, I've just been in it for a few months, but I saw an opportunity to try something out. I don't know if it's going to be that useful. I'll be candid, but I want to show and collect some feedback today for it. I think it's kind of cool, but that might just be me for things. And thinking about how to advance this process around C-CDA to FHIR conversions. So why are we talking about that at a C-CDA IAT? Why are we talking about FHIR? well, obviously there's a lot of CCDAs that are going around the US. And, this is, as Rob said earlier, being pretty realm specific here for CCDA. Dee Dee and others have talked about this, but, looking at numbers, it's, over a billion, in the billions annually of these clinical documents are being exchanged. So, we spent a lot of time in HL7 trying to get the information to flow. There's a lot of water in the pipes, as it were, for flow of these clinical documents. And that's really exciting because it gives a lot of opportunity. But obviously people are also pretty interested in FHIR from a technical standpoint and from a go forward standpoint, also because it just makes these, clinical data much more granular and actionable, and gives you a way to query for specific things for it. There's also some regulatory momentum around FHIR. Obviously, on the EHR side of things, that's something that's happening now, is that, R4 is being rolled out with the US core aspects of things. But even last year, payers had a requirement. So CMS put out a little bit of a regulatory requirement that any clinical data that's maintained by payers needs to also be available to the members for Medicare Advantage and managed Medicaid programs in a FHIR R4 format as well. And that's actually where I think that some of this work from C-CDA to FHIR comes into play, because payers have a lot of C-CDA data. They collect it for a lot of different purposes, like quality measurement, population health, and they can use it for other programs as well, risk adjustment, and think about everything from being able to do medical reviews and prior auth, et cetera. And they have a requirement to make that available in FHIR. So, being able to get this data forward, there's a little bit of regulatory push for this as well. But, one of the key things in this project is that C-CDA is not FHIR. And there's differences. There's differences in the way information is structured. There's differences in terminology. And representing all the opinions you're going to hear today are kind of mine, so you can take it with a grain of salt. But one of the things that I think is that lossless translation between those two standards, both from C-CDA to FHIR, and maybe back from FHIR to C-CDA, probably isn't really that feasible or possible using the common constructs of what's normally in CDA and normally in FHIR today. Doesn't mean it's impossible if you start doing things like extensions and other things, but if you're thinking about the way that these things normally look, you might not be able to go all the way from one to the other and back. And I really hope when we kind of walk through a couple of examples of showing data, that we can actually kind of see some of those issues, but you might find more as you go for it. This is a cross-group project. So again, this work has been ongoing for a while. I put the link to Confluence down there at the bottom. I can also drop that in the chat. So Mondays, I think 10 a.m. is when they meet, and then there's often a couple other meetings that are a little bit more granular and working on some of the spreadsheets and the mapping tables overall for things. So that's just an introduction to a little bit of why we're talking about this today, is because there's some interest to take these C-CDA stuff and to get onto FHIR. And obviously a lot of us, many of us that are on the phone now, even though we're here talking about C-CDA today, we're often thinking about FHIR, as well as it was kind of brought up in the last topic around thinking about terminology between the different things. One of the outputs, and really one of the primary outputs, I think that there's a couple outputs that's happening as part of that cross-group project for C-CDA to FHIR, is a lot of spreadsheets. And these are pretty big spreadsheets. Even when you get one Excel book, it has often multiple tabs on the spreadsheet that actually kind of takes care of different data domains for it. A lot of really heavy work's gone into this. I'm not going to be showing these spreadsheets in immense detail today, even though we can talk about one or two items as we go through. But this is obviously a lot of work that's getting done to try and be able to look at what the CDA elements are and what the FHIR path might actually be for that, and doing vice versa, and doing this across clinical domains and coming up with rules for this. These spreadsheets can also be put into code. So there's a few participants that are working cross group projects. Someone from Google Health, someone from Cerner, someone from MDIX, but also other organizations as well. And they're actually, some of them are writing code that's, for their system or software, and some of them are writing code that actually is open source. Like Google's been putting a lot of that out there as well from a transformation logic perspective. part of where I put this up here is just to say that this isn't the focus, but this is a lot of the work and activity that's going on in the group. Kind of the focus was an idea that I had, which is, wouldn't it be great to have a place where you could see like a sample, and it could be kind of side by side. Here's what the entry looks like in CDA or C-CDA, and here's what the entry looks like or resource looks like in FHIR. Now that doesn't always work for lots of different reasons. Sometimes things get one-to-many relationships between things, but I thought that for a lot of things this might actually be kind of cool if you could see a little bit of that. And there's some differences. I mentioned obviously differences in terminology and structure for things. There are some things between CDA, like we have a lot of OIDs. We've already talked about some code system OIDs this morning. We're looking at the SNOMED and ICD-10 example for it. Here's the OID for SNOMED. And when you go to FHIR, you could represent that as www.snomed.org in terms of system for it. You can also use the URN OID, and there's a little bit of a different, if you have something like RxNorm, you could go put that as an ID rather than a reference back to National Library of Medicine. So there were some places between these two systems where like, oh, okay, it's pretty clear that this is going to look like something like this on the other side for it. So I wanted to kind of create a way that we could highlight and just see, okay, here it is in CDA, here it is in FHIR, and people could kind of, a little bit understand how things are happening for it. There are also some things where terminologies are actually different and they're not really, just a one-to-one map for it. So there's more complexity around some of these things as well. This tool complements and it does not replace the work that's going on. I think I'm hopeful that it can be helpful. And again, looking for feedback, and we'll play around with it in just a little bit. But essentially, it's not going to replace anything or any of the work that's going on for open source codes or other code that's being done for this, spreadsheets that are being developed, or gold standard examples of transformation between C-CDA and FHIR. Although it might actually help visualize some of those gold standards as those come into place. David Riddle from Cerner wanted me to make sure that I get this across, and I wanted to talk about what this tool is and what this tool isn't. This tool is not a magic mapper from CDA content to FHIR. You have to already have your CDA content and your FHIR content, and then what it does is it just does a compare, and that compare is pretty dumb, to be frank, for it, which is it's looking for basically the strings or some very light transformations like what we showed for SNOMED on the prior slide for it. The tool doesn't know where data should go. That's really the core work that's going on as part of the project for the C-CDA to FHIR work that's going on. It really just uses some regular expressions for things. But I do think that once we have examples of where it should go, it could be helpful in highlighting and comparison between them. For those of you who worked in coding and programming, you've maybe used tools that are available for what's called diffs, where you can kind of look at one thing and then look at the difference of what's changed in that from another file, kind of like how you use Word and you have like track changes and you can kind of see what's been added or deleted for it. This is a little bit of almost of the opposite of that, which is it's trying to look at what's similar and what kind of is common from data elements as you go from CDA and XML to a FHIR world for it. So one more thing around where this fits in. There's an image that's on the C-CDA to FHIR Confluence page, so I put that out earlier again, that talks about all the different steps that they're going through. And I mentioned MDIX, Ken Lord, who's participating in that, and Google, who's participating and doing their own implementation approaches for it and looking at results and comparing it. All of this work is going on and really isn't predicated on what I'm going to show here in just a bit. It's really just in terms of this one process here for the compare, it could be helpful to have that visualizer. This is kind of my idea for having something that would be easy to use, online hosted for being able to have some of those online compares for it. So without further ado, I'll talk about the tool, and then we can begin to play around with it. So it's essentially a web page. That web page is going to bring you to just a little bit of an introductory text. But on the left-hand side here, what you'll do is you'll put a CDA entry, and it works at the entry level. Now, of course, in the real world, entries don't exist kind of free form. They're always, inside of a clinical document for it. But this is, again, trying to simplify it down to a point at which you have an example and then thinking about what that might look like as a FHIR resource. So you're always going to start over here with the entry. Don't start with the clinical document. Don't start with the section. Don't start with anything else for it. It will actually just tell you that it can't do it. But if you start with the entry over here, it's going to have a text box, and you can actually edit this live. So you can actually play around with it. And then what you'll be able to do is you can also format it because XML gets pretty gnarly pretty quickly. Same thing with JSON. So you can actually format this, which is basically it will just go ahead and indent it properly and take a look at it. And then on the right-hand side, you're going to have FHIR as JSON. Now, obviously, FHIR can be represented in XML, but this tool only is doing the JSON, which is obviously what people are commonly using for FHIR for things as well. So, but being able to provide a little bit of comparison between these two things. The buttons up here at the top is the first one allows you to just load an example, and there's only one example. Part of where I want to take it, if it makes sense after today, is to come up with more examples. And we do have a couple other examples to put into the tool to play around together and to look at things for it. But it will load an allergy example. So the spreadsheets that are being worked on, some of the most significant progress has been made on the sections of allergies and immunizations, although there's work on other clinical domains as well. The next button will allow you to format it. And before you submit it, you should probably go ahead and format it, just because that will help it look better when you get the result. If you've got a lot of extra spaces, it won't kind of take those out on the next page for it. So format your XML and JSON. And then you'll press a button to actually go ahead and submit the code that's below. So again, you have to fill up both sides. This is not a mapping tool. It's not going to do any magic. If you don't have one of these two, it's not going to do anything useful. It probably just tell you that you can't do anything. And it has a button that just allows you to clear it out if you want to try a separate example. What will happen is you'll get a new pop-up. So you do need to allow pop-ups on the website or for it. And what that pop-up is going to do is it's going to have, again, that CDA on the left-hand side and that FHIR resource on the right-hand side. And it's going to begin to actually highlight. So one of the fun things I get to do as the project is pick out, dozens of different highlighting colors. It was actually a little bit of fun to do that. But you can see basically how information is on the left-hand side and where it may be on the right-hand side. Again, this goes back to that dumb portion of things. This tool doesn't know whether, look for this particular extension, whether it came from this ID element or this bottom ID element for it. So the tool doesn't know that. It's just highlighting that, hey, I saw this 5450713000013. I saw this over here, and I saw it over here, and I saw it over here. So it's just kind of giving a hint that there might be, where this actually came from. You can see, hey, I saw this OID here, and I saw it over here. I saw this date here, and if I could scroll down, this is just an image of what actually comes out of the tool. I saw it over here as well. So it's only going to highlight things that it finds in both. It's not going to highlight things that might have been in the CDA that aren't in the FHIR. It's not going to highlight things that are in the FHIR that aren't in the CDA portion of things. So that's fundamentally what the tool does. And for the remainder of our time, for the next 20-30 minutes, I like to just kind of play. I do have a couple examples that we can work through all together. But before I do that, I kind of open up to see if there are any questions from the group.
Yeah, John, there's 2 questions from Lisa in the chat.
Okay. Can you? I got to bring up my chat. I don't know if you can read them while I do that.
So, Lisa, do you want to read them? Why don't you?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. Thanks, John. I'm going to read the second question first. I'm going to leave the first question for the tail end. So first of all, this is amazing, and I started thinking about the requirement that you have to start with entry, and wondering if there's any possibility that for the specific key elements of a C-CDA header, like record target to patient, like author to practitioner, is there any way that we we could, I mean, these might be edge cases, but there's a lot of important times when people want to get those related resources right from the entity parts in a header. Is there any way you could imagine being able to allow some exceptions so that for specific header components, we could compare like record target to patient or author to practitioner role, something like that?
The short answer is yeah. This tool, by the way, is open source, so all the code for the tool is available in the GitHub repository. It's on the webpage, which I see Jessica's question, which is where's the link, which is we can begin to play here in just a sec. But the short answer is that yes, there could be more work to make the record target available. It doesn't work today. If you put in a record target, it's not going to let you do it. But I don't see any reason why that couldn't be done, Lisa. So that's whether it's record target or you put something clinical document, that's other things for it. I see that as kind of something that could be logical. I think that you could think about different ways of doing that, which obviously the record target probably is going to tie to the patient resource, but then there's a lot of other data in the clinical document that might tie to like composition, even though that composition is not in US core for things. So yeah, so you can, I think that if this is valuable, I mean, one of the things going to be a poll question at the end, no need to keep it a surprise. It's just like, I'd like to get people's feedback and was this a good use of my time? I didn't spend a lot of time kind of marking up this, and this is very much a prototype and probably will break at some point today, tomorrow, or the next day.
Cool.
But if
no, I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome, but I think there's a lot of valuable information in headers, and there are very distinct resources in FHIR for representing those pieces, and I think it's an area where the mapping team would get a lot of benefit from being able to rapidly do that. So just that's food for thought. And then the second one is just because I'm always trying to figure out how do we close open issues that have been absorbed in previous IATs. There's been a long-standing request and need to be able to compare two different value set expansions so that humans could more rapidly discern where are they different. And I'm wondering, is there any possibility with the way that this thing is architected already where I could put an expansion of, let's say, one version of a value set in the left-hand side and an expansion of it of a newer version of that value set in the right-hand side, and say compare, press the go button, and maybe have the opposite behavior. Maybe have it be that anything that has a match doesn't have a color, and the ones that have no match would be colored. Yeah,
that's more of a diff. So this tool wouldn't be the right one for that. That's another good idea for a tool, just to have something that easy, like query a FHIR terminology server and be able to do a diff really quickly. But no, this tool
couldn't do that. It couldn't be repurposed for that. Okay.
No.
We have a long-standing need out there, John. So it's just been hanging around for a while for this kind of diffing capability.
Yeah, and Lisa, that is a known issue. They actually are working on it at VSEC. So on the VSEC side, at least, sometime in the next, I don't know, let's just say sometime in the next 12 months, that should show up.
All right.
Okay, thank
you. So I went ahead and hopefully Jessica was able to get the link there, but it's a very simple link. And this might not be the link if we end up doing more work long-term. I done work last year on the tool that is now hosted by HL7 for C-CDA search. So I had this domain name lying around, and it's pretty easy to remember, C-CDA.online. It's just HTTP. So don't go ahead and do HTTPS. It doesn't have a security certificate for this, and this is just something that I maintain. So we might move this eventually if it's a tool that's helpful and wants to find a home. We can put it someplace longer term for it, but this is where it is right now. So if you go to HTTP / and ccda.online, you should go ahead and bring up this website. So let's go ahead and just click through that workflow, and let's hope that it all works, because I haven't tried this with dozens of people on the line before. So if you're all clicking, maybe the server will crash, but we'll see if it actually works here. I've got a local one in case it does. So load an example. This is going to bring up a little dialog. Says this is an example allergy. for it. Here you go for things. So you can see we've got an entry. It's an act because that's kind of the entry level for allergies is an act, and that's a concern that wraps the observation. You got your observation with value and participant and also reaction down here. And over on the right hand side, you've got your allergy and tolerance resource and all the associated information. Now, again, this tool is predicated on the idea that you already have an entry and you already have the resource. Again, these are supposed to be for the same patient for the same allergy for it. If you put in things that are totally different, it's just going to find if there's any random similarities between the two of them for it. Once you've got that, you can click in here and you can edit this. So if you click in here, you can actually see I just edited and add a few extra spaces for the template ID for it. When you hit the format, it will go ahead and format it back. So basically it's got that little bit of easy to look at formatting for it. Does the same thing over here for the JSON. And then once you've got that, we can go ahead and let's hopefully hit the magic button here. If you have your pop-up blocker, the first time you hit the button, it's probably going to tell you you have a pop-up blocker on because nobody likes pop-ups, even though this is what we use here. You'll have to go ahead and say allow pop-up blockers for this for it. But then after you do that, you should be able to go through it again, and you should get the result. Here's what it actually looks like. And so here's that full one, which I wasn't able to scroll down on the slide for it. You can see, okay, we've got a code for hives, and that went over to here from a reaction. We've got a date, and there is a little bit of date logic. So we see that we've got a date here for 1980, May 1st, and we can see that we've got a date over here for 1980, May 1st for things. You can see we've got a code associated with the allergen here, and that code is in the FHIR resource. So you can kind of see where things may end up now. But again, remember that this is not an intelligent tool. It doesn't know if something's there. It doesn't know if this active really is the same as this active over here. It's just telling you that we saw something that looks the same for this information. And again, you can see where you have doubles. It's not really telling you, where did this come from? Now, if you look in this example, so to talk through actually, what's the utility of this tool is that now it allows us to actually look at things and kind of think about, oh, okay, well, how is this mapping actually happening for things? And does it make sense? Do I kind of agree with the CDA and FHIR? I'm a pretty visual person, so sometimes just having something that you can look at and you can plop in lots of different examples helps you kind of conceptually understand what's going on. So, from the process of what's going on here, we have this element for ID at the ACT entry relationship observation. And that's getting mapped. Now, if you were to go back to the spreadsheets, you would see that this gets mapped to identifier. And you can see that we've got the identifier over here. Now, also allows you to see some, interesting things too, which is like, hey, the ID of the resource doesn't match this ID. Now, this obviously goes for the differences between identifiers and IDs for business versus logical identifiers of things in FHIR. So, that's a little bit of one sample. Has anybody been able to also click on it? I see that I know one person might have had it blocked by their thing, but has anyone been able to click on it and also be able to see this load example?
I can.
All right. So
I can as well.
Don, how do you get back? Like if you want to clear and do another one, or go back and make an adjustment to the XML or something, and is there a way to iterate back and forth?
So one key thing, and this is a little bit of a defect of the tool right now, you can't have multiple pop-ups, just so it's not going to have like 20 of these things going across here. So if you want to go back, you got to close the sky, and you should still have the tab that's available from the main page, and you can go ahead and submit again. So if I go ahead and I add a bunch of random numbers to here, and then I do it again, I should no longer see that these are highlighted because now it didn't find a match for this over here. The highlighting might change because it's just it just rotates through a whole bunch of colors. So if you remember, this was blue before and now it's green for things, but essentially that's how you do it, Lisa.
So is it a tool for like one user? Like if you load, then we're seeing what you've loaded, but can Jessica load to it as well?
Yeah,
Does it have?
everybody should be able to go online and play around with it. Now, it's not on a system that's meant to handle a lot of users, so it might break. But I brought it, and you've got the URL, so you should be able to go play around with this now. Because if it's something useful, we can, and once we get it stabilized, really consider this to be a beta, maybe even an alpha, because it really just kind of came to fruition over the past couple of weeks. I know I put the top a couple months ago, so.
Yeah, we have something similar, but we load CCDs and then it gives you what the FHIR looks like. We can't edit at the time, but question is, when I hit clear, I get a clear screen, and then I go, then how do I load our own example if we wanted to give you some feedback on the tool?
Yeah, if you go into here, you should be able to just copy and paste in.
Okay, it's just a copy paste.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's a copy paste. And the reason why it's I could put a button that says upload from file, but at the end of the day, it's got to be at the entry. So if you try to
Right, you went to section specific, entry specific. Yeah, makes sense. No,
Yeah.
that's cool. Thanks.
Yep, for it. So if we want to go to the first non-standard example, I have put these here. Let me go ahead and put these out in the chat so everybody can get this. So that first example was donated by Diameter Health. So that was one that they had done some work for. I just put in the chat another example. This one had been donated by MDIX for it. And again, not saying that these mappings are all right or gold standard yet. These are just examples of things that are out here for it. I'm going to go open up these two guys, or two gals. No gender, two examples. So we're going to go and take this entry that is a little bit more complex example of an allergy. So it's got a little bit more data. So we're going to copy this here, go back to our tool. We'll put it in here. You can see that this one's got some big indents here, so we'll fix that in just a sec. And then I'm going to go take our allergy intolerance, which does look a little bit smaller, and go put that back into our tool over here. So now if I do my format, all right, we do that. Got to make sure that this first one is an entry, otherwise it will go ahead and tell you that it doesn't like it for this information. And hopefully, I tested it out last night, but hopefully this will still actually work here. Let's see. Here we go. So, this shows one thing that I've got to talk about as a difference, and something that's kind of like a, isn't that interesting? When you have an ID at the ACT level, and you can kind of see an ID here, and you've got an ID down here. This is a different ID. It looks mostly the same, but it doesn't have the dash in this. You can see that both of those get mapped over to the identifier. And right now, what's happening here is that they're putting it both in the system and the value. Now, again, we're not saying that that's right or wrong. This is just an example from a particular one. So this is actually the one, if you go to the Confluence site for the work group, it's the example one of the examples that they've got up there. Again, here we can see we've got an effective time and an author time. And then we also have an observation time that's associated with it. So we can see that turned into a recorded time over here, and also an onset start time. So that might have been just the same time frame for it. And you can see that we've got some things around status. You can see that we had some things that were mapped for like the penicillin. I have to go down here to look at the participant. It is a little bit annoying when you got to go over here, but you do have a scroll bar at the bottom, so you can see. Here's our code, and also here is our, this is nausea for it, so I might need to go over a little bit. There's our penicillin, so you can see our penicillin on the left-hand side goes to our penicillin on the right-hand side. This one has it both, at the system code and display. It also has text, for that information as well. So you can kind of see, again, differences for how some of these things have worked for it. So I'm hoping that someone may have gone and actually try this out and have this work for them to, see reaction, the manifestation of nausea, and then the severity of that was mild for it. And this one also had a note over here that says nausea for it. But I'm hoping someone had that. And I was going to just lead a couple minutes of.
Don, where's all that on the CDA side?
It is, let me go back over here. So,
Mild nausea.
well, I think it's mild, yep, mild, hopefully it's mild over here, right? Yep, and it's a sub-entry relationship to the reaction observation. So if I get this right here, this is the observation of the reaction, and then you have another entry relationship that is the observation of the severity of that reaction.
And
So
the
I hear some people clicking, so I hope that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Hasn't crashed.
I don't see the nausea.
The value for the interrelationship of the reaction should be nausea, but maybe, yeah, no, it's okay. You have to scroll over a little bit.
Oh, and is it purple on the other side?
Yep, purple.
It is. That's amazing.
Yep. And you can kind of see it goes into multiple spots. Again, this is just, you know, I'm many of you who know me that I've worked on the examples task force for CDA for a long time. I think examples, you know, while they're not the same as creating the standard or creating a blessed mapping for it, I think that they just help us think about things and see things and visualize things.
Exactly.
So that's kind of part of the reason why I've worked on that. And part of the reason why I tried to say, hey, let's see if we can make a tool that actually kind of highlights some of these things, because I think
it's tricky. I like the idea that you just rotate the colors through. I mean, immediately I want to say, okay, blue means this means that, but it's not going to always be relative in each example. So the rotating was a good idea.
Yeah, and that's probably, you know, I said it, Rachel, but that's probably something that I should probably write on here. The colors don't mean anything.
Colors don't mean anything.
Which is the colors just mean that we found a match and we found the match in this order. I think it starts with yellow and goes through. Now, Matt asked if there was a reason. Now, I don't know, maybe Matt Ron was being a little bit cheeky for it. Why CDA was blue and FHIR was red? And no, the answer is I just tried to pick something that
was FHIR is red and CDA is blue, and that's all.
No, CDA is green. We were assigned the color green.
Okay, but it's cool, so we'll just go with cool.
Yeah.
Right?
Don, on the when you go into the mode where you can view this stuff, like one of the things, I've watched cardiologists read EKGs, you know, and you learn this, how do you do stuff very quickly, pattern recognition, stuff like that. And it seems like if we could zoom out, I don't know if you have this ability, but do you have the ability that when you go into the comparison mode after you've submitted, if you could zoom way out and toggle between like zooming out and zooming in, so that your eye could very quickly just go, yeah, yellow matches to yellow, pink to pink, green to green, blue, brown to brown, like that.
Yeah, I think that you might be able to zoom on your web page, but I can't zoom when I'm sharing on Zoom.
You can't zoom the windows so that you could go make the windows zoom in and out. That's not programmatically possible.
Yeah, but no, that's an interesting one. I'm gonna just kind of take notes here. So let me do this. So
I
Rachel,
can zoom like the whole page, and that seems sufficient. But this, like she said, the text shrinks up on the whole page.
Yep.
So
No,
it's hard to see. Yeah.
I can't zoom out actually when you're on Zoom. I think when you're doing screen sharing, it stops you from zooming. I can't show that right now, but you should be able to go to, if you're using Chrome, you can just kind of adjust your zoom over here. But right now you can see it's kind of fixed because I'm doing the screen.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right, so let me go back over to some of the questions and things that kind of came out for this. And then I'm going to kind of do one more example, and then we'll just open it up for anyone else that wants to comment. You know, I mentioned here ID versus identifier. You know, FHIR has the element ID, but the mapping of CDA ID is to FHIR identifier. For allergy reaction, you know, it was identified as a gap. So actually, if I go back to that second example, this was an interesting one where here, they did take the ID from the reaction. So again, remember that reaction is an observation. That's an interrelationship back to the earlier thing here. We did take they did take, and again, this isn't saying it's right or wrong, just saying that they did it. You can see that this ID from the reaction ID did end up in an ID in FHIR. So that's kind of like an interesting thing, but I don't think reaction has an identifier. So is that good or is that bad? You know, this tool kind of allows you to kind of see things like that. Right now, I think on the spreadsheet, it's identified as a gap, but Natalie or others, feel free to jump in if I've got that wrong for it. And then, you know, one of the other things that popped up pretty early for me, which is like, is there a preferred convention for dealing with terminology? In this one, let's see if I can find an example of this here that's easy to see. Now, this is the red's always a little bit hard here. But here you can see we've got the code system OID for RX norm. And so this system, when it took an RX norm OID on the left-hand side, so let me get that participant, and here's that actual code over here, and here's the OID for RX norm 6.88, and it put it on the right-hand side. It was not changing it to be, an HTTP reference to the National Library of Medicine. It was keeping that as a URN OID thing for it. So I don't know if this was an issue that's kind of come up or maybe been resolved. I just don't know about. But are there preferred ways, doing this type of stuff?
Hey, John, do you want me to answer that?
I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, Rob.
Yeah, so that would not pass. That's not a conformant representation, because the expectation is that you use the defining URL for that code system in a FHIR context. And yes, there are a few code systems, very few, where the URN approach and use the OID as an acceptable URL or URN representation, but almost all of them, and certainly for ArcSnorm, it's actually a standard URL representation. So, you're not supposed to take that OID and then put URN OID on it. You're supposed to go and find out what it is that's the proper URL.
So you like this more than Rob, or maybe you're saying that it's more conformant, maybe a better way to say that. So when we get this SNOMED OID, and then that shows up on the right-hand side, that it actually be like a SNOMED.
It's not that it's more conformant. It is conformant.
It is.
Whereas the other one is not conformant.
Okay.
And it's not to mean that it isn't possible to know that OID is an alternative identifier. It's a business identifier for the code system. But I think everybody who knows anything about FHIR knows that FHIR likes URLs, and all of the code systems have URL identifiers, with a few exceptions where by history there was a URN that was kind of put into the FHIR spec, and those few will persist, but nothing more will exist. There's always going to be a URL for every code system, every value set. And what was interesting is that obviously there's template IDs that are OIDs that throughout CDA, and then representing that as an identifier inside of FHIR presumably actually would be a URN OID type of URL. And so I suspect, I don't know if this has been discussed at CDA Management Group, I certainly would be in support of it. I'm not a fan, and I said that from the very first time this was brought up when FHIR was just a little baby, that the idea of going away from OIDs, particularly for code systems and value sets, was going to be a disaster, and it's, I think, still a disaster. But for your stuff, you guys probably should decide pretty quick how all those templates are going to be represented, template identifiers, and I presumably it will be using URN OID and then the number, right?
I don't have an answer to it, but but
yes. For the code system and value set stuff,
we will see that later on this afternoon. Rob, we'll see that later on this afternoon. Gay is going to do a cool demonstration for us. We can re-ask that question.
For all the attendees, you absolutely need to translate to the FHIR URL type representation for all your terminology stuff.
And Rob, it's in your opinion that the ONC test tool the Inferno test tool is validating that, correct?
It better be.
Yeah, okay. So and I think the ETT tool validates it if you're handling that in the CCDs or CDAs as well. And I know Cypress handles the QRDA ones in that aspect. So hopefully the test tools are pulling that up and giving you errors, not just warnings or suggestions.
So I'm going to do one more example before we wrap here, and then just open up to questions and a little bit of a poll, and then make sure we finish on time for lunch, because that is my primary objective. So we've got, just to show that this works for other things, not just allergies. Let's see if we can go take a immunization here. So take that here, and I put it in the chat too. So if you want to try this out with me, you can try it out too. So this is a DTaP HIB IPV immunization. Put this over here, and go ahead and we'll format both of them. Oh, it's adding a weird space here at the beginning. I'm gonna have to go try and see if I can debug that. But submit this. All right, and oh, I forgot to close my window, so it's not going to work. Let's try that one more time. All right. Okay, so we've got immunization data now. Here we can see, we got our ID, it went down to an identifier. We had a status code of completed over here, and that is status completed over here. Again, this tool doesn't know if you map that. It's just telling you I saw the word completed over here and completed over here. So it's a hint that it might be a mapping, but it's not telling you definitively that it did that. Here's your code system, the 12.292 for CVX. You can see over here we've got a CVX system for it. You can see we've got our 120 for our code over here, and we've got 120 for our code over here. And you can see we've got a display over here, and we've got a display over here for some of this information. And you can see also this one had a performer, and we can see that we had a performer down here. Now that performer is an actor with a reference back to a practitioner with a display as well too. So you can kind of see parts of this get picked up in the display, but obviously a lot of this might actually be the referenced resource down here as well. So, one of the interesting things that I started to find when I went through that immunization one is that references do make things a little bit more complicated when you think about this, because obviously you might end up with CDA. It could be a reference in CDA, or it might be a fully specified one, and then in FHIR, it might be fully specified, kind of contained within, or it could be something that's a reference back to it. So, you have to think back to how this kind of plays out as you kind of do those transforms for it. And, there might be references in FHIR that are back to the document level of the CDA, which obviously isn't part of this tool. Part of what we've got right now is just at the entry level for it. One other interesting thing is date time conversions. Again, there is some ability that the tool can actually take. Let's see if, the tool can take a HL7, CDA time, and then look at this over in FHIR, which is going to be more of a web standard time for how this gets displayed. So you've got your dashes in between the years, and you've got a T in between your date and your time offset for it. But time zone conversions was another interesting thing too, to see how different tools are actually picking this up, whether tools are always maintaining the local time zones, or they're doing some sort of conversion to a UTC time associated with it. So that was kind of one other interesting thing. And the other interesting thing too is just references back to the CDA narrative are going to be pretty complex, within things as well, because obviously, entries are going to have content that gets referenced through the text here. And, that's actually not at the entry level, that's back at the section level. So something that was just kind of an interesting thing, but something that's going to be, interesting to think about how that plays out in FHIR as well, as you think about what text and text div might actually look like over here. So that was, I think, all the content that I had to really talk about. Just a couple things before I open up for questions. Lisa and John and Jaginder, I think, all asked me, like, so what is the definition of success for you at this? If I've inspired one person to attend one call of the C-CDA to FHIR work group, that would be success. But hopefully more than one call too for it. We need people to work on this stuff. This is I think that this tool, if nothing else, might actually show how hard and complex this actual work is for being able to do these mappings. So we'd love to have you join for it. Again, I wasn't giving a full review of the spreadsheets, but those are out there. Those are being worked on. That's kind of part of the core work of the group for it. So you can go back to that Confluence site right here for it, and you can go follow some of the open source work. Here is the GitHub repository of open source for the viewer that we have here, and then Google is in the cloud platform working on their transformation logic. They're specifying it in, I think, a WSDL language out here as well for it. Natalie, I know you're on the line. Is there anything else you want to say kind of as we wrap?
Well, it's really hard to add anything to what you said. I just want to say thank you very much for being so patient with us and working with us and helping us. I really appreciate your effort. And
awesome. Yeah, no, and come join us for it. So, actually, I'll do this one first just to thank you. Thank you to Natalie, to Ken, to David Riddle for feedback for it. And then, MDIX had that example that was up there, and also Raj from Diameter Health helped out with some example mappings too for it. And thank you for being beta testers. I think that I've got one thing in the chat that something that's missing here on suffixes, and that probably is the case. That probably is missing. So go ahead and reach out to me with all the feedback that you have for things. But with that, questions?
John, this is so awesome, and I just wanted to say thank you again. Visualizations are so important for allowing us to do our work and in getting people engaged in understanding what's going on and being able to spot issues that are really hard to see. Having the computer help us do this is fabulous, and I just wanted to, underscore the creative awesomeness that you brought to doing this problem and say thanks so much for contributing this to our community.
Oh, well, it's examples are something that I'm very into. Maybe I'm just an odd person, Lisa, but no, you're very welcome.
No, secretly you must hate to read the specs, John, right? Because it's just like, let's make a tool that'll make it so much easier.
I'm with them though. I love examples.
Yeah, I was going to say there are several of us on the call right now nodding vehemently in agreement.
No, everything's important. Examples are important. All these mappings, the standard themselves is important. The text that describes things is important. Everything's really important. But examples end up being an area that I tend to focus a lot of time on. So
examples seem to be like the starting point, and then you go look at the specs, and you're like, okay, why? And then you figure out the rules from there. Sometimes for us, it really does help, especially with some of this new data that a lot of our clients aren't used to seeing. And they come to us, they want to know why and how. And you can show an example and then reference to the IG guide, to help them back that process up. So this is really good.
No, Rachel, I'm going to take that. That actually might be an interesting idea, is to try and identify the entry template and the FHIR resource, and actually provide those references right from the results screen, right? Which is like, if you want to learn more about how US score does allergy intolerance, click here. If you want to learn more about how CDA does allergy intolerance, click.
That's really cool.
No, that'd be a really good idea.
That's really cool. Yeah.
I'm trying to take something else to describe colors, then click more on standard.
If you're collecting ideas, John, another thing I'm wondering if in between, as the services that do transformation become more readily available, if you could have a choice and say, I've put my CDA, either you populate the CDA side or you populate the FHIR side. You pick your transform service and then submit, so that you could actually say, I'm going to try and take this CDA, I'm going to transform it with the MDIX tool and see what I see, and then I'm going to transform it with the Google tool and see what I see, so that you could go back and forth and go, I'm seeing convergence on the strategy, or one group is doing it one way and somebody else is doing it a different way.
No, I think that once as those, I think that we still have a good amount of work to get those services live for it. But yeah, no, I think that's a natural evolution for it. In the last 5 minutes here, if there are no other pressing questions, do you want to pop up the polls? Because again, I would love your feedback. Be candid. Yeah, I won't call anybody out, but if you didn't find this useful or if you don't think this is a good idea, let me know that too.
So this is Jessica at DHIT. I actually did have another question. I apologize for not jumping in sooner. So we're kind of playing around with the tool here because we like to play with things and break them. But we've got the way our CCDs are is if you have, for example, a lab test, like in your results section, you have a panel, say a metabolic panel or whatever, but something for which there are multiple results. We represent that in a single entry with a component for each result. And then when we translate that to FHIR resources, each result comes across as its own resource. So what I've got here is a single entry to multiple FHIR resources.
Yep.
I guess 2 questions. Is that valid? And can I, or do you plan to allow the tool to be used with that situation? I just tried it and it errors out because it doesn't like the JSON.
No, I think that if we continue to work on this, so you might have guessed that, like, why did you start with allergy and immunization? Because it's kind of conducive to the one-to-one, but labs are
Right.
going
Makes
to
sense.
organize or component observations for it. I think that would be a natural next step, is particularly for labs and vital signs, is to go ahead. You can put in a entry with an organizer on the left-hand side, but you'd only be able to put one resource on the right-hand side right now. So I think that probably adapting it, which shouldn't be too bad, so that you could put in like a bundle with an entry, might be something that could be done. So no, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, great. Thank you.
But John, it begs the question, like in the C-CDA on FHIR, if we had a document that was the CCD type, and we've got a composition, and we're down to the results section, what resource is it specifying? When you hit the entry for the composition under that section, what do you point out to? It's not going to be a bundle.
No, it wouldn't be a bundle but no, I'm more for this thing. Maybe it doesn't even have to be a bundle resource. It could be just an array of resources or something like that. I could make it so it could accept more than one resource right now. The limiting thing for this right now, Lisa, is just that it's a one resource on the right-hand side, which is not going to work for all use cases.
Right. It made me just think about from a mapping point of view, like is there a need that if the entry structure uses an organizer, do we necessarily need to have a profile that describes a group that then has component observations, so that structurally we end up with things that are similar?
Yeah. Well, I think that I'm not going to answer. That's like a big FHIR question. That's a FHIR question. So diagnostic report to then link back to individual observations. But I'm not going to try to wade into that one or how to actually do it. I'm more of just like, what can I do for the tool to make it?
Oh, yeah. Diagnostic report. Yeah. That might be the grouper. Okay, thank you.
Right.
All right. So thanks, everybody. I hope that this was fun for it, and I'm ending on time. Please click on your survey, scroll down on, I got a couple questions there. Yeah, no, really, I hope people reach out and lots of feedback. So.
Thank you.
I'm working on whitelisting now, John.
I'm probably gonna change the domain. I could give you the IP address if that helps at all. I don't think it would, though.
No, John knows me as the problem child from day one, so, around these issues.
Well, I'm going to consider it to be a real success. That I think that we had several people playing on it for an hour and it didn't break yet. So it's running on, like, for those of you who know AWS, it's running like on a T2 micro right now. So it's like almost like the free level of web servers. So I was just worried if it had multiple people on it, it was going to all fall apart.
And did I hear you say once it gets more stable, you're thinking that people could locally instantiate it too?
Well, it's out there in the GitHub repo, Linda, so people who want to download it
They
can
could do it now, right?
and
Okay.
download it right now. And it's got instructions for how to run it up. I just got those instructions load up last night, made it public, and it's a open source MIT license. So I'll hand it back to Jean or Lisa.
I think, I don't know where Jean went, but I will say thank you very much. It's terrible to be left in the hot seat there, John, but thank you very much. And I think we're going to be back with another interesting break poll. Did we lose Jean, maybe? I'll just say we're on break for lunch now from 12:30 until 1:30. Natasha, did you want to say anything about the pictures that are up, or are they just fun to look at?
Pretty much just fun to look at. I think that there's some that are pretty obvious where they came from, but if anyone wants to speak to their images that
Are
they
these
shared.
your favorite things?
Favorite things that we got in today.
I think I recognized Linda's backyard. Is that true?
You do, yes.
Yep. Awesome.
I love my
Gabe's
backyard.
awesome horse. Yep. Really cool. All right, everybody. So we're back after lunch, 1:30. We'll start up then. And,
but people can stay here and chat if they want to, right?
Stay and chat. Yeah, we'll turn off the recording, and so you can just grab a lunch and hang out, or check your email or whatever, chit chat, make friends, and we'll start again at 1:30.
So I do have the poll up. People should see the poll. This is a session review from topic 2 from John. I'll leave a couple more minutes while I'm introducing. Oh, I guess if I do that, I can't. The poll sits on top of me. Anyway, so please, if you see the poll, fill it out. I'm going to end it pretty quickly. So topic 3 is peering into the future. Brett and Marquardt and Kim Hirandu are here, and it's basically USCDI version 3 and C-CDA talking about what's ahead, what's in the future for us. And we have record, so we are recording this, good. And I will end the poll. And Brett, are you sharing, or do you want me to share?
John, I'm happy to share. Let me just see if I can. Okay, and I see Kim, and I suppose it's nice if I share here. Let me swap. Okay, here we go. Are you seeing my screen?
Yep.
All right. Here we go. Well, we look forward to the afternoon sessions here, and Kim has graciously popped in here to give a little bit of background on the Federal Electronic Health Record Modernization Program, and why they see the importance of how C-CDA fits in there.
Great. Well, thank you, Brett. And it's always a pleasure to speak at HL7. I have such fond memories of just hearing about the amazing work, the amazing conferences you've all had. And of course, the C-CDA work is just instrumental. So let me set you the stage, and so you're fully understanding about the importance of this work, especially in the federal government space. So I am part of the Federal Electronic Health Record Modernization Office. We work within the federal space to implement a single common EHR that enhances patient care and provider effectiveness. Recently, we've gone ahead and not only worked with DoD and of course the VA, but also the United States Coast Guard. So keep in mind that as the Coast Guard has also joined this federal EHR, we also have MEPCOM, which does a lot of our processing of these early recruits. So that data is also available in our EHR. One of the important things to remember is that we serve over 27 million beneficiaries. So this is VA, Veterans Affairs, DoD, all the United States Coast Guard is also part of this, and of course, US MEPCOM that I just mentioned. So 27 million beneficiaries are part of this ecosystem. This is why the C-CDA is so important. And the work that you're doing here this afternoon is critical to this. So want to just stress that. Thank you. I'm going to mention thank you again later on, but I just want to really say that you are instrumental in the work that you're doing to ensure success in this arena. So in April of 2020, we ended up launching the Joint Health Information Exchange, which we were able to then connect over 65% of our hospitals. We're looking at some additional connections, certainly in the private space, whether we're going to be joining Care Quality in the future, but getting that data over. But right now, 65% of our patients are seen by outside providers. Keep in mind that other 35% is usually our military treatment facilities and our veterans hospitals, so they're in-house, but that 65% is critical. As we're looking at our daily stats, we're normally seeing about 5 to 6 million C-CDA documents shared daily across the country to support that. So that's quite a lot. And through our Joint Health Information Exchange, it's actually about 1 million. So 1 million of that is actually from this ecosystem of VA, DoD through the Joint Health Information Exchange of that 5 to 6. So at this scale, what we're seeing is even small inconsistencies in implementation of the standard can lead to problems, certainly as you're viewing that at a larger number of patients. So that's why we're really focused on that. And it's for this reason we've really leaned in on the C-CDA standard. In the past, we've sponsored a number of revisions of the C-CDA that enable to support the new USCDI version 2 data elements. And we're recognizing that USCDI version 3 is still only a draft. We have asked Brett to assess the type of similar revisions that might be necessary to support these new data elements, and especially if they're in the ONC final policy. But I want to just thank you all for the work that you're doing in this arena. I know you all are just, your expertise is critical to ensure success. Really appreciate you all like really leaning in. And Brett, I'm going to turn it over to you to certainly take us to the next slide.
Oh, thanks, Kim. And what a great start after lunch. I'm always like, oh, we're back, but that's great. Thanks, Kim, for kicking us off here. So in terms of we have 30 minutes here in this window on the proposed USCDI version 3, and I want to be a little bit careful to say, I think, there are 5 or 6 of us on the examples task force that ran through this mapping with me. Several of you on this call were there. Very much appreciate that. Russ Ott has reviewed this, and Gay. But this is the beginning of a potentially long journey. The firm support was to, hey, do a quick run through this. Let's see what we got. And when ONC publishes the final, expected this summer, we'll kind of figure out whether, who runs those design sessions. Maybe the firm will continue to carry the baton, or maybe it'll be a, HL7 contract staff, or, we'll see. But that'd be good to get the ball rolling early here. So if you haven't seen this, this is the kind of differential between USCDI version 1 and 2 and 3. So these are the new things or tweaks that have been added. There's a link here at the bottom for you. And this first slide is very detailed, and there's actually separate slides for each of these data classes and elements. And so I won't stay here too long. But the idea here was just kind of a quick back of the napkin, and this is the slide we spent a lot of time on, or kind of, it was an Excel spreadsheet at the time, on the example task force, like how much work is this actually going to be? And so we were trying to merge together level of effort within the standards development arena versus the implementation arena. So a lot of the questions were very simply, does your system currently capture this? And do you currently send this in CDA? I know many of the folks on the phone are experts and can look down this list and say, yeah, we send result status, and date of death, we've done that for 5 years. And so some of these things are really quite simple, and others may be more complex depending on how we interpret some of ONC's policy direction. Of course, how, to what level are we going to encode occupational data? So I'm going to cruise through here. I'm going to start actually walking through the individual classes, and then I think what I'll do is I'll actually stop. I know we have limited time, so I will pause after each class, so to give folks a chance to ask questions and give input, because this is the beginning. So the first one is health insurance information, and so for health insurance information, ONC has proposed 7 new data elements to go with it. We already have within the C-CDA the coverage section and the coverage activity, and so we have a nice home for it. Kind of a questions about coverage status. We don't necessarily have a clear status for active. Maybe we'll just set it to active. Then the coverage type. It's interesting. This has been one where ONC has suggested a value set. I did ask around in both the kind of DaVinci Accelerator community, which are folks who follow the FHIR side, has a good group of the payers, to ask if they use this, or in the Karen group, and they said not currently, actually, and it's actually not. You should be careful to say not currently. It's not in their current profiles as a requirement to have this field, but it's something that they would consider in the future. And so this is one that if we were to proceed with this, we would need to make sare that there is harmony across the standards. And then the rest of these, relationship describe, member identifier, describe identifier, these all, many of these fall in line. I think for folks who remember, Linda Michelson did a fantastic job a few years back trying to map out the coverage activity. And even it was interesting, I think, and Linda can pipe in here, is that I think even after that work, I think it was a few years back, the level of number of CDA documents that actually contain this information is still pretty light, and so I think it's definitely not green field for us to do this design, but in terms of getting folks promotion to adopt, will be a bunch. So I'll pause here. Any kind of comments, or what do folks think? Maybe the way I'll do this is say, what element, I don't have polls here, but just to try to generate some conversation, if you could pick which of these elements you think is going to be the most problematic or tricky for us to design a standard and implement.
I can't click on your, well, what I think already, and that, but you have up here for the coverage type, you have a value set. I will tell you that the coverage type in FHIR is a mess. It contains all sorts of things lumped together. It's not a clear concept. I mean, imagine, the gender harmony stuff all stuck into one field. It's kind of like that. It'll have like one type that can cover multiples. And I don't know this vocabulary. I'd like to take a look at to see if it's cleaner.
It's funny, Linda, because when you go to the doctor, and you're standing at the window, they say, what kind of insurance do you have? Like, it's a common, that people would just naturally know what type of coverage they have, that know how to answer that question.
They answer the name of the payer.
We don't have a vocabulary.
Well, and if you ask a patient that, they'll say United Healthcare or Humana or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's the name, not like.
Yeah,
I have a
and
PPO.
remember, it's also a combination a lot of times, and so I'm assuming, Brett, when you did this, and I think you said you talked to the DaVinci crowd. We do have two different kind of things. What you ask the patient and what the payers understand is like gotta be different things, other than right. Yeah, I I pay United Healthcare, or I picked United Healthcare or something like that. So I wonder, what has been the CDA focus? Has it been the patient side or the payer side?
I mean, this has never been a required section in any of our documents.
And it really isn't very useful right now.
Right. So I don't think
Yeah.
we've been, I mean, I think it's hilarious, you know, Lisa, that question, like, what's your insurance? It's like, it's like, here's my card. Like, I don't even know what to say half the time. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
please,
Here's my
gonna,
card. You tell me what my insurance.
yeah, it's please, will you please pay for this visit?
But
you know?
somehow they figure it out when they look at your card. They can figure it out. This is why I'm like, it's this deep dark mystery, and if we could untangle it so people could know what kind of insurance they have, or so that you could know how to, like, where is it on the card? How come if a basic office admin person can figure it out, why can't we figure it out?
There
They
is a
do an
FHIR IG that was,
eligibility. They do an eligibility
Eligibility.
request and response,
Right.
and it
Exactly.
tells them what they need, whether they should collect a copay or not. They don't know.
there was that
Yeah.
FHIR IG that was all about representing healthcare insurance cards. Be interesting to know how they're representing some of these elements.
Yeah,
Right.
Karen
found
did that.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've got a question in there, Brett, but here's the question that perhaps you're kind of dancing around, which is, I don't know if we can get rid of it, but gosh, it would be nice, because it sounds like it's not being used. It's not really clear. There are these other things that are more targeted that, God help us, this group does not want to do, right? We want somebody else who's in the payer community to do it for us. And so, are you asking, can we get rid of this and wait?
I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm not alluding at, well, if I was allowed to ask that question, Rob, and thought something would come of it, I probably would ask that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're right. You're kind of lead up to the question was the right thing. Is like, I would like someone else to solve coverage type for me. And
So,
yeah.
Brett, to that, if you under FM, I'll try to find you the link. David Riddle and trying to think who it was, a bunch of the X12 experts from like Blue Cross Blue Shield Administration and different payers. We had a nomenclature group last year. It was really just our job to define the meaning, but we made several comments around the coverage type. And then I believe insurance policy picked a better, Gail Coker was another one.
Yep.
And I believe they picked a different one that we recommended. I'll give you a couple links on it, but I don't think FM has ever done anything with it, like, officially in the resource.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm just looking at that digital insurance card, and they've fixed coverage type to HIP. I'm assuming that's health insurance plan. So, which is of limited value.
Yeah. So did they have that, you think, because it started here? You know,
I don't know. I mean,
because you're
holy cow. Oh, sorry.
Versus, well, here's a health insurance plan. That's interesting because, yeah, it would be HIP in a context you have a card, because guess what the other one is? Self-pay.
Right. Well, and someone did say to me the most important thing is self-pay versus other. But
Right.
I'm gonna push time out on this one because I know
Sure.
we're gonna move along.
Hey,
with
Brett,
yeah.
just one more thing. The thing that I said would be my most, it's
Oh.
both most critical and most challenging is the payer identifier. Because right now we can't get like if you get multiple coverages in a payer section, you can't tell which one is United Healthcare's. You just can't. And so I get asked almost on a weekly basis, not for just United Healthcare, but other things we support. No, we want our ID out of there. And there's just no way to, they were all supposed to get some sort of a OID, I think, at some point. They never did it.
Right.
You get GUIDs in there.
I thought
And
all plans were United Health plans.
see what happens when you live in Minnesota?
Yeah.
So, Linda, it sounds like you're saying there hasn't been a solution since the last time we kind of brought this up at a CDA
Absolutely.
meeting.
There
There's
hasn't.
just no identifier. Why can't we use identifiers anywhere? Like
You know,
a global identifier.
it's, you know what, Rachel, I appreciate, it's funny. This is something that I guess Linda, both going back to the FHIR resource design for coverage, they have several places where they have punted and put, I say punted in not in a mean way, but they basically said they put string in a lot of these places. And so this idea of trying to provide kind of that scoping assigning authority is something they've said that isn't important. And so I think making the case of why that is important, so that resource could be enhanced to include that capability, so it's not just a string, or once and for all say it's okay. But I've always had in my mind, it's kind of rumblings that that's not an appropriate.
Well, it isn't a string. It should exist in the resource organization that payer points to. And then it should be, you know, an ID for that payer is how I see it. So
absolutely. It's interesting that we call these identifier. You're saying like you tie it through up, but anyway, this is you tie it up through the organization that then
right
is related to the coverage. I don't know. It would be, so maybe it's, so I put a note here, payer identifier is also potentially problematic.
Well, and just a quick brief history. They tried, this was part of X12 regulation, that they're supposed to have an identifier for payer. And somehow it got all blown out of perspective and they tried to do plan IDs. Well, the ID, it was never, in my mind, supposed to be a plan ID. It was supposed to be a payer ID. And even NPES, I think I mentioned this to you yesterday, the second P stands for payer. It was supposed to support a payer ID. And so the initiative got shot down about 2 years ago, and now all the payers are saying, why do we do that? And then people think, well, it's NAIC, the NAIC
right.
number, and not all payers have to have NAIC identifiers. In the clearinghouse world, some payers just make up their own identifiers. We have like 3 payers in our clearinghouse that use the same identifier. So we have to go down and look at things like the state or something to figure out which one they really are for routing.
Yeah, and I should just, I did just look at the latest FHIR, I forgot that in the FHIR coverage resource, they did update the payer resource to be a reference to an organization. So there is some progress there, but I'm going to move to the next one. Health status. I think, you know, we're going to have to do a little bit of work in where disability status goes, but we already have places for functional status and mental status and, mental function, and we've done work in pregnancy status. And I actually, I thought about, I think many of us on this call thought a lot about social determinants of health assessments and how we do assessments in CDA. And I think in some ways our modeling is, maybe it's as hearsay to say, I think our modeling in CDA, even though we have a lot of kind of XML bloat, is in some ways simpler than FHIR, because we're not having these ongoing battles about use of observation versus the questionnaire response resource. And so I actually don't
Please,
think
Brett, I was hoping you weren't going to bring that up. Please, I'm scarred already.
only 6 weeks of discussion. No, so I think this will be relatively, I'm not exactly sure what we'll do with disability status because it overlaps, I think, in some ways. But so that's the one that jumps up to me that's going to be tricky. Do folks agree disability status will be tricky, or do you have another one that you think is going to jump out to be the problem child?
One thing I'll mention on disability is there was a blog that the ONC is working, encouraging like care managers around disability because of all of the, all of the challenges individuals with disability have. So I think it will, continue to be important. I think it will be required, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Sure, for sure. Okay.
Just so I understand, you're saying it's going to be hard because there isn't a template that's already targeted for.
Well, I think it potentially overlaps with other templates too.
Well, yeah, anything overlaps with observation. So,
well, like activities of daily living. Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
Would it be possible to be more specific than pointing to just a section, but to identify a specific entry template if there is one available?
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely have some of those, Lisa. And I think for me right now, this is more of just like the really quick, like, do we have kind of a big bucket to put things in? And then we'll kind of continue to go down that funnel to greater detail.
Because I think it would be interesting to come up, like, it's good to know that there's different sections, but the really important thing is that there's agreed upon coding of the observations that will represent these statuses, and then maybe we can just get some consistent pattern going so that that each time there's some new kind of health status thing that comes up, we know how to represent it. It's just a vocabulary issue, and that the base pattern is established.
Well, and I think some of that base pattern will actually be informed if, assuming the pattern we have for SQH assessment sticks. I mean, at this point, it's out for kind of final review. I think that will help us kind of lock in some of these, obviously these aren't SQH.
So there'd be like a status. There'd be a housing stability status. There'd be like that. You're using that as the way that there's a.
Those will be, I think, the way we capture those assessments, I think, will be similar to how we will do some of. I mean, the modeling right now is, I think it's flexible enough to handle these other types. With, of course, vocabulary, terminology being the part that's hard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that I tend to be a lumper, but I'm not so sure, and particularly given 3 out of the 4 here have their own template, that it makes sense to just use terminology, right? So I'm still not quite sure, but it does kind of make sense for me to say there should be a template for disability status, right?
Yeah, interesting.
And
yeah, the challenge is you got to have the template, because the code tells you what it is, but the value that answers it could be really different across every different type of status observation.
Well, but my point is that, so that's one choice. The other is you could imagine disability status being a kind of functional status, right? You could use the functional status section to represent disability status, as long as you have the right link codes in your available value sets. And that wouldn't be crazy, in my opinion.
No, and the right value sets for the answer, though.
Yeah, I know, but I mean,
because they're not going to have all the same answers.
I get that, but and again, I'm not exactly sure where we're going with this, but if someone right now said today they want to be able to represent disability status, I think given this, I would say use functional status section, and you're not going to be restricted from using the codes that are in there. You just add the ones that you need for that speak to disability status.
Okay.
But what if my disability status is because of a mental issue?
These are great questions, and I have 4 more. Rob, if you want to respond, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to be respectful of the time given here.
Yeah, no, my answer would be these are the status of your disability, not the status of that particular function. Okay, anyway, go on.
Yeah. And again, we have a whole, like, this is, I know many of you are familiar. There's going to be several design sessions for all of these in the future. But so laboratory, we've talked about procedure activity, procedure for specimen type. I think there's even guidance in the companion guide around this. Result status we already have. So we're just kind of promoting that to make sure folks are using it properly. In terms of patient demographics, we'll need to have a tribal affiliation value set. Date of death is out there and well known. Occupational history. I think many of us have reviewed the ODH work, which is incredibly robust, and captures lots of information. And I think, teasing apart what parts of that design are appropriate for the ONC policy objective of work and work industry, or occupation and occupation industry. I'm not an expert here, so be careful with my words here. It's clear that the ODH supplement goes beyond these 2 elements, and so making sure that how we do pull that forward, is reflective of the design, but not introducing all the ODH information that others may be interested in. So then the last one is procedures. You know, the reason for referral is actually it's the data class procedure, and you know the justification for why it's supposed to be done. We do have a reason referral template. Have to do a little bit of work on how that's coded, and so that takes us through the V3 data classes. I do, you know, just this is something for folks to start stewing on, because I know this is a large group for structured documents. Is like what, you know, we've gently packaged these into the companion guide the last several cycles. Is that our strategy again, is to add them to Appendix A, if we make the leap to the web publishing for release, you know. So this is something that I know several of us are starting to think about this more and more, but I think for me, you know, having a date where we make that decision of you know, go kind of no go. I know it's off in the future a bit, but I think it's an important thing to consider upfront. So that's it. I guess we're going to go to Ask the ONC here, which is, you know, very nice to add on to this topic, but I will stop since I cruised through those last three. Any questions on any of those data classes?
Can you just mention the date for like in your mind, Brett, sort of when would you like to see a kind of a no-go kind of discussion to happen?
Ooh, that's a really good, that's great, Lisa. I guess it'd be very helpful in May to kind of take the temperature, and this is kind of a CDA management structured documents discussion, like May of like, what are the open issues, and can we publish everything that we have done to date, including errata, in the new framework? Or what is that date? And so I guess by the May work group meeting, I'd like to have a very confident date, you know, to do that. And I guess I would say if it's August or September, you know, late August or September, if we're not comfortable that we can make the platform work, or we haven't published something that folks are ready to use by August, September, I'd be quite nervous about saying that we do all the new design in there. And maybe we hedge our bets and say we'll do it in the companion guide and then port it over if successful, because we have to do it for everything else. I'm not sure, but for me, Lisa, it'd be like late summer, you know, end of September at the latest, to me, would be where I'm comfortable.
Okay.
Okay, I will stop sharing, and everyone's ready to deploy USCDI version 3. You can tell Matt and Al are done.
Makes my life easier.
We're all done. We can just move on. Yeah. All right. Next up is the Ask the ONC. So we have a brief presentation from Matt and Al, and then we get to ask them some questions. Matt, are you going to share? Do you want me to share?
I'll have Al share if you can. Do you have it up, Al?
Give me a second. Sorry, I caught me a little.
All right, well, I'll just give a quick update. Hi, I know not a lot of people are on video, but my name's Matt Ron. I'm the Deputy Director of the Standards Division in the Office of Technology at ONC. I've brought a bunch of my colleagues, so in hopes we can all answer your questions. Let me see who's all on so I can, before I get to Al to do his, but there should be quite a few. Hold on. So we have Alex Contour online, who's been working on a lot of our FHIR and C-CDA work with HL7 on the cooperative agreements and contracts that we have with HL7. Anne Ayala has been working in the structured docs area with C-CDA. Carmela Cuder is the terminology content and delivery branch chief. Very excited to have her on the team. I'm sure most of you have heard her name, and we're super lucky to have her on this side of the aisle now. We've got Emily Zhou, who's in the tools and testing branch, and she works a lot on C-CDA tooling. and I'm just going through the list to see if I have my other folks. Dragon, everyone knows Dragon. He's on. He is one of our contractors for all of our tooling. I don't see Kyle, but Kyle Cobb is the tools and testing branch chief, and she should be on soon. So we have a decent amount of people, but hopefully, you know, we can answer all your questions. And I promise if we don't answer them here, we will get answers to you at a future structured docs or an example task force meeting. Then Al, do you want to introduce yourself since you're going to be talking for a few slides, and then we'll get into the questions.
Sure. I think most everybody knows me, Al Taylor, USCDI lead, and my bird Merlin. I've been doing the USCDI lead for a couple of years now, actually, since before we published V1. So we're going to talk about what you covered in the last session. A lot of this is going to be repeat, but we're here to answer specific questions. I dialed in like halfway through the review, the design review that Brett just did, and so there's questions specific. I saw some that might be amenable to some questions just in those last couple slides. So I can go through these slides, and although they're going to be to a large extent repeating the design slides that Brett had just covered. So, do you want me to just go through them, Matt? Or you want to?
Yeah, just go quickly. We're not going to spend too much time on this, but there's some key things that we wanted to highlight from a date perspective.
Okay. Cool. So these are as you know, and these were outlined in the slides that Brett just went through. These are the new data classes and data elements in draft V3. We added the reasons that we added them. I think are less relevant to this discussion. But they did provide some justification for adding some of the ones. And if there's questions about why did we pick this one to add, a lot of it was driven by a renewed focus on equity, the needs of the underserved communities, as well as additional public health infrastructure and interoperability needs as well. So kind of jumping right into it, this is the entire USCDI V3. It is published on the USCDI website. You can review the standards document itself. Matt put a link to all of this in the chat, the main page of USCDI plus the actual sort of the PDF document. But this is what the whole USCDI looks like in summary. We added 20 new data elements and rearranged a couple of data elements from their own data classes into the health status data class. And but we'll go through each of these. Feel free to stop me at any time, especially if some of these design questions that had come up in the last session come up again. If you want to ask specific questions about those, that's what we're here for. And I'm sorry, I'm not following chat. So if somebody has a chat, just shout it out.
Lisa, why don't you, Al, Lisa had a question. So Lisa, why don't you ask your question?
Thanks,
Al,
Al.
are you showing the right slides? So just to.
I'm showing the next slide.
Okay. All right.
It's a perfect slide for the question I was going to ask. So, okay. Al, it's my understanding that this is a maturation process, that data elements sort of get onto the list as comments and work their way up as they are confirmed to be mature enough to rise to the top of the level and become a part of a named version of USCDI. And I'm just curious how it is that if the coverage type has no clear confirmed value set that we can hang our hats on, and there's no payer identifiers, like how did these elements rise to the level of being in the V3 version when they're not like fully mature?
Well, there's a difference between maturity of the concept and the data element, that sort of the definition and the scope of the data element. and the availability of vocabulary standards. Not all of the USCDI data elements have defined vocabulary standards because either there's no consensus or there's no clearly identified value set or even a standard to represent it. And we recognize that payer identifier is one of those ones where there's I think the maturity of a data element like payer identifier, it's that the payer identifier is used and it's used in fairly extensively, but it's not necessarily centrally curated list of payer identifiers. And I acknowledge, I recognize that, and I've been told by a lot of folks that something like payer identifier is not, it's hard to say, because they're all individually, they're identified by the payer, they're curated, if you will, by the payer, and then provided, but they were added, data elements like these were added because of the value that we felt like it would add to information that can be exchanged between providers and information that could be available.
Well, it would if you could represent it, but it doesn't if you can't. And it seems to me like this gate process was designed to effectively, whip the industry into shape to say, look, if you guys want these data elements, you have to mature them. You have to come to consensus, get stuff written down, and if you just make stuff up on like version 3 USCDI without causing the industry to do the hard work of actually maturation, of maturing the elements to deserve to be at this level, now you've lost the teeth of being able to kind of hold back and say, well, we can't make you a USCDI v3. You really want this, but you can't be at this level until the industry comes together and agrees how they're going to represent it. It just seems like if the gate is going to be to ask for that maturation process to happen, you shouldn't put things at a V3, at the next version level until a certain checklist of is agreed upon definition and that the value sets are agreed upon.
Especially on a data element that we have a whole Da Vinci team that can comment and provide and come together on an identifier here. I just find it hard that we've gotten this far and we're still fighting. It's like we're fighting the patient identifier, but differently. And it would be really helpful if there was a push here from ONC's perspective.
So this is out for draft right now. It's open for comment.
I'm going to comment.
That's fine. And that's great. And that's why this is kind of, us forecasting. And, even if, and if we get soon, Al will show a slide that kind of shows what, when we plan to release the final version 3, and then, when it could be potentially part of the standards version advancement process. And so,
I get that. I just don't know that this is, sorry, go ahead.
I know, I want you, I don't want to be, I want to do less talking. I want you to.
No, I just
continue.
Is this not the place to kind of voice what we're thinking? We're just kind of going through those data elements and we should just put in a ticket, because that's, I think, where Lisa was, is like, okay, let you, as this group, let's tell you what we see as initial issues with what's being presented. It's just really hard for us to go back to implementers and say, yeah, let's do USCDI v3 when there's no meat behind why. And we feel like if that could be considered, it would be very helpful.
So first of all, like Matt had said, this is the time when we're looking for input, exact kind of input that you and Lisa just went over. And we are eagerly looking for input like this into each of these, whichever the appropriate data elements
Absolutely.
are.
Okay, thank you.
And if we were, and we have in the past gotten feedback from people that said, this is either not valuable or not mature enough, like you got it wrong, it's not a level 2, it's something else. We've pulled back on some of the things and not added it to USCDI v whatever. And so that's exactly the kind of exactly the kind of thing that we're looking to hear from this group and from everybody else. Overall, the reason that we added, the health insurance information was added for basically two reasons. One of them is to improve identification. So patient matching, there's an element of matching in all of these identifiers, at least all of the identifiers, as well as to some extent the relationship. But also it was the health insurance information data class was also added with an eye towards equity as well, because certainly insurance coverage is a fairly strong discriminator for certain things like access to care, as well as quality of care. So
good point.
Those were the rationale for adding these data elements. I forget the exact number, but there was over 10, maybe 15 data elements that were submitted by various different submitters in the health insurance data class, and we picked these either because they were most well defined, most widely used, at least in some settings. And if that's not the case for any of these data elements, that's what we'd like to hear back.
And let me just stand up and say coverage is very important. For one of the mandates coming out of CMS is payer to payer, and it depending upon how that gets implemented, it's going to become very challenging if everybody is out there and they're trying to find their right former payer to move over from without a clear identifier. But that's one use case I'm aware of. The other thing I wanted to say, Al and Brett, is on the payer identifier. Yes, it would be awesome to have a single, national payer identifier. I don't know that it matters, though. We just need to identify certain ways that a payer can identify themselves with an NAIC number, with a tax number, with a DUNS number, and then they can meet that requirement. And if there are, those, while it isn't the best in the world, because of the availability of how to get to those lists easily with, external lists, that sort of thing, it at least would be a way, we'd at least have an identifier, and then we could work towards a single identifier like provider with NPI.
That's a good point, and that I probably said it better than I said it, as far as one of the reasons that we did add payer identifier. It was submitted, I believe it was submitted by CMS, and probably for that reason. And so, even if it goes forward, would it necessarily drive industry to consolidate or standardize or centralize the curation of payer identifier? I'm not sure, but it is for sure. It's a signal to the industry that the payer identifier is important, and that it should be.
And I'll put the link to the data elements on the USCDI webpage. It shows some of the comments and stuff, but I think there was a request from the USCDI task force to include this.
Can I? I'll add to this.
Before we go forward, can is it about this, Rob? Because I just wanted to
it is specifically about
slide
this
portion, which is only like 4 or 5 slides, and then we can make it more open.
So I just want to clarify what pretty much everybody said, which is I think it's important in the USCDI process that you get input like, hey, we need a payer identifier. But what's missing, and I know you're asking for input, but what's a little probably unclear is that when it's not clear what that thing really specifically needs to be, there needs to be a process by which we figure that out, right? And to some degree, that's been like, okay, well, HL7, you guys, now there needs to be this slot. Now you guys got to go figure out like what code system, what set of code systems. And I'm just wondering if we can begin to think about how that might be done in an area that's got a little bit a government push in addition to a community push.
No, I appreciate that, Rob. Appreciate that. Hey, Al, can you could you go to the slides that we had sent Natasha? I think these might be different than that.
It was
These are in the set of slides we have. If you want to skip ahead.
I think this is the slide deck. So you want to talk about the timeline, and you want to talk about that? So
yeah, that's where I was hoping we'd get there. Hold on one second.
We've got an hour.
So can you go to the public feedback portion, please? And then, so that's not on there. Actually, John, can you take this over and put those slides up that I sent?
Sorry, I have the same slides that Al's showing. Natasha, if you have a different set, maybe.
There shouldn't. There's different slides. I'm sorry, we're harping on these specific ones, so we can. If not, I'll show them right now. But if you don't have them, I'll share.
Okay, yeah, you go ahead.
All right. Let me close a few things. And while I'm doing this, just, I put the standards bulletin in the chat, and in that standards bulletin, we talk about, specific information we'd like input on. And obviously health information is one of them. And then, sexual orientation, gender identity, obviously very important. And so, hold on a second. Almost there. Al, can you see it? You want to just talk through this, please?
Sure. So as Matt had said, one of the things when we specifically asked for this, including looking for feedback on all of the data elements that we added to draft V3, number one, and that means not just the list of data elements that we added to draft V3, but the content of each one. So in most cases, we have what we think is a good definition, a clear definition about what we meant by FHIR identifier or coverage status or whatever. In some cases, we provide value sets or at least examples of what we mean by that, and that's both to help this body as well as developers who might later update to draft V3 or to the final version 3. Should it be available for updates, and as well as any of the standard vocabularies that whether this is typically represented by SNOMED or LOINC or something else. We do also, starting with our version 2, we also started adding references to particular value sets that could further provide guidance in how to develop these and to also better define the data elements. So we're looking for feedback across all of those. And then in addition to sort of the technical details and feedback on that that we're looking for things that we didn't add to draft V3. So as most know, we select from the more mature data elements. Those are the ones that we call level 2. So those data elements are the ones from which we picked the 20 new data elements in draft V3. But in some cases, there are some that feel like there were others that ought to be added to USCDI as well. And so that is another piece of feedback that we're looking for. And then overall, number 3 is sort of related to number 1 in this first section. are there anything in particular that that stands out from one of these, any of these data elements that we propose to add to V3 that would make it prohibitively difficult to adopt, whether it's prohibitively difficult to create an IG or prohibitively difficult for developers to design something in their systems to accommodate it. So those are some areas that we're looking for feedback in general. We also, because of a lot of activity that's been going on in the last year or two around sex and gender, a lot of it driven by the Gender Harmony Project, as well as another project that we started last year called USA, or Unified Specification for Address. We are asking for specific feedback on existing data elements. So we don't normally ask for feedback on stuff that we adopted. And this is a special case because of special circumstances. And so we are looking for feedback on the 3 data elements in particular that are listed, actually 4 data elements that are listed here: sex assigned at birth and gender identity, along with the current and previous address. And we're asking specific questions about those data elements. And with regard to sex assigned at birth and gender identity, we're asking, should the definitions, scope, and value sets that represent these 2 data elements be changed from what ONC has had in place for the last 7 years, and should it instead align with the gender harmony value sets and definitions and scopes. And then we're asking the same question about current and previous address. As you know, the current and previous address in USCDI was not well structured. It was not entirely structured, although we added some required elements of address when we published V2 last summer. But since that time, we have ONC led the development of this Unified Specification for Address in Healthcare called USA. And now it stands with its first published specification. It stands as a potential standard for how addresses should be structured. And so the questions that we've asked are, should addresses instead be structured only by a few specific data elements or components, and rather align more closely with the Unified Specification for Address? So those are some specific questions and general questions that we're asking during this feedback period, which we're exactly 1 month out from the deadline for comments, and so we offer this up for everyone's consideration, whether you're just an individual or whether you sit in a group like this. We're looking for feedback.
Yeah, so in interest of time, why don't you just go through this quickly, and then we'll get to the main slide that I want others to see.
Okay, so the standards version advancement process is a means that would allow, is something that was introduced by ONC in the Cures Act, in the Cures edition of our certification program. And what it does is it allows vendors to voluntarily update their systems to a newer version of not just USCDI, but other standards as well. So those standards could include a new version of USCDI, in this case, USCDI version 2. It could include a new version of US Core or the C-CDA companion guide, both of which are required to actually implement a new version. Those are required to implement USCDI because of the exchange requirements for the USCDI data elements and certification. And so there's other data elements, there's other standards as well that update during the cycle, during the year or so since the last time we published a version of USCDI. And so it allows for voluntary update. In the past, it would be the vendors were more constrained to conform to a prior edition without and have had less flexibility to to update their systems to something that was newer, possibly covered more, did more things. But this would allow for this update to occur to systems, and then providing those updates to their customers prior to when it might be required for a new version, a new certification rule that would come out at some time in the future through the regular rulemaking process. So what we have been doing on an annual basis, or close to annual basis, now this is in our second year, is that we have looked at, cataloged all of the applicable standards that are cited by the relevant certification criteria in the ONC program. And of those standards that do go through an update cycle in the last period of time, since the last standards version list came out, we look at all of those and see which, and we're looking for public feedback on whether or not an update that happened during the last cycle should be a version of the standard that is available for update. And in the case of USCDI, we published USCDI last summer, and because of the amount of time it takes to develop those supporting IGs, the US core and the C-CDA companion guides, we normally would publish. In the past, we published the first standards approved standards list in January of last year, but we did that without the availability of the US core and the companion guide that was not yet published to accommodate all of the changes in draft in USCDI v2. And so to accommodate for those updates in those two IGs, we changed the through date for consideration of new versions of standards to May of this year. And so those that update by that time, and by those that update by that cutoff, we will look at all of the ones and decide which of those should go on this list of standards for 2022, which will then become available to vendors to update their systems. And then this continues on an annual cycle. We had the reset of the date, but we think that we're gonna continue to keep this annual cycle where it allows for close to a year for the US core and the C-CDA companion guides to update, along with all the other standards that might also update during that period. I think I'm going to stop there and see if there's any other questions or any questions.
Yeah, we can open it up now. I just wanted you all to see that, from a cadence standpoint, how we've kind of switched up a few of our timelines so that we can align with the implementation guides to align with that previous version of USCDI that had been released. So happy to talk to any questions we have around anything that ONC's got going on. We have tools and testing, representation, standards representation. So fire away. I'm going to stop sharing now.
All right, this is our chance to put these guys on the spot. Anyone want to start? Head up to the front and ask the question.
Matt, this is Lisa. I have a question about the ONC scorecard.
Okay.
As we're toying with the idea to get more mileage out of existing templates to use them for additional purposes, I could see that it would be likely that different templates might start showing up in documents where they're obviously allowed because all the templates are open templates, but the prescriptive recipe may not have mentioned them as a may previously. And I'm just wondering if the design of the ONC scorecard has been updated to the level that if a template is asserted in a document, regardless of whether that document's recipe ever called for it or didn't call for it, but if a a section template is asserted or if an entry template is asserted, is the scorecard validation flexible enough to on the fly know to validate that particular kind of entry or that particular kind of section? You know, less rigidity tied back to just what was maybe pre-expected at a document level. You know what I'm getting at? The design was very fixed, and not like the way NIST had done their CDA implementer. It was very modular, and they built validation modules against templates. And then when you built a document, no matter what templates you pulled together, the validator would validate them according to the templates that were asserted. And I'm just wondering if we've made any progress on having the scorecard tool be more flexible, so that if we say, like, create a document, add a new section into it that needs to be there, that it will just be able to validate that.
I think, Matt, this is Dee Dee. I'll re-ask the question based on what I'm thinking. You know, that's on the same line that Lisa's mentioned. Does the scorecard validate more than the 3 document types and those required sections for the 3 that it originally did, looking at certification, or does it actually, you know, report back for all 185 types of templates?
Yeah, so I'll start, but then I'll let Dragon jump in. So the scoring is going to be based off of the rules, essentially. So that's how, you know, you're going to get scored per se, but you should be able to essentially use it to get feedback on, like, any document that is, you know, one of the 11, right? So but I'm going to see if Dragon can add anything to that.
Yeah, in terms of the validation, any template that is in the IG can be added into the document, and you should get validation results for that specific template that you're including in the document. Just the validation results. The scoring results is strictly based on the rules in the HL7 in a rubrics document. So the scoring does not score any other template apart from the ones that we have already built out. So if any new sections or any new templates need to be scored, we need to agree on the rules, and then we can add it in.
Okay. And do you focus only on the templates that are in consolidated CDA, or have you expanded to include the companion guide and the supplemental templates for consolidated CDA?
The C-CDA IG and the companion guides that have been released for certification are the only ones that we are focused on.
Does that answer your question, Lisa?
Yes, it does. It does.
And I do want to just, we should put a plug though. Like, I think at some point we should consider updating the rubric, you know, for new criteria. And, you know, and at that point, you know, we can, you know, look at making updates to the scorecard once that's updated. Otherwise, you know,
there's a very large active community of CDA users on the usability side that meets with this joint care quality Commonwealth group, a really different collection of individuals from what we usually find at HL7. And I'm just wondering if it might make sense when it comes to best practice rubric rules for us to reach out to that community, let them know that there is such a thing, and that in the course of doing their work, if they come upon a best practice, that they would understand how to inject a new rule to be built into the scorecard.
This is Dee Dee. I can speak on behalf of the Data Usability Work Group under Sequoia's Forum for Interoperability Matters. Absolutely. I think that would be a welcome thing. I know my 2 co-chairs, Dr. Bill Gregg from HCA Healthcare and Dr. Adam Davis from Sutter Health are my lead, you know, co-chairs for the usability work group. I would hope that the implementation guide that we'll be publishing for public comment in June would be something that we could leverage to pull out rubrics from, to have that wider discussion, because what we're going to do is put together the pragmatic guidance now, but we do want to ultimately make it testable, and we want networks and organizations that are implementing some sort of CDA document-based exchange to actually implement and hold each other accountable to that. So I think that would be a natural progression, and I'm happy to do that. We are attacking it a little differently, and we're looking at things like, if you think about usability, we're focusing on how do you reduce the impact of duplicates? How do you make sure you reduce duplicate data when you're querying multiple sources that may be feeding you back your own information? How do you make sure provenance is something that gets that clinician to trust things? So back to the USCDI V3, and I am working with Dr. Lane and all the others at HITAC as well. And I'll be making sure I provide some comments in the next week or so on behalf of our work group. But there are specific data elements that are not necessarily being considered that we want to make sure we highlight for future, because I think that it will help make the data more usable for the clinicians that are digesting the components.
Yeah, definitely. And, happy to have a resource or to work with
Actually,
the community
yeah,
on
Alex,
updating the.
Alex Contour is already attending our work groups, and it's open to all.
Yeah.
So I'm very grateful for your support from ONC already. So thank you.
No, yeah. What I was going to say was I think if we can, if out of that, all that work comes, 25 new rubric that we could update the informative guide with, then, obviously we can't project out too far with the government, but then we can consider, doing something more beyond maintenance of what we currently are, the C-CDA scorecard. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
And Matt, one last scorecard question, just it might be for Dragon, I'm not sure, but just is the one-click scorecard always staying in sync with the updates that you're doing to the non-one-click scorecard, so that they have the same capabilities, the same behavior, and the same reports?
They're always in sync, but the reports are different. The one-click report is a different format. Most of the content is the same, but it's formatted differently for the one click.
I think Linda and I have brought this up a couple of times that we really wish that it wasn't. Is there any way we can get that to change to not have the report be the same?
Yeah, so I mean, for others' awareness, originally the one-click scorecard where you can send a direct message with a C-CDA payload and get a scorecard return on your grade and how well you implemented the C-CDA. It's intended for a more provider type audience, so not as technical, as information that you'd get back to the C-CDA scorecard. I am happy to bring that to Kyle and team, and we can have that conversation.
I would like to have that listed as an open issue, because we've asked about it for quite some time, and it's not just the different audience, it's the aspect of being able to securely get a report on a document that has production data in it, and we need the same report. I think it's a misunderstanding of what the ideal use case is for the tools.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, I think that there's a lot of people that have downloaded locally the C-CDA scorecard, so that's how they generally do that. But
and this is, and Matt, I'm just chiming in. This is really good feedback. I would just say that, to Matt's point, that a lot of people have downloaded the scorecard, and we just have so little insight into how it's being used and what the users feel about it. This is helpful, and we're certainly, as Matt said, I'm here, and Emily Sue, who is also on my team and is the lead for CCDA and tools and testing, we can certainly even set up, follow-up time to talk about this more.
And I can add to what Lisa said that, yeah, local instantiation is great. It takes ongoing support because it gets updated all the time.
Yeah.
And when you work with a new client and you're trying to explain the problem to them, you can, giving them that report is it's kind of like a game of telephone tag.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They give it back to
Yep.
their person. They're like,
Yep.
well, what do you mean it's a problem, right?
Yeah.
So if you can give them back the specific details, and then if it's not the person you're interacting with that can set it up, whether it's their own engineer or the EMR's engineer, it would just be so much more useful.
I agree. Yeah, that's really good feedback, Linda. Thank you.
Hi, this is Matt from DHIT. I've been really getting into a lot of specifications as far as dealing with FHIR and certification for G10. I see that patient address is listed here via the Project USA specification. I'm just curious. I see that gender identity is on here, right? And we know that is a very popular and passionate topic, so it makes sense that it exists. And sex at birth, sex assigned at birth has also been around for a while. But patient address, I'm curious how this came to be as one of the three topics that are asked about for further comment. I did download the Project USA standardized specification PDF, and I'm kind of looking into that now. But I'm just curious if anybody can provide a little comment on that, like maybe how the history of it, nothing in depth, but how did patient address become a target for this particular year?
Yeah, I can talk about that. This is Al. And so standardized addresses has been sort of a hot button topic for a number of years. Address being a patient matching, certainly an element of patient matching. And there has been a push for, like I said, a number of years, actually, since we put, maybe even before we put out USCDI V1, so 2 years ago, for ONC to take the lead in address standardization. We, over the last couple of years, we've done a lot of engagement with the Postal Service about, whether or not we could use the Postal Service standard for address standardization. And one of the problems with that particular method, it seems obvious. Anybody who's used a standardized address on e-commerce knows how easy and reliable that is. But the problem with the U.S. Postal Service standard is that it's specifically by its use agreement, designed only for mailing and e-commerce, and that the use of the standardization system for other than e-commerce and for mailing is actually prohibited by the use agreement. So what we endeavored to do is to try and base a new standard specifically for healthcare, and so we initiated this Project USA, the Unified Specified Address for healthcare, or in healthcare is the name of it. And so it's an attempt to address those concerns about the value, not only in patient matching, but also patient safety in creating standardized, reliable addresses in the healthcare settings. And the reason that we asked about the USA standard is because it's just became available. I mean, it was published in January of this year. It was published a week before we put out draft V3. But we have been looking at address standardization in healthcare for a number of years. And so the time was right to ask specifically about this first edition or first version of the specification, and whether or not this would fit the bill for address standardization in healthcare.
Yeah, I think the actual details in the specification are pretty cool. I just kind of, glanced over it about how they, identify special characters, what should be removed, how do you address direction like northwest, east, things like that. I really do like things like that. Just reading over the specification is fun. Obviously, implementing it can be difficult, but I do like the approach and I do like the idea of it. Just wanted to touch on that.
Yeah, and
Sure.
I may have missed if Al said this, but each of the organizations, the SDOs that were involved, so HL7, NCPDP, and X12, the hope is that they implement it within their own standards. And so, I know Brett's here. Maybe at some point it could be implemented into US Core, C-CDA, or you just point to USA. But the hope is that standard, essentially the guidance for address, makes it into those different SDOs standards.
Yeah, it feels neutral enough to be spread across all of those boundaries without much pushback. It's not ultra controversial, and it's satisfiable enough based off what I'm currently reading. Of course, everyone will have issues based off their own implementation, but I really do feel like it's a very neutral, very good place to be kind of specification.
Yeah, and there's some a pilot going on around it, and I think the reason why we pushed to have all three of those SDOs at the table was to make sure that it was one standard. The Pub 28 that has been in place for a while just didn't work for all of our purposes, so we wanted to build off of that to create something that could be used for all. While people are thinking of questions, just want to put a plug for the ONC annual meeting that's taking place April 13th and 14th. I'm going to put a link in the chat for folks to sign up for that.
Matt, can you comment at all about the pace and scope of the USCDI iterative process, and whether you see, as you look out into the future, that this will continue for X number of years, or that the number of data elements would begin to grow over time, or what do you see as the future shape of that effort?
Yeah, I mean, we have it set up so that, and I'll talk and then let Al or others, add on. But, it's currently, I think we have a pretty good cadence right now. We've got on deck, we've got, our cycles that we're setting, and we're hopefully, I'm not going to say set in stone, but they're pretty well defined. That, we're going to put out a draft in January, put out a final in July. The hope is to continue to iterate on USCDI and make it as good as we possibly can. Obviously, there's data that may not be captured in USCDI right now, and never be like the purpose of USCDI. And so I think some people, and I presented a little bit about this at HIMSS, but that's kind of why we created the USCDI Plus service that we're offering to our federal agencies at this point, to kind of help for those use cases that are kind of beyond the scope of USCDI. There's a lot of different public health domains that need to capture specific information that may not be best for a patient's health record. In this just public health related data, bulk data. And there's some quality measurement related work that may be not best for what the purposes of the USCDI that we've laid out for patient access and care. And so, over the next 6 months to a year, there's going to be some a lot more work going on the USCDI Plus side, where there could be some the SDOs and industry will be brought more into the fold on some of those things. But right now that's being directed at with our federal partners. And, they obviously have their stakeholders that will be involved in making any sort of data set that would help, in their collection of the data that they have to have. They have reporting requirements and everything. But I see this as, I think at first it might be look like I think it might be short-term pain, long-term gain, but I'm not gonna, don't quote me on this, but I'm not like, there might not be like, there's not gonna be a time where we add like 100 data elements to USCDI.
It might just be a slow, steady. It might just be a constant, slow, steady stream.
Yeah,
not
so,
a not a growth.
We don't want to provide too much burden for folks, and like, the goal is to have people continually updating, right? And it won't be that much of a lift between each USCDI, but at the same time, unless there's a new regulation out, the only one that will ever be required right now is USCDI version 1. If you do the SFAP process, then you are going to be held to that via like real world testing. If they update to that.
Well,
but go ahead. Kyle, go ahead.
I was just going to underscore that. I mean, I think, first off, Lisa, you'd asked if there's anything that we can share around the USCDI plus data sets. We don't have one right now. We are, working on one to support, a quality domain with CMS. And we're also, similarly working on one with CDC. But they're still, in their nascent stage. And, but I think that, this really does underscore sort of the commitment to, a very, thoughtful and deliberate expansion to USCDI, because it really, it maintains its fidelity with this, additional sort of plus model where we can sort of flex, the expanded set to address specific use cases.
So one of the things I was thinking about is I sat through the HIMSS discussion around USCDI plus, and I can honestly say one of the things that UHG does not own is an EMR, but that burden will still be on the EMR for the quality data.
Mm-hmm.
They're still going to have to add those elements to their resources, maybe not to certify for USCDI, but yeah, I mean, we all know that quality is going to come short on the heels of that, right?
Yeah, I think that as part of the discovery and phase of establishing the quality data set, especially for CMS, is to look at it through the lens of feasibility. I mean, this is really, honestly, the first time for ECQMs that there's some type of reliability or validity analysis at the data element level when thinking about how that would actually be, taken through out of an EHR or any other data source. So I think, maybe I'm being really Pollyanna about this, but I do think that this is really good news that the USCDI plus work specific to the quality domain will have enough rigor upfront, looking at what data elements are included that will be used in the new FHIR model for CMS reporting. That they will, the goal is to make sure that they are available and can map to FHIR standard.
I think they're available, but they may not be created natively, right, by the EMRs.
Right. Yeah. Well, yes.
Yeah, and just to add that, when we put out the blog post, in October, our initial focus has been for USCDI plus. Our initial focus has been with CDC on public health and CMS with quality measurement. And we are working with other agencies to work on getting those relationships going and eventually creating data sets for their needs, because there's obviously other agencies that have reporting requirements based on their grantees, whatnot. For example, health centers. So those are things we're also working on. But that is like very government focused, essentially federal agency focused. But it's not, that won't always be that way, because there's going to be folks on this call that will be brought in at some point, I imagine. And there has to be standards that are capable of capturing the information that they want to collect. So, you know, that's when there'll be more to come on that. But, you know, we're trying, and there's a lot going on in that space, but there's a, you know, we're just like trying to, you know, make sure we don't take off more than we can chew.
And I know you aren't the right people for this, but one of the greatest challenges we have in quality is the primary source verification work. And until we can say FHIR is acceptable, you know, and how it's created is acceptable, the burden is not going to go away.
Yeah.
I know it's CMS, but you know, I know you guys talk, so.
Yeah, no, and we've heard that
before.
and Linda, we actually have heard that as well, and it is a big deal. So it's you know, it is a part of the puzzle, and you know, well, we're looking at the USCDI plus standard to support it, and we'll also be looking at the you know, certification requirements and the conformance to those standards. You know, we do need to track all of the other, you know, sort of in between parts, like the primary source verification, which is certainly, you know, a big part of it.
Right. If you can't count on the C-CD or the FHIR being your chart, then you have a problem with the, you know, your validation or certification, especially with real world testing now in play.
Yeah.
I know we're at time, but I will just say that if anyone has any follow-up questions or whatnot, we'll put our emails in the chat, and Lisa and team totally fine to share our contact info.
Yeah, and I'm always happy to talk about this stuff, Linda. Like, you know, it is near and dear to my heart. So, but yeah, absolutely feel free to reach out to me for more. And I am currently working on the USCDI plus QM work. So any questions that you have, just send them my way.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. As always, a great session. You know, Natasha is going to, good share. So I love the joke. And also everyone is, you know, we don't have a lot of horror fans here. Big, huge on comedy. Our break is, this is a half-hour break. It's the, you know, getting towards the end of the day. Some of us are getting a little tired. So get some, if you're on the West Coast, get some lunch, have a break, get some tea, coffee. If you're on the East Coast, it might be close to beer cider time. I'm not sure. And we'll talk to you, and we'll resume at the bottom of the hour at 3:30 Eastern.
John, I see that there's, you know, 95% comedy. I can relate that I've watched a lot less horror than I ever did in my past, because with COVID, I think that's enough horror by itself. I want to have something to lighten the mood, not necessarily make me have to think about being scared or anything. So
yeah, I hear you. It's funny. There's a lot of computer games that I'm interested in, and so many of them are, you know, a pandemic has hit the entire world and you're navigating the world through it.
It just hits a little too close to home.
Yeah, I hear you.
And then there's the actual tabletop game entitled Pandemic.
Yeah, I have that.
I was going to say, if I know anything about John, I'm sure he's got it in his collection already.
Yeah, and I have they've got legacy games, Pandemic Season 1, 2, and 0, that where you play multiple and they tell a story, and it's yep.
Yeah.
There's actually one. I mean, that one is. There's one that's actually Infection: Humanity's Last Hope, which is a little closer to home.
My son had come up with a joke around the time. I know a lot of us. One of the last times that we were all together was down in Australia at the HL7 meeting down there, which was right about the time when everything was starting to shut down. And the joke was basically he'd just look at me and he'd say, like, Mom, remember when the real worry we had was that all of Australia was on fire? I don't know if
Right.
you guys remember that, but like
Yeah.
before we went down, the big horrible thing that everybody was freaking out about was these massive fires in Australia. When we got there was smoke, and you could still really feel what was going on. But by the time that we left, it was like, Australia on fire? No big deal. We've got a pandemic to worry about now.
Y'all remember the murder hornets?
Yes,
That
yeah,
brief
the
side
murder
plot
hornets.
that got introduced and then
Yeah.
immediately canceled.
Yeah. Well, what was this year? There was another one of those, and it was like, okay, who had X on their, bad bingo here, right?
Cabin in the Woods. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the horror / comedy fans.
Yeah, for the
Oh,
horror
Paul-
/ comedy movie question, this pertains to those people that could relate to all of the bands we talked about, in the concerts. So if you don't know all the bands that we were talking about, you may not remember the movie Evil Dead 2, which
Oh,
to
yes.
me
Yep.
was one of the best comedic horror films ever. And I actually got to see the musical as well, put on by a local theater. It was fantastic.
Evil Dead 2, the musical.
Yes.
So Dave, you're a fan of that one over Army of Darkness?
I have not seen Army of Darkness, so
Dave.
Yeah, that's it's funny because I watched Burn Notice, and what's his name, the actor from Army of Darkness was in that, and so then I saw Army of Darkness and I couldn't reconcile the two characters. Like,
now Jean and I have our disagreements about great movies, so
yeah. We should, Natasha, we got to put up like who here likes Princess Bride,
yes, that would be a good one for
and Dave could see how wrong he really is.
I love it.
I
As you wish.
I think this would be a biased poll here with the attendees.
Then we move on to the Matrix. Okay.
Oh my gosh, that might be worse than, you know what? I think you've mentioned a movie I like even less than Princess Bride.
Oh, but every
Dave, how are you
developer
and I
I
friends?
work with quotes it, and it's like, I don't know, it's how they view the world, I think.
I at least made it through Princess Bride twice because I forgot I actually saw it. So I saw it 10 years later. With The Matrix, I only got through 45 minutes of it.
Oh, wait, now we're talking about the first Matrix?
Yeah, the original Keanu Reeves.
Come on. I mean, I watched that thing at least 45 times. I mean,
I know.
I don't know how you can't do it.
there's no accounting for taste. I mean,
It's a real crowd splitter. It's a real crowd splitter. Yeah,
I don't
you
understand how
definitely-
Dave and I can be such good friends given his lack of taste in movies, but
Oh, buddy. Yeah, most horrors now are comedies anyway. I haven't seen actually, there's some scary movies. There's this movie me and my girlfriend watched. It has 3 sequels. Apparently movies, at least with 3 versions of them, like the beginning, a sequel, then a third, are pretty damn scary. I don't know the name of it, but it was something about being trapped in a creek. And in this creek, you had these monsters that just kind of existed for years. And that's just kind of the premise of the whole story. Some people fall into it, they try to get out of it, and it's just a bunch of crazy, gooey, blood kind of scenes.
Creek monsters.
Yeah, creek monsters or something like that. But
That sounds great.
It definitely is one of those movies that is funny, entertaining, and then not really scary, more so just 90s kind of gore. That's about it. I like movies like that.
yeah, I guess, when we talked about horror, there's the, make you jump out of your seats, and then there's like the slasher flicks, right? Which I think I loved, what was Scary Movie? Because they poked fun at all of those stupid, tropes from the slasher movies.
Yes, I agree. We can agree on that one.
Yeah, it's a little harder to find scary stuff. I'm usually pretty scared as long as it's dark. Because most scary movies, if you watch by yourself, are pretty scary as is. I'm not like, oh, shivering in my boots scary, but it's enough to play with your mind if you're watching a scary movie and enough. Think of like those documentaries, those self documentaries used to come out a lot, where like it's the first person handheld camera, and they're going into the woods, and then
yeah,
they,
like
you know,
like Blair Witch Project.
like Blair Witch Project. I used to love that. I did
Yeah,
love
that was a good one.
Yeah, the creepiness of it towards the end was really shocking, but the rest of it, you know, I'm not a fan of those handheld camera type of movies.
Now, going into when I saw Blair Witch, it actually was ruined by a guy who had already seen it. He goes, anytime any Boy Scout will know when you hit a river, you just go along the bank of the river and you're bound to, you know, catch a road with the bridge going over it, then you hop up on the bridge and go to civilization. So I had that in the back of my mind as I was watching the movie. I hope I didn't spoil the 25-year-old movie for anyone.
If they haven't seen it, and I'm going to spoil it because you should have seen it by now. But the scariest thing for me was just the point where they, you know, just the end, the very end, going down the stairs. That was probably the most realistic scene, because I felt like I just walked on somebody doing something bad, and that was
I forgot the ending really was fantastic.
It was brilliant. And so many people said that it didn't make sense or didn't explain anything. It's like they literally tell you exactly what happens if you were paying attention. Yeah, I thought it was one of the most well executed horror movie endings of its time, for sure.
It scared the bleep 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 out of me. So I mean, I definitely did not forget about it. It was something that just really impactful.
Well, it was so unique in that they also marketed it like it was actual. It actually happened. You know, it was this real documentary that they just found the cameras and the tapes and everything. And then the further you got from opening day, you heard, nope, it's just a regular movie. That it was all staged like any other movie. So Matt had said that was filmed outside of DC. Is it in an area that people would camp and everything? I mean, do people go there, check it out?
Oh no. We have a number of Matts on the call. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I don't think Matt Ron's on anymore.
Okay, Matt Ron.
Yep.
I think Matt jumped.
We actually have in our little town south of Ann Arbor, the restaurant is closed on Sundays and they are filming a television show. Now, I have no idea ultimately what network this show would go on if it ever does, but it's, you know, one of those cool little things when you're in a small town that you hear, oh, they're filming a TV show every Sunday.
Nice.
It's some sitcom.
Very nice. Yeah, when I heard y'all talking about rock songs, I was kind of muted, didn't hear. I couldn't participate, but I wanted to do my little rendition of Ace of Spades. A lot of people I used to work with were really into rock bands, so I had this one song I tried to remember really hard, and I couldn't remember what it was. I had the hook only at the time, and so I went all through Apple Music, listening pretty much to every rock bass, you know, top 100 of that year playlist, going back to like the 60s. Pretty crazy. I went on this hunt, still could not find this song, and I still at this point don't remember the hook at all. But yeah, I like hard rock. I like I'm a little I'm a little on the edge as far as that go. I love hard rock, but I grew up in jobs where they played nothing but soft rock. There's the station in New Orleans called Magic 101.9, and all they play is just soft rock all day. Sitting on the dock of the bay, stuff like that, you know, just 70s, 80s kind of soft playing music, Selena, things like that. Yeah, so.
Well, that's mostly what the bands Jean was saying was coming to, what they were coming to Edmonton, which were like Air Supply, REO Speedwagon, Foreigner.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not good with rock band or pop band names. I will recognize a song they did before I recognize the name of the artist or the band. And I probably don't even know the words, but a lot of those songs are so catchy, you don't really need to know them until you're probably like 10, 15 years older than when you first heard them.
So the magic, the 101.9,
Magic
I think you said?
101.9. Yes.
Yeah, so they used to, when Cox Cable is our cable company here, but when we first had the menu scrolling on the screen, and you may not remember this, I'm really aging myself here, but when we first got cable, they would roll the menu and they always played that same level of music on it. So it was a very magic 101.9 type of music. And so I grew up listening to 60s, 70s, and 80s music and thought that's all that existed until MTV came out. And then I was like, oh, okay, there's more out there.
Always find it trippy
MTV when it actually played music.
Exactly.
Music and videos all day. I think it's really trippy. I always think that Michael Jackson is like of an earlier time, but he's been making music so long that a lot of the times he's around the same era as some of the artists, which I think are quote unquote old, like Stevie Wonder and Michael Jackson, all at the same time. That always tripped me out. You know, I'm a late 80s baby, right? So I probably was listening to it via radio without even realizing it, but I didn't realize how old Michael Jackson was at the time.
Yeah, his first solo album came out, I believe, in '79.
He was old. He was.
Well, he had been making music for the prior 10 years before that with Jackson 5. Because who can remember where you'd buy a box of cereal and on the back of the box you could cut out the 45. There's an actual 45 that was part of the box of cereal. So Alphabets had ABC by Jackson 5. And we used to play that on the record player.
Yeah, his first wasn't his first solo album was like late 70s, right?
Yeah, 79, Off the Wall.
Yeah, I remember that. And I only remember that because I watched the Quincy Jones documentary. And that's the kind of stuff that made me my eyes went crazy, because you don't get to see that kind of stuff, like talking about it. Like you may even know about a song that was made during that time, but it's a whole different experience when you get to see how it's made. That guy was really, crazy.
Yeah, several of us may remember those things, like 45 off the back of a box of cereal, but we'd rather not be named in public because that tells people how old we
are. This is a safe
Especially
space.
on a meeting that's being recorded.
This is a safe space.
You know it.
This is a safe space. We appreciate that. I guarantee you.
Embrace your age. It's a good thing. It's a positive
Those who
thing.
remember the 45s on a cereal box probably also know who Dear Abby is.
Oh, yeah.
Dear Abby said, a woman who tells her age will tell anything.
Oh, there you go.
We saw Elton John in concert a month ago, which would be his second time through Detroit for his, farewell tour that's going on for like 5 years now. But, talk about a guy that he's had hits in 3-4 different decades, maybe even 5, I'm not sure. But alongside playing that Michael Jackson, Jackson 5 45 was my sister's Elton John Greatest Hits album. And so it was the time where we were all kids and you only had a few albums. So you kept playing the same ones over and over and over. And so during the entire concert, it just took me back to being in the basement with our cruddy little record player that was down in the basement. It was fantastic. So really appreciated all his really old stuff. And then when he got into his 80s stuff, like I'm Still Standing, it's like, oh yeah, that's when I was older and working and hearing it, during work or college or something. It's like, that's not as much fun as being a kid in the basement listening to the Greatest Hits album.
So was his concert good, David?
It was fantastic. It was the second we saw him both times through Detroit. He's coming again for a third time. He was fantastic. Just excellent.
Well, I have tickets that actually I was supposed to see him in June of 2020. Of course, COVID hit, and then they rescheduled. I'm actually seeing him April 6th for the first time. But now I live in Knoxville, Tennessee, a smaller city where he's only come through once, and he never got here. So you just had him multiple times, but we've not had him here. In fact, he'd not been to Knoxville since sometime in the 80s.
Okay. I've been
I
to,
just
I've
love
been
how
here.
his tour in 2019 was like the farewell Yellow Brick Road, as in like I'll never tour again.
And he's still
Yeah.
touring.
Yeah.
So Jean, when he announced that, the reason I know he announced that was you and I and Joginder were like
Yep.
outside waiting for our Uber, and I think Joginder brought it up, and I chuckled at it, and then the next day I go, that's a concert I'd like to check out. And sure enough, we got what we thought were obstructed view tickets that were quite expensive for obstructed view, and they ended up being my very favorite seats at Little Caesars Arena, which is where the Red Wings and Pistons play. And they're fantastic seats. They're not obstructed view at all. And I go for that area all the time now.
So for those of you interested in, best Elton John concerts, I'm originally from Tennessee also. I lived in Nashville, and I was privileged to get to see when Dee Murray passed away. Elton John did 2 acoustic solo concerts at the Grand Ole Opry House, and I got to see one of those, and it was, and I've seen him a couple of other times also in his full, arena mode, but those were amazing opportunities to see Elton John. It was fantastic.
It sounds fabulous.
He's playing next week he's playing in Grand Rapids at Van Andel Arena. Like, that seems smaller venues than what I would expect him to be playing.
It's actually, it's probably a 15,000 seat arena, but you're right. It's a little smaller than the 20,000 seat that most other places are. So Dee, I kind of know the Knoxville area well. My ex in-laws used to live in Dundas.
Okay, yeah.
And we would always take the kids to the Tennessee knife store or whatever. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Exactly, the big knife. It's right outside. So it's actually part of Sevierville, which is the actual area, and it's right outside of Pigeon Forge, which is right outside of Gatlinburg. So think of that as like, if anybody's been to Myrtle Beach and seen all the touristy area, that whole strand through there is all touristy. But the knife shop is one thing where people come from all over the world, because it's literally, I forget, it's like almost 100,000 square foot of space filled with knives, and of course other things, but knives being the focus.
It's like a Bass Pro Shop store, but our kids were young. They're like, I don't know, 4 and 6 and 6 and 8 or whatever. And every time we visit grandma and grandpa, they would be excited to go to the knife store. Even
my
though
brother and sister-in-law always demand when they come visit that we have to make a visit there. So yep, I know the feeling.
Do they still have the singing bears singing Alabama songs?
They do.
Yeah.
If you're ever in East Tennessee, I highly recommend the mountains. Of course, I live here, so I avoid that area typically. But I do go with family and friends still. So, but I don't usually go on my own.
Well, also speaking of Tennessee and Nashville specifically, I was talking to my son who's 26 now, and I'm like, so are you and your buddies ever gonna, take a trip out to Vegas? That's what, bachelors kind of do. Single guys get together. He goes, oh no, Nashville's where it's at now, Dad. You go to Nashville.
Everybody is saying that because they've turned that whole downtown into, with all the honky tonks and you can actually see country music stars that are still playing just on a small stage. So they kind of show sometimes up just to do a few songs. So it is a happening area. Nashville has grown so tremendously in the last 5 years. It's not even funny. Tennessee,
and strangely enough, getting a hockey team really helped it too, because they got the arena right downtown and everything. They built things around it, which I wouldn't have thought that because Nashville got a hockey team that would have caused their downtown.
Oh yeah, all those things help for sure.
Well, are the Titans near Nashville as well, or is that near Memphis?
They're actually headquartered in Memphis, but okay. Yeah, but Memphis and Nashville being a few hours apart. Our state is a
play in Nashville though. Don't they play in Nashville?
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, that my son and I did a trip to LA to see a sports trip. We saw the Rams, the Kings, and then we saw the Clippers. So we're trying to pick another. He wants to go back to LA because the new SoFi Stadium, but I want to go to Nashville and take in a Titans game and a Predators game, and then go back to the honky tonks, which are the death of me.
Well, we should plan an HL7 event in Nashville.
Yes, yes.
That would be awesome.
Then let's do it.
I still love the story I had. I went, I asked and got told, well, here, go to these honky tonks, this one. I got in and it was an all women's country band playing, and they were amazing. And they did Devil Went Down to Georgia, and the one lady on the fiddle was like, she was better than Charlie Daniels. And I didn't realize I don't carry cash. I always just cards and my watch and everything. So I have no cash. I didn't realize they passed the hat, like they passed the bucket.
Yeah.
And so like, I'm totally getting into this. And then I see that they're passing the bucket and you got to go, no, well, it's not that good. You got to act like you're not that impressed because I didn't have any money to give them, right? I felt so embarrassed.
The amount of people that go there, their talent is amazing, and a lot of them are set musicians, so they're just usually behind the scenes. But yeah, the music is wonderful.
Well, it's so fun, like Vegas, right? Everywhere you go, there's a slot machine
talent
somewhere. Nashville, everywhere you go, there's a country music artist. Like I'm in the restaurant at the airport, there's a country music artist selling his record.
Yeah.
And my wife is texting me late at night, stop buying, because I'm buying on iTunes, this person's album and this person's, and she's getting the notification, stop buying the albums. And I'm like, they're so good. And then the next day you listen, you go, wow, that was much better yesterday with 6 whiskey sours in me.
Being live too, yeah.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
So 2 things here. You still use iTunes to buy music?
That was way back when.
Okay, because I was about to say, I was on iTunes for a long time before I realized the power of Bluetooth and Apple Music. And I've been using that ever since. So just was curious if you were still where I was.
Well, Adele, it was funny. Adele is putting out her new album 30 and Barb, my wife's like, oh, we got to get that. And you're like, what do you mean we have to get that? Like we have Spotify, we have Amazon Music, like we'll automatically have it. Like,
I still don't understand their pricing model, but I'm assuming it's working out in their favor.
Yeah.
Concert wise, guys, I've never been to a concert, but let me preface that a little bit. I've never been to a concert like the ones you're talking about. Like in college, I went to LSU. We had like extra credit concerts we'd go to for orchestral concerts in our on-campus stadiums. And so I'd go to events like that. The last play I went to was like Cat in the Hot Tin Roof, and that was also for school credit. But I've never actually been to a big old event
you
like
have
that.
to put it on a bucket list.
DHIT will have our next outing at a concert. I had no idea you're going to a concert. Have you gone to Jazz Fest at least?
I went to Jazz Fest before. Now, here's the thing about that, though, right? So I don't consider them the same concerts like Carol was talking about, right? Like where it's like this one artist and it's just this big old event.
Right.
I really do want to experience that.
Jessica and I'll take you to Taylor Swift. We got you covered.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Is that my name in that sentence?
Yes, we're going to Taylor Swift with Matt.
Of course, Matt mentioned he liked hard rock, so
he's going to Taylor Swift.
Okay, there you go.
Let me tell you, I almost rather go to a musical, and y'all, I cannot stand musicals. It's hard. I can't wrap my head around, and I'm a happy guy, but I cannot wrap my head around singing, dancing, and acting all at once. I can deal with a play. I can deal with a movie. I can't deal with a musical.
Okay, so I'll go see Seven Dust. I'll take you to see Seven Dust. That's as hard rock as I get.
There we go. Okay.
Okay. All
Now,
right.
Matt, if you want to hit a lot of, kill a lot of birds with one stone, I believe Motley Crue, Poison, Def Leppard, and Joan Jett are all coming touring this year. So you can get four great 80s bands all in one.
Oh my God. My hair is suddenly teased and standing up all on its own.
And I've seen all of them multiple times. Joan Jett actually was my very first
Joan Jett.
Honey, if your hair doesn't touch the roof of your car, you're just not trying.
Yeah. and if you got to talk in between the shoulder pads in your head to get to you, yeah. 80s fashion.
So for Broadway shows type of thing, what I've ultimately done is I subscribe to a lot of the local theaters, because if you don't, then you never know about what productions they're putting on. So I find the local theaters put on just as good a production, very enjoyable, low maintenance, not a lot of money, and they have great talent and they put on some great shows.
It takes you away.
Pardon?
takes you away. Like it takes your mind away. I can be in a seat and forget where I'm at, because a lot of plays I've seen are just as good as anything that is a TV, a movie show, like all of that. It's really immersive when you are at a play. So I completely agree with you.
Yep, that's how I saw Evil Dead the musical. I mean, the theater that was throwing it, they had a different production many months prior that I liked, but I missed out on it. And I said, well, I'm gonna, subscribe to their email list, and then you get notification right away that they're putting on a production, and it's just local people that enjoy drama and enjoy acting, and it, a lot of times the theater holds what, like 200 people or something. Not very big, but it's a great production.
It's only when an intermission comes or the play ends that I forget exactly where I'm at, because the lights are dim, right? And they have all of this focus on the stage. It's a really cool experience if you haven't been in a while.
Yeah, and I always find things that you would accept in a movie, and I don't know why. I guess it's because you're removed from it. So, like swearing or vulgarity in a play is way more, and some of the emotions are way more emotional in a play than they are in a movie.
Very
the F-word
tangible.
dropped in a play is got way more impact, I think, than in a movie. I don't know
Very
why.
tangible. You're in the moment. It's almost like you're a fly on the wall watching somebody's, personal conversation.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, I'm going to close the poll down. We're at the bottom of the hour. So next up, Matt, I think you're still here. You are. And
Yes,
Matt's
I
going to
am.
talk to us about another topic, unsuccessful procedure attempts.
All right, Natasha, do you mind if I steal the screen from you?
Natasha.
Or if anybody else can.
Oh, that's
steal the
right.
screen from Natasha.
The setting is such that, all right, John, I think as host, can you take it away?
Yep, I'll take it and then I'll stop. Matt, go ahead.
All right, brilliant. So yeah, this afternoon I want to talk a little bit about unsuccessful procedure attempts, like we were saying. What I mean by that is that Epic ran into this problem, and we've been dealing with it for a little while now, where we noticed that some procedures like x-rays, it's important to know that they were performed even if they didn't produce a usable result. So for instance, for x-rays, the patient might receive a radiation dose and that's clinically meaningful and everything, but the x-ray might not produce a usable image. So the procedure was performed, but we don't have what we wanted to get out of it. And so the question I'm trying to ask is, how do we represent that in C-CDA? So Epic sort of has two different ways of doing this. And I'm curious to see, I've got a poll at the end here, what folks think about either of these, or like if anybody else has run into this and has their own way of doing it. And if not, ultimately what I'd like to see here is hopefully some guidance from HL7 in some capacity about how to do this with existing semantics, or if we all agree that C-CDA as currently written doesn't really say much about how to do this, then I feel like maybe it would be a good topic for us to discuss a little bit further and possibly even like come up with a template for standardizing in the future. So like I said, there are two different solutions that Epic uses. The first is to use the procedures status code. So as we've talked about at prior IATs, procedure activity, procedure is a template within the procedure section that's sort of the de facto way to go these days for representing a procedure in C-CDA. All of the procedure templates, so observation and activity, even though those are, kind of deprecated, all use this same value set for where they want the status code to come from. And so the status code can have one of 4 values. It can be aborted, active, canceled, or completed. Of those, trying to represent the concept that I was describing earlier where, the procedure was performed, but it didn't really give us what we wanted. It seems like aborted would be the most conceptually useful. Completed, I feel like generally implies, it completed successfully, and the CDA definition of the term actually does say it's terminated normally. So I feel like that would be a little bit inappropriate. So EPIC, when we're trying to send out these procedures to organizations that don't use EPIC, we decided the best thing to do is to use the status code aborted to indicate, it didn't really terminate as intended, but it maybe did happen in some capacity. So that's the simple way to do it. The advantage here is that the status code is pretty standard, but it's not really clear when you're receiving this, whether aborted actually, captures all the nuances of what we're trying to say here. So that's the first solution. The other thing that EPIC decided to do, and this only really works if, right now we only do it for other organizations that we know are using EPIC, just because it requires, it would require buy-in from everybody, and we would sort of need HL7 to standardize something like this, is to use a custom structure that we made up. So we just, within the procedure template, add an entry relationship. We have an ACT with an ad hoc template ID we made up, and then a code just to say this procedure was an unsuccessful attempt. So when you do it that way, we, EPIC, know for sure what we mean by that. But obviously the huge downside here is that it's not interoperable if you don't. So that sort of takes me to the end of describing the problem here. And so like I said, I'm kind of hoping that for the rest of this topic, we can just sort of have an open floor, because I'm curious about seeing, one, whether other folks have dealt with this in other ways, and two, like I said, if we see a need, because from EPIC's standpoint, we certainly do, for HL7 to come up with explicit guidance here for what to do about this. So
Matt,
the last slide.
Do you have?
Yep.
Question, this is Jean. Do you have to distinguish between a case where the procedure was completed, but while sort of completed and successfully, I'll put in quotes, but there was a problem that they found during that? Is that, or is it where, like, is the unsuccessful attempt where it didn't complete, we need to redo it, but it is complete, it did not complete successfully because of this problem, and we really need to do it? Like, from the sounds of it, it's more the latter is what you guys are trying to represent.
Yeah. So going back to the X-ray example, like I said, what we care about is, the patient received a radiation dose, or for colonoscopies, it happens pretty often where, you can perform the procedure but fail to get a usable image. So if you, had a patient scheduled for a colonoscopy and then it turned out, before the procedure started, they told the doctor that they hadn't prepped properly or whatever, and the procedure wasn't even performed at all, then that's one thing. And I think that is a distinct concept from what we're trying to, from what I was talking about here, and what we really care about representing, where the procedure was performed, but it didn't produce a usable result. And if you want a usable result, you'll have to do it again.
Right. So you've got the problem that completed implies, well, or even directly says it's, was successful, but aborted sort of implies it wasn't successful. I mean, aborted implies that you didn't do the full thing. So you need to provide some sort of guidance. Yeah.
Exactly, for how to say we did do the full thing, but it wasn't successful.
Well, but the example you gave of like the patient doesn't prep for a colonoscopy, isn't that just canceled if you didn't start the colonoscopy at all?
Yep. Yeah. So if the patient doesn't prep, then I think that would be canceled, and that's like much more straightforward. And I don't think it's as hard as trying to figure out how do we want to say we did do the procedure, but it didn't produce something useful.
Yeah, but the X-ray or the I'm forgetting where they inject you with radioactive dye, those ones where you want to say, hey, like this stuff happened, and so therefore tracking, radiation over time or what have you is important. But note that so all of that occurred, but we don't have a result, or it wasn't successful. So yeah, I see what the problem is that you have to represent.
So this is Rob. Given that, I'm not sure if you're asking if we want to add another code. I think you're not, right?
I
don't know if that's
I'm not
possible.
inherently opposed to it. Like if we think that it would be a good way to solve this, then we certainly could. But I would be a little surprised if that was the direction that we wanted to go with this, unless you think, Rob, that adding a code is
I do not. So I just want to make sure.
I was going to say, sure.
That you aren't. Okay. So understanding how these concepts are used, which is, I think you were going with why it's completed is problematic, right? And I could absolutely agree with that. Then I think, and as distinct from canceled, like the example that was just given, which is that you can imagine, okay, you have to, the presumption is that the procedure wasn't done. So, and active is obviously not in play. So you're right, it leaves you with aborted. And I think aborted's correct. And so what I'm wondering is that can't you, and you didn't really spend enough time on that one slide where you said, well, we kind of created our own thing, but understanding that there's a lot of, kind of what we want versus what people do with translations and I don't know if this is the data type for this, because I would say you put a translation in that says unsuccessful attempt.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to put a translation on the status code.
No.
And that's a RIM thing.
Yeah.
Because it's what kind of data type?
It's not I don't think it's a C.
It's a tightly bound vocabulary that we're not allowed. It's like set in the CDA model, and we're not allowed to disrupt it.
So it's a code. It's a code data type.
It's effectively a code, yeah. But I wanted to go back, Rob. Like, I disagree that, I suspect there'll be different, and this is where my original question, I guess, is coming from. Like, in the example that Mark's brought up, the procedure is completely, like the X-ray procedure did complete. It's just that the results are unusable.
Yeah,
so completed would actually fit here, other than the idea, the implication in CDA that it's successful.
Right. Yeah,
but I could see
that's
a different
the problem.
Yeah, I could see a different type of procedure. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but a different type of procedure where it was aborted, but you want to say, it's almost, this procedure's got these 10 parts and 9 parts of them are important to know, and the 10th part, which is the result or the point of the procedure, that didn't happen.
Right. No, I get it. And you know, I in these situations where these are codes that are, I'll just use the phrase trigger codes, right? They're the reason they're bound tightly in the rim and they're communicated to implementers in that way is that you design system operations around them. And so the kind of system operations, I mean, this gets to what Matt's really asking this group, but presumably the system operations that are designed around these and specifically around completed would be really problematic if completed didn't mean completed. And so I would suspect that in terms of interoperability and expected behavior, we have a better shot at messing with aborted than we are with messing with completed. Even though, you know, as two humans talking about it, I absolutely agree with you. You know, and my first reflex kind of response to Matt's presentation was, well, that's completed, and it just has no result. And I, you know, that's not crazy to throw that. I mean, we shouldn't throw that out absolutely without discussing it more. But the problem with these codes in that context is that I think these codes are intended for people to do operations based on the code without having to look at the result, because the vast majority of situations where these codes are important, the result is not reviewed, right? It's a human that reviews the result. And so I do think that what we want to try and accomplish here is with aborted. But anyway.
I just want to say I would prefer aborted to completed a whole lot, because if we use completed, then just from looking at the procedure, I don't think there would be any way at all to distinguish an x-ray where you didn't get an image from an x-ray where you did. You know, they look the same. They both have status code completed. So I think if we want to use a status code to indicate this, then aborted is the way to go. My only concern there is that, you know, if you're not at this IAT right now and you get a procedure in the wild and the status code is aborted, are you going to think, oh yes, well, you know, I know exactly what this means. It, you know, it takes like
I mean,
a little
that's the
while to
problem,
describe this very.
No matter which
I
code
have
you
a use
pick. Lisa,
case
you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thanks. So I had a lot of experience with this back at a long time ago. I worked on a profile in IHE that was called Early Hearing Detection and Intervention. And it's a public health kind of profile around the requirement to screen babies' hearing before they go home from the hospital when they're born. And there's quality measures around whether or not you screen the baby's hearing, which is a process measure that a hospital is dinged for if they don't do it. But there's a totally different, like, orthogonal notion of whether you may have screened the baby's hearing. You did the procedure, but the kid screamed and squirmed so much throughout the procedure that you never got a good reading. And so the result is not good, but the procedure, as far as counting that the hospital did what they were supposed to do, they completed the screening. And it was really wound and tangled into the definitions of the quality measure and the numerator and the denominator and the allowable exceptions and all of that stuff. And we came to the conclusion that you had to mark the procedure as completed, and because it did complete and it affected how the quality measure was assessed, and you wouldn't end up in the right bucket if you marked the status as aborted. So there's good examples of this in the past, and I think the way that they call it the EDDI profile turned out is that you had to look at the status to tell whether or not the procedure completed, but then you had to look at the result to tell whether or not the intended action actually happened.
Okay. And how did you indicate like, would you just not send a result for the procedure, or did you send the result
There was like a failure code in the result.
Okay.
I can't remember. I have to kind of look it back up again to remind myself. But in the result, we had a way of populating the result value to indicate that it was a failure, not a normal or a abnormal. There was like an extra status in there.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, and that's probably, I mean, you know, again, we all kind of went there first. That works pretty well, I think, in a situation where you know, you're going to look for that specific thing because people know that's a possibility. You might make that argument for some of these procedures, right? And then it's certainly, it's, you know, without question possible for us to figure out a way to say that the result was, you know, not completed or something like that.
Failure, yeah.
Yeah, failure, right, yeah. But the problem that we face with Matt's situation is he wants it to be generic, right? The idea that any procedure could have this problem. And you know, again, we could say that's really the right solution. And that means that every time a procedure is done, you can't just look at the status code. You've got to look at the result.
Mm-hmm.
So that's you know, the pound of flesh for that approach. It's not
yeah,
crazy.
I do think it's really worth looking at what some of the CQI has done, and you know, in the quality measures, because there's many things like that where you're counted, you're dinged or not for a procedure that was or wasn't performed, and I'm sure that there's more measures than just that. The hearing one that
well, and I can tell you again, I mean, that's why, and maybe this is, you know, kind of the answer. I mean, having been involved in a lot of that stuff, it's you look at the result, right?
Yeah.
So there's an expectation that, and there's some probably more variability with that than there should be, but in some cases, it simply, was there any result, right? Null or not. That's sufficient. And so, you know, that puts an interesting spin on this that I hadn't really thought about, in that if you have a, you know, colonoscopy or, you know, the x-ray one. So you do the x-ray, but quote, it wasn't a good image. That's probably not going to work, because you're going to still restore the image. You're just not satisfied with the result. Maybe that isn't even really kind of exactly what you meant. The colonoscopy one, you know, again, I would rather that be seen as canceled, but there's issues around that, right? Because probably there's some payment possibility. I actually don't know this, but if you got the room all set up and a patient comes in and they're not prepped, you probably still get the bill for something. So there's some nuances here, but yeah, I mean, you know, coming back on the completed side, saying, you know, if you really do the procedure, you just don't get the result that you want. That's really much more similar to what Lisa's talking about, and we just need a better way to record the
it's not really a result, right? It's a lack of a result.
Right. Right.
So it's not like we're having an, you know, observation with value anymore. We're having the procedure that was done, but it was done unsuccessfully.
Yeah, but I wonder, so, I mean, if staying on Lisa's thing, Lisa, I mean, because there is a result, right? Because that is useful. I mean, if you know, it would be confusing to receive data on procedures that are done
What's the result
as a result, right?
They had a vocabulary gay in the result. I can go look it up from the profile, but they had a term for like a failure term in there. Let's say it was just like normal, abnormal, and failure. Or there might have been two failure ones, like equipment failure versus just regular failure. So
and what were they using though? What were they template were they using? They were probably using the old
a specialized, yeah, very specialized
procedure
profile,
activity.
you know.
observation?
No, more like a result observation.
Right. So then now it goes back to the way we recently decided not to do it. So now we have to think of a new way to do it that's similar, but isn't going to be with that result.
You're saying that as a general thing that's been decided not to do, not specific to this problem.
Well, I don't know, Gay. I mean, at this point, aren't we saying that even like for a diagnostic test, you would have a procedure that would be recorded about the procedure itself, and then it would reference a result organizer that would have whatever results went along with it? Isn't that what we agreed to make them consistent, that you always would put the procedure to say that some kind of a procedure got done, and when it's some sort of a diagnostic test or something that has a result component to it, like a colonoscopy or a, whatever else could be confused that way, catheterization, that you would then have that procedure have an entry relationship to and then pick your structure. I'm going to go result organizer just to be non-controversial, and the result organizer would have whatever result observations inside of it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Like, it seems to me that we need to distinguish between the procedure being done and whether it has a result. Like, and that would there be procedures where there's no result that you're looking for, where you want to say, well, we did this procedure, but it wasn't successful, and we're going to need to do it again. But we did the whole thing, and I don't know what that would be. Obviously, keep thinking of amputations, and obviously, if it's successful, the guy doesn't have a leg anymore. But like something where we we went in, we did the blah blah blah, but we're going to have to do it again because whatever the point of the procedure wasn't successful, so we're going to have to do it. So there's no result. Like the result would have been, upon completion of the procedure, the patient's state would have changed, and it hasn't. Like that would be, to me, the case where you want to be able to say, here's a procedure that is completed, but it wasn't a successful completion.
It didn't
as opposed
accomplish.
to,
it didn't accomplish what we thought it was going to accomplish.
Right, as opposed to like to a certain extent, you could still use, here's this X-ray procedure and it's completed, and then there's just no there's no X-ray image to be found because we didn't get one, or there's no assessment that happened because when we went in it just didn't, we didn't get it. So those where there's a result, and the lack of result would, I agree, today if I saw completed, I'd be looking for results, and I might have written my code that way. But to me, I'm wondering about, do we also have a different problem where it's a procedure that has no expectation of a result, but I want to say, yeah, completed, but it's going to have to be done again.
Yeah, I'm actually starting to get kind of persuaded that if, in essence, that we think about these things in the context of the procedure and not the result, right? And therefore, the result of the procedure is really not scoped by this status, and then it would be completed. And then if the use of that data is dependent on the result, which almost always it would be, you would need to look at the result. And if you have a procedure that does not end up with a result that is useful, we'd have to have the right word, like whatever that one you were using, I keep blanking on it, but not completed, then that needs to be allowed as a result. And but it does support this idea that Matt's focused on, which is the consequences, the resource and impact of doing the procedure can be counted, because you then look for completed ones. Now, that does bring up this question that you were raising, Sean, of, okay, so what's aborted from completed? Canceled, I think, is pretty straightforward. No procedure done. But aborted is going to have some interesting, situations where, how far along do you go before it stops and you say it was aborted? And I think probably it would be, if we say completed really is the procedure was done, i.e. it normally would have given a result, but it didn't this time, then that would be completed. Anything short of that that was started is aborted, and canceled means you didn't do anything. And so you'd have to say things like, oh, okay, so what if the patient prepped, but the machine was down? That would be aborted. If the patient didn't prep, but we were all in the room, that would be aborted, right? It's that kind of stuff.
The patient scheduled, but then changed their mind and canceled. So nothing
That's
ever
right.
got started. That's canceled.
Right.
Maybe
right.
left the hospital before,
Right.
getting the test done. I was curious though, I mean, when you look at things like the A1C measure that quality does, how did they handle that? It's very similar, right? In that it would have, do they look to see that there's usually a procedure and then a result, and then is the result they're looking for a status of completed, but they'd also have to look for a result because
right.
Otherwise, there
done.
could be not sufficient quantity or whatever to get the result.
Where
right?
that matters, remember some things, some quality assessments and some interpretations of them are almost kind of focused on intent as opposed to, what you actually do and accomplish. But I can tell you that in situations where it is important in terms of kind of assessing the quality or assessing whatever it is, that something was actually done, then there's two ways to do it. So in one of them, I don't know that really applies here or how well it applies, but is there a result? Doesn't matter what the result is, right? Any result. And those are used, I think, probably similar to this, like, and I think it was even talked about, this is years ago, but like, quantity not sufficient would be a result, and therefore they pass because it was done and there was a result, even if the result wasn't one that was usable clinically. And then some look for specific results, but the idea of a non-null result is, I think, evoked when you don't care even if it was clinically usable.
That's hard to judge. I feel like the last CQL I looked at actually was checking for a result, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
I'm not saying that doesn't happen. It absolutely happens. But I also know that there are ones that just look for non-null results. At least they used to. Maybe they don't like that anymore. I don't know. I mean, in a quality assessment, maybe you do care that if something, something's done and you didn't get enough blood or you dropped it, you're expected to do it again. I'd say that's probably more common than not. So, but I'm just telling you, for the sort of thing that Matt's asking about, maybe the right answer is to say it should be marked as completed, and we just kind of the guidance is, hey, these kinds of results should result in some kind of these kind of situations should result in a result that is just, say, incomplete, or that's not the right word. What is it, failure or something like that?
Well, I mean, I do like the idea of putting that into a relationship on that. I thought it was a good suggestion by Matt to have that can actually give you whatever expressibility you want, because you can put whatever code in there that you feel is necessary to represent why it wasn't successful.
Can you go back to that, Matt? Was that a result thing? What is that
No,
saying?
this is on the procedure.
Yeah, I think that's
related to the procedure.
I think that's more complicated than you need to do if we were to agree with what I just said. Or
it makes a lot of sense to uncouple the two concepts of the performance of the procedure versus the result or the observation that came out of it. Because to couple those two does complicate the two concepts, I think.
But this makes
the
it
idea
simple.
of
This
something,
is what it does, right? Is there's the
yeah, but the
procedure and
idea
you're
of a
saying,
failed result is the thing that we're talking about. I mean, I think it is uncoupled, right? The idea that you did the procedure, you just got a bad result.
this way, what you see here, I think this is good because, it's not, you don't have a result and it was an unsuccessful attempt and there's a relationship that says, hey, this thing was unsuccessful, which is, I mean, it's saying what it really was. It's not, the more complicated thing is pointing to some result with a contained organizer that has results that were nothing. That's far more complicated.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the baggage. I'm a little worried about the baggage of having to pull in, like, to make sure that if you have a procedure like this, then you are for sure also including a results section in your document, which I'm not sure every template would do. And then to make sure that everybody is discretely linking procedures to results in the same way. Like, it feels like there are a lot more moving pieces if you want to represent this concept in the results section, whereas I do like the advantage of the centered relationship is that it's just all contained within the procedure. And now you know from looking just at this, what's up with it.
Well,
Much cleaner.
if you think about what the human might want to see, I mean, I'm not a clinician, but I would think that in the procedure section, if you knew that for whatever reason this was not successful, having the ability to express that in the human readable, you'd want to know that there and not have to like cross tabulate over to some sort of results section to figure it out too. So that's kind of why it makes sense to put it, as this. I agree with what Rob was saying, which is, we shouldn't have the status of the procedure predicated on whether it was successful or not, just like, have the status of a surgery predicated upon whether you felt the surgery was successful or not. It's just whether it actually completed. If the patient walked out in the middle of the x-ray, that might be more of a case for aborted, but the image resolution wasn't good, or, they blew up the computer in the radiology office afterwards, that's probably not a status of aborted.
So let me ask then. I mean, I don't feel that this is wrong, what we're looking at, but what I'm concerned about is that when I'm looking at, as a clinician, and I'm looking at results, I ordered something, I expect to see it. How is this going to be provided to me? I'm going to be expecting to see results.
If I was looking at an EHR and I was looking for a result and I didn't see it, I would probably wonder whether, was it even done? And then
come on, Gay. I mean, you got 15 of these to look at, you're running through, it just doesn't show up. So here, my point here is this: do I need to order this again, right? What's going on? And so I think I don't have a problem with this because it's, quote, simpler for the, template designers and the people who are packaging up stuff. I have no problem with that. What I'm saying is you better make sure that the people who are looking at the data in real world information, kind of in the system, that this shows up as unsuccessful attempt in what I would normally look for in a result. If you do that, then I'm okay with this.
Well, I mean, that actually kind of, stepping back even further, which was, I was going to ask at the beginning, is why would this even be, what's the use case for this being sent in a summary document? Wouldn't it just be done correctly before, there was a need to send a summary document?
I mean, repeated. Is
Right.
that what you mean? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well,
yeah, I guess that's what's the customers asking for, or the clients asking for in this case? Why would there be a need to do this?
Well, I mean, if you want to track radiation, that was kind of what you were saying earlier, right, Matt?
Yeah, like I mentioned, there are a bunch of cases where it's clinically meaningful to know that the procedure was performed for one reason or another. Radiation is a simple one.
Yeah, and same thing. If I'm looking at, I ordered tests, and I got someone who, particularly, a patient who's perhaps getting, I mean, I don't know if this applies here, but places where you track this definitely, other than just, in general, is in cancer therapy and stuff like that. And so I definitely would want to know about that, and I'd want to see it in one place. That's, I mean, all I care about is that whatever choice we choose, whatever approach we take, that we make sure that the clinicians, the people who are going to have to act on this, in addition to the computers, will be able to understand that something was done. We're tracking it for a reason. It has an impact. And they can then, you know, adapt. They can understand, okay, well, that means I probably need to wait a little bit longer. It's one of those because I don't want to re-expose them to imaging radiation right now, but I have to reorder it. Or
yeah, I guess we could just focus on, you know, what's the document use case and the second, you know, the way to best send that information, and then, you know, kind of the way it's handled. Everything you're saying is totally important and true, but the way that CDA data is going to be handled, you know, by the recipient organization and or the sending organization is outside the scope of CDA.
No. Nice try, but nope.
I'd
think
like
we
to
need to
argue
do
it from a
this and then-
patient point of view. I'd like to argue from a patient point of view. So if I have let's say it's an ambulatory procedure, and for some reason it's not successful. When I'm going home, I'm asking for my visit summary, which is going to be, let's say they're smart enough to make an outpatient progress note now. I want something that says that that procedure was unsuccessful, because if it does need to get done again, I don't want the proof. So when I argue with my insurance company that the reason why, you know, if they deny paying for it, I'll say, well, you can't deny paying for it because the first time it wasn't successful. You know, so I could see a rationale for why it would be exposed and reported the day that you have that procedure when you walk out, if it wasn't successful.
Yeah, I think, you know, I don't know that anybody's going to say that the approach that Matt took is wrong. I think are we not all in agreement that making this information available so that it can be acted upon, in addition to the fact that there's something that's tracking radiation dosage, is clear and evident. And if we were to choose this, then I would say, actually, we would need to give clear guidance. I understand. So it could easily be stated as out of scope. Like, here's how you have to display this. This is not normally our scope. But I think, given that the alternatives we're talking about were around this idea of what kind of result this is, I think we would want to say, if we choose this, we choose this, but you need to acknowledge that this can be treated as a kind of a result. You're going to have to, make it available to folks who are interested in the fact that there was a procedure that was completed that was unsuccessful.
So we're running up against the end of the time slot here. Just to bring it back, here's a really concrete question that might be helpful. Would anybody be opposed to HL7 taking this template that Epic made up and standardizing something like it and saying, if you want to represent this concept, use this new template we made, add it to a procedure, and then everybody should know what that means?
I think that makes sense. And, in that sort of thing, we can also include the guidance that Rob is talking about, even though we're not saying, prescribing exactly what that display is. We can talk about the importance of displaying.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, do you want me to bring up the poll? Is now a good time to bring the poll up?
Sure. Dave, I don't know not Dave, John, I don't know if you can make a follow-up poll on the spot, but if you can, I'd be curious to see, of the options here, what people think would be the way that this should be done. And, you know, if everybody on this at the IAT right now is thinking, yeah, it'd be great for HL7 to make a custom template to make this the way that we have blessed for representing this, then I think that would be useful for us to know. And then to follow
Well, you
up
could
on the
do that
topics
with
would be-
raised hands.
Yeah, true.
I can create a poll on the fly, but it sounds like we're going to go down the path of raising hands.
Raising hands stays up until you lower it, so you'd still be able to count them, right? I think that's what we want to do,
I
is
think
just
so.
get a count of who's in support of.
So you want to state what we're raising our hand for, Matt?
Or unless, Dave, you want to capture this. I mean, it might be good to actually capture a poll for the notes. Or take a screenshot or something.
I mean, I would suggest I'd go for the poll if you can do it.
Yeah, let's do the, Dave, if you can add.
You could capture the stats, which from a CDA management group perspective, I think would help us.
Okay, and when I was listening to Matt explain it, I'm not sure what the poll question is. I thought it was actually going to be like, what is the way that this should be done as a free form text, but that's not what people want.
Yeah, so the poll question, I think, should be, how should HL7 standardize the representation of unsuccessful procedure attempts? And then I think the option should be using the status code. Well, but we kind of agree that that's not a good way to go. So I guess it should be, one option should be adding an entry relationship to the procedure template. Another that we discussed should be linking the procedure to the results section. And I think those were the two big ones. I don't know, Rob, if
Well,
there's any other
I
way.
think one of the things that's interesting is that you actually didn't say it here, but you know, you had tied this to aborted, and we're talking about tying it to completed. I'm not sure that we. I mean, I probably we would say it could be either, right? You could imagine, you know, tying it to aborted or completed, but I think the one where it really matters is completed. That we would, you know, so I think the choices here are, I don't know that there's a good choice where we just say, use one of the existing statuses, and I mean, they just don't work, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't
I mean, I understand
say
the
anything
argument for-
else. There's no way to say the additional piece of information. Well, actually, no, there is. We could say you can use one of the statuses and you make it, you do a result, right? That's what we were saying. So one choice is do a status, existing statuses, but create a result that says, you know, unsuccessful attempt or failed attempt. So that's one. And the other is use this structure, and that's sufficient.
Add it to the procedure template.
Right. With, and I would say presumably with either aborted or completed.
So I think those are the big two options. We can either do a poll here or show of hands.
Let's do a poll. So.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So what I'm going to do is actually, I'm just going to text the poll, what I jotted down just to Matt and have him, as I create it, I can change it. But this way I'll make sure that I've captured it correctly.
Matt wordsmith what he puts in chat.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I'm only going to send it to Matt. So we kind of have a,
you have a lull for a second. So
yes, otherwise I get a
ourselves.
bunch of them. Okay, that's what I got, and that's what I'll start drafting. But Matt, you reply back to me.
Yep.
But I think we are in agreement, at least, that we should do something to provide some sort of guidance. So at least we're clear on that. I think there was enough feedback. We don't need to include
Yep.
that in the question.
I think that's correct.
Okay.
Just let me know when it's ready, Dave.
Yep, I've put in what I've sent to Matt, but I think he's looking at my text to see.
Yep. Give me one moment.
Yep.
And
Matt, did you say what code system is the 798268.890, where that code system comes from?
That's something that Epic made up. So again, like the thing that we're using right now is just, we were flying by the seat of our pants and didn't have a good way to do it that everybody could use. So the idea would be HL7 takes this and turns it into something that's actually standard.
Yeah, we'd have to figure out what's right there.
So David, hopefully you got the
Yep,
words
I got
right.
it. And
We always seem to test you out, David, and you always come through as the hero. Thank
oh
you.
no, oh no.
Dee Dee, did you have to do that? His head's already big enough.
Hey, I try to give gratitude when possible, especially since he's the new staff liaison to the CDA management group. You gotta have a good relationship, right? Be appreciative. Be kind to one another.
Well, here I am trusting Google saying I can do this on the fly, and I just tried it.
And I just jinxed you. Sorry.
Yeah.
To add a poll or to?
Yeah. I did it, and then it
Well, yeah, I did one this morning when we were on, so.
I did. I didn't think I did, but maybe I did. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, session review topic 2 you added this morning.
All right, let's hope it saves. Yes, it should be there, Jean, topic 5 plus on the fly poll. Figured we did, there we go.
Right. Neck and neck.
12 people have responded.
8.
Lisa, spoilers.
I was like, what can she see?
I thought everybody could see this. I'm sorry. I thought
No,
everybody.
you're a co-host, so that's why we can't vote, but we can see the result.
Okay.
You were about to spoil it.
Oh, sorry. It's exciting to watch him come in.
I guess I didn't realize I made it anonymous.
I like anonymous.
100%. Oh, 100% answered. That's awesome.
What? No. 65% participated.
I mean, it is tough that you gave us an A or B. A third out, you might have gotten 100%.
Yeah, that's true.
The third
Commitment.
option, I'm not doing anything no matter what you tell me. All right. I think I've stopped seeing responses come in. So it is kind of even. I mean, there's a bit of a lean towards the new entry relationship.
It's 41 to 59. It's at 40 to 60.
60, yeah, 60-40. So in terms of next steps, is this, I mean, this is an interesting one, right? So is this making a new, not necessarily a new template, but
well, we could make an example on procedure, activity, procedure
right
to have in the interim, and then we could put a JIRA ticket in and say the next time that there's a companion guide that goes out, if we wanted to officially create a template for doing this, we could. But
Well,
this is a
let
good
me
example.
understand. Does that mean that there could be two ways that people could accomplish it? They could, because that first one can be done right now, right? I mean, there's likely some codes that are available, and if not, you can make one up that basically says unsuccessful attempt as a result. And so I would presume that the approach, and again, you could use a little guidance here, but I'm thinking that it would be a completed procedure. And then this other would be make a new template, make that available. And here's the equivalent way. And the reason I'm kind of pushing this is because I think, pretty clearly here, there's a lot of folks who feel that having a result is useful, are willing, maybe hopefully they're the ones that would have to actually do it as opposed to just want somebody else to do it. But, and like I said, it's already available. So people may already be doing this. So I know we don't like sometimes to say that you can do something two different ways, but
People may already be doing what?
What's that?
Using
People may already be
result
doing what?
observation.
Yeah, putting in that they have either aborted or a completed observation or procedure that has a result that was in some way, unsuccessful, failed, incomplete, I don't know, whatever they might put in there.
I mean, you
So,
could do
Robin,
it both ways. You could have this.
You
and
could do it.
Also point
That's
to
right.
the results.
That's right. I would say you would either do the procedure thing alone, or you would do both. But I can't see only recording it in the result area. It just wouldn't. To me, that doesn't make sense.
Right, I agree. But I kind of like the idea of doing it this way and then having a reference, what do we have? Entry relationship reference or whatever that template is that we already have.
Yep.
You could reference.
Entry reference.
Yeah, entry reference.
So the idea then, if we do want to make a new template, would be like somebody mentioned, making an examples task force example in the interim, and then in the next version of the companion guide, adding a new template for real, saying, here's how you do this. I'm not sure what the interim guidance would be, assuming that we don't want to point to a template that doesn't exist in the examples repo.
Don't use a template, Matt. To me, it's like everybody thinks, well, if there's no profile, just use base FHIR. Like it's normal to think that way. In CDA, if there's no template, just use base CDA. You don't.
Well, can we come up with a fleshed out example on example task force?
Yeah, I guess the thing that we do need to figure out at a bare minimum is, we'd add an entry relationship with an act and a code, and the code would have to somehow indicate the attempt was unsuccessful. And I don't know if we have a good code to do that for real, because this one here certainly is not it.
Can we try to come up with the example tomorrow? I'm going to be here for part of the day.
Yeah, sure. That's a really good idea.
Yeah, we've got that open breakout session, so someone could work
I
on
like that a lot.
Yeah, maybe that would be one of the examples that a group does. So, Matt, is anybody like against, so just like a friendly amendment here, but did you consider doing an entry relationship just like you're doing it here, but instead of choosing ACT as your class code, that you use observation, so that you would have both a code and a value to express what it is that this extra piece of syntax is that you're adding, and then a value to stick the unsuccessful attempt. We'd have to get a code that tells us what this sort of clause that we're adding to the procedure means.
Why? I mean,
I'm
again,
not
maybe we could
opposed
talk
to
about
that.
this tomorrow, but why, what is, because the only reason that you would want to do that is that there's more than one code or more than one value. And so what have you got in mind that needs more flexibility than this?
Well, the reason that I like the idea of using an observation with the data pair is the code tells you what it is. Imagine you're crafting the narrative that goes along with this, and you've got your table where you'd been recording the procedure and the date of the procedure and who performed it. And now you need to add one more column in that table where you're going to write unsuccessful attempt. And you have to think to yourself, what's the heading I'm going to put on this column? The concept that you are representing as this new additional column in the table.
Yeah, that's kind of why I think this should be a result.
and that's something, that notion that would be the label of that column, I would say put that in the code so we know what this extra entry relationship clause is all about. And then in the value, you put unsuccessful attempt.
Yeah, so I can imagine what you're saying, Lisa, where the code would be like a link code for like procedure status
outcome.
And then the
How
value
about procedure outcome?
Yeah, I like that. Procedure outcome. And the value would be unsuccessful. But I think the question Rob and I have is, what other values would you imagine being there? Or maybe the answer is like the only value we do have in mind right now is unsuccessful.
Yeah,
but...
no, I mean, if that actually is clarifying and particularly valuable, you could still do it, and then you just lock that value and it doesn't have other ones.
Yep.
So yeah, no, I'm kind of hearing Lisa. So that I don't know if such a thing exists.
Maybe when the group works on it tomorrow, you could just throw that in as a possible consideration and see if that helps to solve, especially if we go template list, because the semantics of like, what is this XML all about? When you do what I suggested, we've got a nice clear thing. The observation code tells us what we're talking about, and the value gives us the answer. Where without that, you're going to go, I don't know, it's like a subject that's inversion in true, therefore I can like tell that what we're talking about. It's just less clear.
Sure. So I like that. Anyone with strong opinions on what terminology we should use, hopefully between today and when we talk about this tomorrow can marinate on a little. But I think we've got a good next step here for tomorrow.
Okay, good.
Awesome.
Well, I think that's good. We've got something, and we're at the bottom of the hour. So thank you, everybody. Gay, you are up next to walk us through the new C-CDA web publication.
Yeah. So probably a big surprise for a lot of people on the call. And I think it was supposed, am I right? It's supposed to start 15 minutes ago.
What's that?
Am I right that it was supposed to start 15 minutes ago?
No, it's supposed to start at the bottom. Oh, maybe. Did I?
Yeah, it's 4:15. It was.
Yeah, 4:15. I'm sorry. I should have cut everyone
That's okay.
off.
No, it was a good conversation, and I think this can, it might end up being a shorter conversation anyway, since people will be like, what? So this will be I'll put it in a more positive way. This will probably be the first of several sessions where we can discuss this and present it. And in fact, it's fairly draft right now. So I will go ahead. Whoops, better share my screen first. There we go. So we at HL7 have been cogitating on what would be a good way to publish. To think about new ways of publishing, if those of you have been involved in HL7 and structured docs for a while, know that, I don't know, maybe 4 years ago now, we said we're never going to publish another C-CDA until we have a web publication format. And, as things happen, that didn't happen for many years. And then recently, John DeMore kindly did a sort of a web navigation of the version of the PDF, which you're probably also all familiar with. I mean, sorry, it was an HTML version of what you see in a PDF, and it was nifty and groovy, but we're still have been forging on with trying to get a formal definite publication of C-CDA. And what was landed on was to leverage existing FHIR publications, actually, to FHIR structures, known as structure definition, to be the underlying structured machine format, if you will, for to apply to CDA. And so this is what's being worked on in its draft. And the goal is that there'll be a new publication modality for C-CDA with that enabling HL7 to have a common underlying structure. The FHIR structure definition resource describes a structure and a set of data element definitions and rules of usage, and they're used to describe the content defined in FHIR. And so the same thing will be done in the CDA context. This structure definition will have kind of has a CDA logical model underlying it and provides the structure of for CDA using structure definition. And so let's see. The reason why we want to have this goal of transitioning to web publication is to, as I mentioned, have this similar underlying structure definition. And even though it's a little bit confusing because we're saying, well, FHIR providing the definition for CDA, and it's really a machine definition. We are, there's an underlying CDA logical model, and oops, sorry. The first round of work was completed in 2021. Initial QA was completed in 2021, where we found a lot of issues related to understanding the navigation and traceability back to the PDF publication. And as we dug into it further, we realized many of the challenges were just really not understanding the new view, and the actual meaning was true to form, but it wasn't clear within the publication of how to understand that. And so in this last little bit, known issues requiring publisher changes have been fixed is actually not quite right. They have been fixed, but they haven't been pushed. So I'm going to be able to I'm not going to be able to show you all of the changes that were the software changes, but we are working on that. So we are now heading into line by line, round 2 QA, and where we're really going to dig into whether this is going to be something that, whether it's adequately represents all of the rules, the conformance statements, and a guidance information that is present in the current PDF. We need to create an easy way to add XML examples. Currently, it can be done, but it has to be done behind the scenes. And so in the tooling today, which is built on in Trifolia, and you can't manually do it easily in there, and it has to be done behind the scenes. And we have to build detail how to read this guide into the IG and respond to the round 2 of QA. I feel like this would have been a little bit better if I actually started with showing you what I'm talking about. But anyway, I'll continue on this way. So our goals are hopeful, potentially high in the sky goals are to publish C-CDA in structured definition, meaning this summer with everything being the same. So nothing new or corrected over what currently isn't published in CDA, and a detailed how to read this guide. And once that is accomplished, why we would do hopefully look at the errata that are out there right now and that have been accepted and completed, and we would have to create a cutoff date for that as well, and then build those into this new publication as well. We would like to potentially do an errata package by September in this new format, and then start a clean path of similar to what we have in US Core, where we implement directly into this new format the new versions of USCDI as they come out every year. And theoretically, if we were able to get all of this stuff done, if this format publication was acceptable to stakeholders in the community, and we were able to get this all done, why we would potentially ballot the USCDI V3 templates in January in this new format. Some longer term aspects that we will need to consider are for all of the other implementation guides that are that exist out there. How would we be able to, can we build tooling that would transform these into the underlying format with FHIR structured definition? And what if they're not in the, what if templates that are not in the tool chain, how to handle those that are not in Trifolia, for example, and then provide education on how to use the tooling to produce some CDA implementation guides. There's a set of tooling that people have used out in industry right now, and if they were all to be published in this new tooling, why folks would have to learn how to use the new tooling. So this is what the publication would look like, and I will actually bring this up and we can walk through it a little bit. I guess I'll pause here and ask people what questions they might have so far before we walk through.
Jay, in this, can you show a structured definition resource that goes with one of these templates so that people could get a sense of the machine processing powers that would be assisted by easy, consistent kind of access to structured definition resources that hold the CDA template constraints?
Let's see. This might be, maybe I'll just start.
Maybe try a small one. I don't know, maybe try it like an entry template or something.
All right. Well, let's just see how it looks. Oops.
If you click on JSON, do you see the structured definition?
Yeah, or the XML. I don't know if the JSON will be there. Yeah. That's not very attractive looking. I mean, I don't know if I can, I don't know if,
You have to scroll past the narrative. It's like any other structure definition, right? We got a ton of narratives. So
It
if you
gets
scroll
more
way
interesting
there we
down.
go.
There you go.
There we go. So the structure definition allows other, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm saying anything incorrectly here, but it allows for much more powerful work to be done, development and coding to be done to operate on the definition itself than the regular representation currently as it currently exists.
Right. Looking at it in a PDF doesn't help you very much at all.
Right. And so this definition of it is machine processable as opposed to the template that you're reading. So that's one of the additional benefits of publishing it in the new structure definition.
It's really cool. So this is a solution to a very, very long-standing problem that we've had struggled with as a product family, because we had different tools producing templates that were not compatible and no agreement which tools were going to change what they did. And this is a many, many year effort to bring the entire CDA community together into one common way of representing our recipes, our templates. And it's fabulous. And the goal would be that folks who hear about this for the first time, you might not be too excited about it. You'll just be like, oh, now there's a URL link that I can go to that's even one step better than the CDA online viewer that John DeMore gave us as an interim step, because now you have much richer narrative and description and instructions that can be added around the template constraints and all navigatable in exactly the same way that you know how to navigate FHIR.
Right, but folks, I don't know, it could be that there are a number of folks on the call who actually are not used at all to looking at FHIR implementation guides. And so I think that's going to be the biggest leap is learning how. I mean, if you already know, CDA and the PDF and how to look at it, or the online navigator, and you also know FHIR, then the leap is pretty small, I think, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion for learning how to read this and understand what the same, that the same rules are actually present. They just might look different. And so, I'll start example for here, for example, you have each template is going, retains its OID, its name, and the same definition, text definition. It has a canonical URL, which, we don't have in the PDF right now. And then it has these tables, which you may or may not be familiar with if you are not used to looking at FHIR implementation guides. And here you'll see this structure, and this is present in existing FHIR IG. So it says structures. This structure refers to these other structures. This is the same as this structure. This template contains these other templates. What's missing here, but has been built, but has not been pushed to this version yet, is something called usage, and that says where this particular profile or template is used. So that's the equivalent to contained by. And so we do know that that's missing. It's actually present in the template for CDA on the FHIR structure definition IG publisher. but it's just not here yet. So that's one thing. And then, when here's the snapshot table. And this is the same as your conformance statements in CDA. And so, yes, things look a little bit different, they do look different, and there'll be one of the tasks that we recognized is going to be needed is a fairly deep explanation of how to read this guide. And, that's going to include, if you see, is particularly where it might be a little bit confusing, this particular element or attribute in the snapshot table is where it holds this thing that you would see in the PDF or in the particular conformance statement. So,
it actually goes beyond just the PDF, because this goes beyond just the C-CDA, and it really has the CDA underlying, elements that are here as well now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and we do have, we do reference the conformance statement. So, we're going to be probably, some of you are very, very aware of, conformance numbers. And so we'll have those referenced as, we have those referenced as well. But you can, if you're traveling down, if you're used to, if you're, used to reading XML, when you read the XML, you'll see that these, align quite nicely. And, we do have the, actually, this is another thing that is needing to be done here, but I think that this is, we're aware of this as well. This is just something that has to be changed in the, manually changed in the build of the IG itself, I think. But it does, these do then also link out to VSAC, where you can see the value set, and it will show up in a minute, but I have to sign in.
For what it's worth, Gay, this is fabulous. This is going to make my job easier when I have to explain to folks where their errors are in testing. So this will be amazing. Giving them the breadcrumbs in an easier, digestible format is always good.
Right. I'm going to end that. Thank you. I'm going to go to, so then when you have, down, let's see, we can show where you can see the, oops, that's still the.
I think another really cool thing about it is that in the past, I feel like people who never learned CDA to begin with, and they just started being exposed to templates in something like consolidated CDA, they never understood what they weren't seeing, because they didn't know what the base model was underneath the constraints. And our tools didn't show them. You have to kind of in your mind carry a map of CDA, and then upon that add constraints. And so this tool, I think, empowers us to understand the power of what's available in base CDA, so that if we wanted to get into a habit where we didn't have to keep making templates for everything, we have the expressivity that's available in the model already, and it's really just a matter of saying, well, we've got additional ways that we can use, for example, the procedure activity procedure template, and we just need to provide guidance on how to do that, use some of the additional complexities that are already available in the template that's there. I think people just didn't know that all this other power was available.
Yeah, and that's what IHE did. IHE kind of went back to the base CDA standards, so they've done things a little differently by adding to those powers that be and further constraining them. So we need to, I agree. I think we need to consider all these things because it will impact interoperability. The better we align all this, the better we all will be in the future.
Right. Yeah, it is amazing. I think the number of folks that don't really know that there is even a CDA model, right? That underlies. It's just like read the C-CDA and do the stuff and don't maybe understand what's under it and what even the power that might have existed there, but now it wasn't exposed, so people couldn't didn't leverage it. So this is, CCD, and then, all the header stuff was up there. Then, here's, for example, that this says the component is allergies, and there's an allergies section, and you click on that, and it takes you to the allergies and intolerance section. And again, same thing, template identifier with with the URL, the section description, and then again, the snapshot table.
So, Gay, I don't know what you think about this idea or not. I think John DeMore is still on the line, and I think that whether this kind of web accessible IG sort of replaces our dependence on the CDA online navigation. The one big missing link that we have for people, kind of to your point about people don't understand that there is a base model, is there anything that we could do creatively, like stopgap-ish, the way that John, the way that you made the online tool for the PDF? Accessing base CDA is like a lost art. Very few people even know how to get it and navigate around and read it. Is there anything that we could do to make it more web accessible, so that if we wanted to link out to something, that you wanted to go get like the definition of author or something like that, that we could link into that, or is it built now into the FHIR logical model, that by looking at the underlying FHIR logical model, people are getting closer to the source definitions of things? Where would we see, Gay, if you wanted to kind of peel the onion to one level deeper to see the base schema, do we have any way to get? Let's say, let's try that and see how.
Well, that's not very helpful. These codes should be taken from human language. See what that says. Whoops, that's not working. John, you have your QA cut out for you.
Yeah, I'm taking notes as we speak.
But just like,
let me go back again and see if I can find a better example of that.
Says about author, could you actually get back to the definition in base CDA of author or movie?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's linking from here to the base spec.
Yeah, I don't know that was a requirement.
No.
So
but I hear what you're saying, Lisa. Like if you could from this go look at what section is and what authors have.
It just talks about this. Well, let's see if when you click on CD, does it say there? Oops, doesn't say.
Right, like that should take you into, how you can navigate into the data types in the base spec. Like if you click on CD, you should get that nice little thing that explains what concept descriptor is and how the data type actually works.
Right. Yeah, like if you're in the FHIR, it would take you to codable concept, for example, and it tells you all about codable concept. I don't know if that's, I think that's definitely something that should be present, but whether that's part of what comes out in the initial one before we publish. But if we would have this, if we have this summer goal, what can we, I guess there's what can we do for summer that's going to be good enough?
Nice to have and must to have.
And then what do we really want to ultimately have? I think it's something we have to talk about when we're examining this QA.
We're really getting close to this cutover mode where you kind of feel like, like we know the house isn't done, but can we live in it? We can always move in.
Do we have a certificate of occupancy?
Yeah, can we live in it? That's what we got to figure out.
Yeah. So I'm curious. I know we have some poll questions, but I'm interested in folks opening up their mute buttons and seeing, just expressing some thoughts about what they're seeing so far. And there will be examples that present, by the way. Oops.
So earlier when I was asking Brett about timing and stuff, I think that this part of the discussion was part of what was going on in his mind as he was thinking about the timing and how we want to talk about where we are in May and what seems likely, and like Dee Dee said, whether or not we think we're going to be able to get a certificate of occupancy. And I think if everybody is aware to pay attention over the coming 4 or 5 months, a lot of big decisions are going to be made about charting the path forward for CDA IGs, especially consolidated CDA.
Right. Maybe another poll question I should have added is, has anyone who's heard of this before? Would be interesting.
You could do that with hands.
Yeah. So has any, the folks that play that are on the call that primarily play in the CDA world and or really just everyone on the call, had you heard of this initiative before and that there was actually something that was done? And so have you even heard of this before is a good question.
I haven't, but I do think it's beautiful, and I have usually used it for that site for FHIR, trying to figure out and wrap my head around the resources and the profiles that are there. But what I usually rely on for C-CDA is consolidated CDA is for is the example task force links, and then the GitHub stuff from example task force.
So it sounds like you would appreciate this more computable format.
Yeah, I like the way you are displaying it. I did look it up and Google it, and looking at the same page as you right now to see how I could better use it. What I do like about it is, what do I like about it? I just saw it before you finish sharing. I like how it breaks down the documents, and I also like how it breaks down the resource all the way down to the value. So in an XML, when I look at it, and I'm pretty new to all of this, but I'm kind of familiar with looking at random XMLs. I like the way it breaks down the patient role specifically. So there are a number of elements in there, and I tend to stay in there. I'm not so much into the clinical part of the C-CDA, but I am deep inside the patient role, making sure the patient ID is there, looking at family and given name and things of that nature. So it makes me more comfortable there.
Sorry about that. I was speaking on mute. What are the results looking like, Dave? Or
sure, I can stop. We've had 15. So everyone liked it. Most people would need to research on whether they use this to generate code.
So, okay, just one thing is I'm just randomly doing stuff here. So I went to the same, did I go to, I went to allergies and intolerances, same one you did. And I don't know why this is, but so right, if you go to that same one.
Yeah, I'm in the Allergy Concern Act that you want me to.
Yeah, allergy intolerance section. So some of the bindings are 404ing, and that's probably like that very first one there that's in class code. Yeah, that 404 is because the actual value set is act class record organizer. So it makes me wonder, how did that get different?
Right.
And those are the sorts of things you go, okay.
Yeah, well, like I said, this is, we're just now entering the second round of QA. And when I say the second round of QA, we had some blockers when the first round was done. And so basically we get stopped. And so we have to, it's kicking off again. Jean and company are doing it. And I off the top of my head,
I wonder exactly if it changed at some time or something. It's kind of weird that there would be
Oh, well,
that
anyway,
kind of,
if you let me finish what I was going to say,
oh,
that
okay.
I know that there is some issue about the URLs with some of the HL7 terminologies. I wish Mark was on the call because he understands what the issues are. But some things that have to be fixed in order for it to go to the right spot. And if this is one of the, one of those examples, I'm not sure, but it could be. And then, but it will definitely, things like that will definitely be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm clicking on some of the other ones and they seem to be working okay, but that one's just,
Yeah, there's a couple of
stood
ones
out.
that were like not, I think we were on, not the week before last, I think we were talking about this. Oh, no, maybe.
They're very fundamental. They're very fundamental. And Rob, remember when we got that action item from TSMG to like fix 4 or 5 missing value sets? It's tangled up in that.
That's it. Yeah.
They were value sets that were very fundamental in the base CDA, and they actually were concept domains in the base model, and then they had to be value sets here, and we're stuck on how do we create the needed code systems and then make the right value sets to make the base model. This is a class code on section.
Right. We have to fake out some of the.
We had to
fake it, and that makes sense. I think this one that one just it was at the top. I clicked on it. Of course, it's one doesn't work. So it literally could be a typo.
So far today, that 404.
Yeah, there is no ACT class organizer value set. So
yeah, I think that was one of them for sure. So let's see. Does this have also 404? No.
Yeah, no, a lot of the other ones work.
There we go. So this one worked, right?
Yeah, in fact, most of them do. So.
Gay, again, I think that this looks great, and the C-CDA online was kind of always the bridge to get to this, and so exciting to see it come together. How is shoulds and mays represented in this? Maybe I'm just missing something obvious.
So
only with cardinality. Cardinality. So you can't really, with a should and a may, the low order cardinality is a 0.
Mm-hmm. So there's not a distinguishing one. You're not able to distinguish those two in this.
Lisa, this reminds me of, remember how you and I went through the whole art decor thing? This is very similar to how they do it, and they have a required flag that makes it mandatory. So that kind of enforces the shall. So that's something
yeah, and maybe if you have a mandatory,
like she's pointing out there.
Yeah. It could be that if you mix a mandatory with a low order cardinality of 0, that might be a should.
Right.
And
I don't know that we ever finished that conversation on exactly what was the correlation, but I think that it's going to be, and just like all of the FHIR implementation guides, they kind of sort of do their own definition of what must support is, and and I think
we need it to be clearly defined.
Yes, and maybe since we have these, our close cousin US core, we should adopt the
same
right.
definitions for most support. Yep. But I think, and Jean, for your notes, I think the clarity around should, shall, and may, really those words get used in 2 places. There's the notion of the structural component in the model, and then there's the strength of the value set binding. And when you read the cryptic English of constraint language that we have today, you're going to see should, shall, or may in those 2 places. And we know that we have an imperfect mapping between the notions of required, extensible, example, and what's the 4th one? I can't remember. But we have a imperfect mapping to that vocabulary binding language that's used in FHIR. And then we have an imperfect mapping for the notion of should in the structural side of the modeling. And the closest I could come to proposing stuff, that I can't remember where we did propose something, and it was debated, and we just all never went back to it to try and force larger consensus on it. But we took this terms of required, extensible, and example, and said which is a should, which is a shall, and which is a may on the value set binding. I feel like there's a fourth one, but I can't remember. What is it?
What did you say, preferred? Did you say preferred?
Oh yeah, preferred. That's the fourth one that I missed.
Okay.
But that would be a great like just that alone, to come to a spot where we could write down that the CDA community can take a stance on our position is to agree on those two things, the model binding, I'll call it the model binding, and the vocabulary binding, and what those should shall may terms that our heads are wrapped around in the current world order, what we're going to anchor those thoughts to. Yep.
I'm assuming that you're comfortable with CWE, that stuff translating to strengths. I'm not hearing an answer.
One level, no, it's one level deeper than we've even had the conversation.
Well, you need to, so you can't, so FHIR combined those two things.
CWE and CNE. That it's like esoteric.
I know, but that doesn't really matter because you've got it, so you've got to deal with it. So you need to, in doing what you just said, you need to also include CWE and CNE.
I think that you need that to know the difference between when you're dealing with extensible and when you're dealing with required or preferred.
Right. I mean, it's going to be, you know, I don't know that you end up with a different matrix of possibilities in CDA versus FHIR. I don't know if all that matrix was actually utilized. It's possible that if it was, there's squares in the matrix that you can't translate.
What I don't know is I don't know, like in the FHIR logical model, which is what corresponds to the base schema. When we built that, I don't know where in the FHIR logical model the characteristic of the binding, the intention for it to be CWE or CNE, where that got expressed. And then I don't know what choice was made to say, given that the FHIR logical model says that this binding is supposed to be CWE, then we're going to go with extensible.
Well, you got it backwards, but yeah, so the point that I'm making is that you asked, I suspect no one raised their hand, but is anybody going to use this to develop CDA, based material? Presumably that's
what this is for.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a goal. So
no, I think the second question was actually, would people use the code to? And Jean actually came up with that question, and I think the goal of that question was to find out if people would use the coding, the leverage that you can get from the structured definition coding in their systems. Is that right, John?
Yeah, it was more, now that we've got people are taking structured definitions and FHIR structured definitions and using them to generate code from, you could very well do the same thing for CDA. Whereas it would be hard pressed to have done that from the PDF templates.
Yeah, let me run through a few things though that I wanted to cover. So starting with the terminology thing, my expectation, the reason I raised this is number one, it's a part of the RIM and CDA. So if you are going to create something that is equivalent to the things that you currently create, which may not be necessarily a goal, then you need to figure out what things generate CNE and what things generate CWE. The second thing I was trying to say is that the we have the presumed value beyond just, there's two real big benefits, right? One is then you can take these PDFs and turn them into something that is viewable, right? That's in a structured way. And the second one is the one you just talked about. You could use this as a way of being able to generate something that presumably is a PDF, but is more importantly a structured representation of not only the templates, but obviously instances of a template. But the other part, the really big part, right? FHIR, the reason FHIR is really valuable is that it's API driven. And so presumably the structures that get generated, i.e. the instances that get generated, and plus I guess the structures, are accessible via API. So, all three, they're obviously intertwined, but all three of those things are the big wins of FHIR. And I presumably this project is about really keeping all three of those, in view all the time, thinking about how do we make sure this works. And it could be that very first thing I said about, well, CDA-based artifacts have these kinds of binding strengths. We don't care anymore. I don't know, but it is a part of the mixture. Whereas, obviously shall, shoulds, and mays are also equally in the mix. You're going to have to figure out how to translate. You're going to have generate them out of this. Or you're saying, no, the old world, when we had a PDF version of this generated by whatever method we used to generate it, we had in our, in that PDF, shall, shoulds, and mays. But from this, those things are gone. And now it's going to be, the binding strengths that we talked about and must supports. That's it. Which of those two
Yeah,
are
and
you going?
I think it's going to be what's the closest, right? Yeah, it's a like here you have an interpretation code of 0 to many, and it's a required binding. So if you have this thing, you must use one of these codes. And I mean, we already have that.
So the answer to that question, and I like this answer, by the way, is we're not going to be generating shall, shoulds, and mays. We're going to be generating FHIR things from this point forward.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So you don't necessarily have to generate CNEs and CWEs.
Well, you could in the constraints. So if there was a constraint that was a shall, that becomes an error constraint. And if you have, I guess, we're not doing shoulds and shalls anymore. What the constraint, a shall constraint's an error, and a should constraint is a warning.
Yeah, that's the way we enforce it at Sequoia for all our content testing programs today.
Right.
So
that was something that needed to be, I guess, maybe said right up front. Because I'm totally in support of this. But there's this kind of, okay, we're going to represent existing stuff, and maybe we have to say how much of that's going to happen using this, i.e. we have to translate from shall, should, may into and CNEs and all the different kinds of binding stuff into FHIR. There's a task that obviously you've gone through to think about how to do that. And then there's this kind of, are we willing to take all of the old stuff and represent it this way or not? What's in that bucket? And then there's a going forward, we're going to take this structure and what we generate won't look like that old stuff anymore. It's going to be FHIRized for sure. Like there aren't going to be shall, should, and mays, and there aren't going to be those kinds of binding strings. There's going to be FHIR stuff. And I like that, but that's what you've decided, right?
You shouldn't say there's going to be FHIR stuff. I think you should say there's going to be structured definition stuff.
Okay. Yeah. No. You're right. I agree with that.
It's hard for people to wrap their heads around, but we're just using the tools that FHIR makes available to talk about itself to now be the tools that we use to talk about CDA stuff.
And it's like a standardized representation from tooling.
No, but she's right, because structure definition is where those constraints come in.
I mean,
So,
we have tooling for CDA already, right? That provides structure when you're defining it, but there's many of them, and this will be one, right? And so the tool itself and the structure of that definition will be standardized.
Yeah, it does raise that issue though, that there's got to be, well, it'd be nice if it was like a sharp cutoff, like from this point forward, there will no longer be CDA things that have shall, should, may.
Right. Well, and
as soon as you start, what we have to decide, Rob, is when is this tool ready for like CDA management group to make a decision that says, remember, Gay started saying years ago, a decision was made that no CDA IG would be published again in a PDF form. And we've had to back away from enforcing that because we didn't have tooling to support it. And so now if the tooling is ready, we can go back and revisit that decision and say, the time has come to go back to that decision. And if we believe the tool is ready, we remake it and say now, any IG that wants to come into existence or republish has to convert over to using this new tool to make your work.
Yeah, this is really where these folks who are also on the call that aren't HL7 nerds like us need to say, oh my God, I've got to rewrite all my software or what?
No, you shouldn't have to rewrite your software because the rules aren't changing. And that's why this first step, what Gay is showing, is the exact same as C-CDA 2.1, just as the structure definition version.
Right, that's the intent, is after it gets through its QA, these are equivalent, that everything that's in the existing C-CDA is expressed exactly the same, no more nor less, no more nor no less here. It just gives you some extra capabilities now because it's expressed this way. You might have some extra capabilities. We can do some more reasoning on it. We can use some mapping tools. All of the FHIR tooling infrastructure that works on structure definitions can also start to work here as well.
Yeah, no. I hear that the instance data generated by following the guide should be the same. What's going to be big difference though is if anybody's designing against the idea of interpreting the PDF. I mean, I don't know, that's crazy, i.e. what is, interpreting shall, shoulds, and mays. That's going to definitely have to change.
Sure. And that's where we need to make sure, Rob, I think you're making excellent points. I kind of am taking notes myself to say, I need to make sure that folks like MITRE and others who do export from a FHIR IG build, some magic that they import to create testing with. And where those types of things come in, this needs to be raised to their radar.
Yeah, exactly.
So that they can provide input to understand. And if an API needs to be redesigned to export that data, that also needs to be taken in.
Yeah, anybody who's designing conformance testing or anything else against CDA-based stuff is going to have to revamp.
Yeah, and I say that because there's ONC folks still on the phone. Matt.
Say that again.
They're just, well, this is
Gay can tell you.
This is ONC supported, and they are aware of the testing.
I'm joking.
Yeah. we'll need to be updated. But and also to your points and to all of the questions is that all these things we have to determine what goes into the how to read this guide is going to be very important, I think. And notes about what we're just talking about in terms of testing and stuff is probably important too. So, but I think we probably have to not to be the facilitator, but
I was about to cut us off because we're at 5:22.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take over.
And there will be, I'll stop sharing. There will be, opportunity in the coming, months to provide feedback and get feedback about the QA and how it's progressing and what changes are going to be made. There'll be opportunities for that.
You think so? All right, so thank you, everyone. I think that was a great session. I just saw chat. When will the when do the recordings of today's sessions become available? We make the recordings for today. Well, normally we've had only one day. So Jaginder and team work on getting the recordings up onto the minutes ASAP. So probably, I don't know. I don't want to speak for them. But Jaginder and Dave,
I think you look for something next week.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So I just wanted to, we just have a few things before we end today. We just wanted to bring up the dashboard of, we've been tracking action items. So all of those things from implementation-a-thons that we say are action items. So we just wanted to show you where we are. So anything IAT 12 and before, so July 2020 and October 2020, IAT 13, we've completed all of those action items. IAT 14, we've got 5 outstanding. They're not, that seems weird, but they're just some O&C. We're still waiting for some clarifications from O&C, so they're not, it's not really holding us back. And you'll see the next slide, the total one right there in the green yellow. From July 2021, we've got 1 outstanding, and from October 2021, we have 1 outstanding. So our total items, our total action items that we've had over all of our IATs, 37 of them, of which 7 are still in process, 30 are complete. So I think that's a good, for any group like this, that's a great, great stat. And so that's good. These are the open IAT action items. So the 7 of them that are still open. And we completed 2, yeah, we did. Clarify LOINC ontology for progress note and re-engaged examples. So 2 of them we got completed. So that's fantastic. So we're actually down to just 5. And they're all
I don't know for the multi-code. I think we took 2 action items. I'll have to talk with Joginder about it. But I think that I might not agree that we get to close 29. We definitely took a 1 definite action item and then a second possible follow-up action item on this one. So I think it's debatable whether or not we can just mark it off the list, or if there's some additional follow-on work that has to happen. But we may be able to, if you go back 1 slide, based on what Dragon was sharing about some of the changes that have been completed with the ONC scorecard. I think some of these topics have to do with making the scorecard handle encounter document summaries, where originally it was only really working on C-CDs and it wasn't handling other document types. We might be able to confirm that the behaviors have been expanded. So 25 might be closed. We'll have to see, but there certainly was discussion today in the Ask the ONC session that might allow us to close some of these long-standing open ones with the ONC.
Right. So we're doing well, I think. This one, yes. Lisa, do you want to speak to these next 2 slides?
Sure. So I think you heard me ask Dragon about whether or not templates that are in the supplemental IGs for consolidated CDA, whether they've been incorporated into the testing tool, into the scorecard tool for validation or not yet. As we stretch to expand what we can do to handle USCDI, for example, and additional examples that implementers want to be able to do, there's a wealth of templates that have been developed over the past 4 or 5 years to supplement consolidated CDA, more than just what folks may be aware of because of the companion guide. Things like, for example, nutrition status or pregnancy status that you're starting to see come up in the USCDI. There's templates for doing that already in these supplemental guides. And they just haven't received a lot of publicity, and folks that aren't usual HL7 hanger-outerers may not know about them. And so we made a little we made a little chart to show the wealth of additional templates that are available in these IGs. And then I think there's a survey or a poll just to expose you to them and ask a little bit about if anybody knows about them and if anybody's thinking about using them. But the work is there, and we feel like one of the things that could help accelerate more use is for people to just be more comfortable and more familiar with the templates that are available in these supplemental guides.
Yeah, I put the poll up if people want to quickly. Basically, it's asking about 6 specific supplemental templates. Meanwhile, while you guys are answering the poll, save the date. The next IAT is being scheduled for July 2022. And we don't, people take a look in your calendars for the 2 different weeks, July 20th, 21st, or July 27th, 28th. See if there's any known conflicts for those.
I know I don't remember when the ONC annual meeting is that Matt hyped earlier. Remember what he said as the dates? I think it's sooner rather than later. And the Civitas in April. Yep, Civitas Direct Trust is in August, mid to late-ish August. So we would not be pinching on that community.
Yeah.
And I think there's like a CMS Connect-a-thon that's in earlier in July, but I don't think that either of these spots has conflicts for any of the like usual other communities that these people that people that attend the CDA Implementation-A-Thon would be torn to go to another place.
Yeah, it's April 13th and 14th. OMC annual meeting.
Okay, and then for those of you who are interested, there is upcoming example task force work. We don't have a slide for this. April 7th and 14th, and they're working on the mappings of provenance roles. So that's Thursdays at noon, from noon to 1 Eastern, the examples task force. So if anyone is interested in the mapping of provenance participants and such, that's the time to go to that. And does anyone have anything else? We didn't really have, we had some long discussion from Rob and Dr. Tom's topic this morning. I don't know if we want to talk about those, or if not, you know, it's pretty late in the day. We can all be a little tired.
I want to hop back really quickly to the discussion that we had about multi-code mapping.
Sure.
You know, we had said we should reach back out to IMO and, you know, make sure that they are on board with having a way to consistently map their terms to multiple codes. But I don't think I really got out of that what specifically we're looking for them to do that they haven't already done. I thought that they had already ways to map their terms to Snowman codes, and maybe we just need to clarify that. But I thought the onus was more on us to have a way to map more than one code to a problem.
Well, the only thing I think that we need to communicate to them, which I'm now fuzzy on what they were originally doing versus what we would tell them, but was that they, you know, they can't associate a single code system with a semantic structure that isn't from that code system. The example you showed, there was, you know, they were basically saying, hey, this is an IMO code, which is perfectly fine. And if they are, and then, what I'm trying to remember is that if it's an extensible binding, they could obviously just send that if it's i.e. a CWE. But if it was a, something where there was a stronger binding requirement, then they would have to pick from the list, and then they could send the other as a translation. And yeah, like I said, I'm sitting here trying to remember what the original approach that was problematic was, and
what was the question? And what was Matt? Matt was
he was asking, what do we need to tell IMO?
Oh, I think the deal was what we had thought. We had, Rob, years ago when I was at IMO, we came up with this, well, what the heck, it's okay, put it in translation. If they have, your SNOMED code would go in the proper slot. So, observation value or whatever. And then, your more granular IMO code could go in translation, and then any of the other codes they associated with it, just throw them in there too.
Right.
And then, since then we decided, well, it's not exactly correct. And so they're still telling their customers the old way to do it. And what our thought here was that we should reach out to them, send them an example and say, this is the way we think it should be done. If you have, we're not, obviously encouraging people to have IMO if they don't. We're just saying, if you're an IMO customer and you want to send IMO codes in your CDAs or FHIR or whatever, or in your CDAs, let's keep it that way, then do it this way.
Right.
That's
what I remember.
Yeah. And I guess the bigger thing to me was kind of twofold. One, it was PDFs recommendations they were putting out themselves. So, they were suggesting this to their own clients. And I guess to me, it's less the IMO codes themselves, because those, you can put them in a CDA, and if you recognize IMO, great. If you don't, you don't. The thing is, the IMO code generally, at least the ones that I've seen, have generally one, we rarely had more than one SNOMED. It was generally lots of ICD-10s. They were kind of Frankensteining together. But, because obviously it's a US company, they're focused about, billing, etc. So
yeah,
it was
kind of what I remembered is that again, this is foolish for us to sit here and kind of guess at what we remember, but there was like, oh, can we just have that Frankenstein broken out into all the different pieces, right? And what we said is no. And so I'm not sure whether that was could we, or yes, we are, and is that a problem? Because again, what you showed, Matt, is okay.
For SNOMED, right?
Well, yeah. What I remember is I don't really care what's in the IMO thing that's communicated, because it basically says this is an IMO thing, and you can put whatever Frankenstein stuff you want in it. It's when you say this is SNOMED, this is BLINK, this is ICD, that's when you have constraints.
well, maybe I missed that. I thought the thing was, right now we had the concept of a translation, but a translation, I think, if I'm recalling correctly, what originally happened was the suggestion.
Do you want me to pull the example back up?
Yeah, I mean, if you can share, not even your example necessarily, I don't know if you have kind of our iterations out there at all.
Yeah.
If part of where you're going, Dave, is it not a true translation, right?
Well, we have the qualifiers. I would agree, the qualifiers make sense to me. So like I don't know why we said we couldn't. I think we couldn't because the value level had to be SNOMED, right? Is that a constraint right now?
So the idea here, just to recap, is the value is SNOMED. SNOMED lets you use post-coordination. So the value has these qualifiers. Then there's an ICD-10 translation, and that can't have qualifiers or anything. And then there's the vendor level translation that also doesn't have qualifiers because it doesn't need them. So,
and those other ones are considered translations of that SNOMED code. And that's,
unfortunately, the thing is you get this code from IMO, and kind of that's like the top level value, and I have a bunch of qualifiers of ICD-10s under that.
Yeah, and that's the part I think, because that's what I say, what you're showing here is okay. I don't know that that's a reflection, and Dave said is kind of saying it's not, of what IMO might be encouraging their customers to do. And I think that's what we need to get kind of switched, is that they shouldn't be saying, it's one thing, obviously, they're not going to call it SNOMED, I hope, but if the requirement is this needs to be a SNOMED code, and they say, well, it is SNOMED because it's SNOMED inside, that doesn't meet the requirement.
They're putting, so they are
to
they are
clear,
putting SNOMED in observation value. They are recommending that. But
Okay.
what they
I
are
think
doing
C-CDA
now, right? What I understand is what they're telling their customers is what we actually did agree to, Rob, in HL7, 5 years ago, that go ahead and just put everything up, the other codes that are the IMO code in translation, which might be more detailed, and then the other thing, whatever else. And so now I think my point is that we're just saying, let's tell them, if they want to tell their customers something, this is the way that we believe is most correct.
Yeah, that's right. That is what we've said, and that's still what we would say.
Well, but this is, I guess my question or point is, this is not a good reflection of something that would come from IMO.
Okay, well then that's
that's because, well, at least, so what I've seen is like you get an IMO code for like a acute injury in both feet or something like that. And what they're doing then is, ICD-10 doesn't have, they have something in the left foot and something in the right foot, and they don't have the acute with that. So
they would do that.
So it's an IMO code, that's their specific code. And then they define that as the ICD-10 for the injury of the left foot, the ICD-10 for injury of the right foot, and the ICD-10 for acute condition or whatever.
Right. Well, we're not going to change how they structure their terminology, right? And the thing is, the challenge is that the IMO code is what the clinicians are picking. The IMO concept description is what they're picking in their systems. And so then what happens is, if you think of in the IMO world, that's the center of the world, is their term, and then their terms are mapped to any SNOMED code that's right, to any ICD-10 code that's right, and exactly what you described, David, is then they would just put the SNOMED code in observation value because they have to, or they would recommend their customers do, and then they would, all of those terms that are spoke to from the IMO term is what would go in this representation.
Well, originally what it was they were all translations.
I know.
Qualifiers and
I know.
Obviously,
but now we're saying now we're saying
that you can't Frankenstein translations, and we should just tell IMO, you can only have one ICD-10 code that you can't Frankenstein ICD-10 rather, and we should tell IMO that you can only have one ICD-10 code because ICD-10 just doesn't support the post-coordination semantics we need here.
Are we saying that you would do, I just want to be clear, are we saying they would do multiple qualifiers of ICD-10 codes? We're not showing that here, but would having 3 qualifier ICD-10 codes be?
That would not be correct. Like we're saying that right now there's no way to send ICD-10 codes like as qualifiers of each other the way that there is with SNOMED. So if you're IMO and you want to represent,
there's no post-coordination syntax for doing it.
Yes.
Correct. So I don't think we're going to tell IMO anything to do anything or not. We're just going to say, this is the current way that we recommend. And, they're not going to say, they're not going to,
I guess my quandary or problem is, obviously, as you described it, Kay, you know, they have their code and then they explode it out to a bunch of ICD-10s, and within the confines of whatever EMR is using it, now they have the ICD-10s that they can send to billing because that's what's driving everything. So, but then if you're trying to communicate this through, you know, a CDA, you know, again, you can send out the IMO code, but 90% of the people aren't going to be able to use that. So you probably also want to have the ICD-10 codes along with that. So I guess my question is then is the recommendation you make separate, you can't have separate values, there's only one value? Is it almost like I have got to create a separate complete node for each? They have the ICD-10 for this condition and the ICD-10 for this condition and the ICD, you know, as an entire entry.
Well, you know, and then there we have explosion, right? But I mean, I guess I would ask, you know, because it's, you know, we can't do exactly what we think is the most correct way to model it. Should, you know, is it better to not have the code? Is it better to not have that translation code, even though it potentially provides more information, even though it's not modeled exactly the way we would want it to be?
The IMO translation, you mean, like, don't even.
But I'm saying IMO. If, you know, if they had, you know, if the IMO code was, you know, pain in both feet, and the ICD-10s, they, you know, send pain in left foot and pain in right foot. I mean, is it really bad to do that from a clinical informational perspective?
You mean just send each individual ICD-10 as its own entry?
No, as a translation. It's certainly not correct semantically, but, you know, from in our world, but in a clinical world, you know,
yeah,
right? It's better.
The semantics to me are, you're saying that left foot and right foot ICD-10 codes are equivalent to each other, unless I'm missing what translation means.
Let me kind of jump in between. So, you know, what we said, and it is true, that we don't have a way of being able to create post-coordinated expressions that are outside of a code system. That's just the way we currently are. And so I think, given that there are many situations where people want to communicate that a person has more than one thing, and the intention is that they are, in a sense, additive. Certainly, I would not be surprised if the community has done what IMO is doing, what Gay has said, which is they are using the only structure they have available, which is translation, and sending all of the codes. We've seen this for decades. And you know, one of the things, the few things that I've learned and that I think I still understand and would agree with over the 40 years I've been doing HL7 is that if you fight practical solutions, you're going to lose. And so I think this is the current only practical solution. Is it conformant with the intention of the standard? No. Are there any other things that we do that aren't totally conformant with the intention of the standard? I think there are. Do we want to say that that's okay in the context of our, you know, our guide? I do not think so. Have we done things like this in examples? I know we have, right? So we've used examples as a way of kind of saying, well, you know, it's not perfect, but this is the only way we can get it done. And so if someone was to come to me, as they have in the past with vocab, I would say that no, these things are intended to be translations, but if you must communicate this, then that would be one of the ways that you would do it. You know, that's why IMO is successful in that it says, hey, you know, we're filling a void. There's complex pieces of information that people have to send, and there isn't really a very simple way that any implementer could actually use to get it said. So pick ours.
So the only thing I disagree about that with a little is the idea that, like, I understand that in practice having the extra translations would be useful and people are probably going to do it, and maybe that should be in the example given what we said, but theoretically now it shouldn't be necessary, because if you're able to map the multiple SNOMED codes to your problem, then, we have this means and it's been blessed and everybody agrees that it's actually semantically and functionally correct. The only reason I can imagine there would be a use case for having multiple ICD-10 codes with multiple translations would be if you don't understand the SNOMED codes.
Well, but
if you do,
wait a minute, though, Matt. You're focused on SNOMED, and two things. One, not all these are SNOMED problems, and number two, the fact that you can actually communicate the SNOMED expression is a pretty small number of individuals, right? Small number of implementers would know how to do that. That's why I say, I mean, the example that you're providing is slam dunk perfectly correct, but it's not how most implementers would actually do it.
Yeah,
it's
and I get
not
that,
a real world
but
thing.
And I'll just say, in support of what Dave said and others, I mean, I've looked at, not a ton, but I've looked at a number of instances of CDA related content, and particularly on the lab side, I can tell you that the idea of translation is pretty loosely conceived. I mean, it's like, oh my God, they took an entire hierarchy of SNOMED and started with, the root, like disease, and put everything down to the thing they found. And they stuck it all in translation.
My question, though, is, like, I get that not a lot of folks right now would understand the qualifier thing, but do you think that vendors would understand, the ICD-10 code for pain in left foot as a translation, and then a different translation with ICD-10 pain in right foot, and they'd be able to take those two ICD-10 codes and meaningfully combine them?
No,
if they're translations. Okay.
No, they're just going to get that the person has a pain in left foot and pain in right foot.
Yeah. No, I think you're, what the intent of this is to be able to support communicating as, information in whatever way is available. The receiver can, there's a range of what they might potentially accomplish. If a receiver receives something that says, two ICD-10 codes that are clearly not translations of each other, then the minimum would be they throw them both away. They don't understand them. The next thing would be they pick one. And the next one might be, well, there's something going on in this particular instance that I might have some regular rules about how I deal with it. But we, all of those pieces, all of those approaches are better than zero information. And that's been our general approach with HL7.
And Rob, weren't you saying that you were just feeling strongly that if they had proper display names, then worst case scenario, you regurgitate the display names in your human readable, and now you have conveyed, like in Gay's example, the pain in left foot, pain in right foot. That might seem redundant as opposed to someone who was clever enough to say pain in both feet, but at least you communicated the intended notions.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's why I've always felt that the text field associated with, a codable concept is an incredibly important one. I don't know. Are we going to try and? I have a feeling that Matt,
I don't think we're going to nail this. We're just going to go. Because we don't have a good solution. We remain in kind of a discord sort of situation. Yeah. I don't think that we can get it right, and so I think people are going to do something. And the best thing that we can do, it's like making a decision to give out needles, right? We're not going to stop this problem from happening. So what is our choice here?
I want you to write that.
All of a sudden, IMO is a drug dealer giving out.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I know. I mean, as I said, when we've tackled this a couple of times, I have an interest in this too. We've run at this kind of from different perspectives with different problems. And if someone, Matt, somebody else wants to stand up a project where we can actually define a HL7 defined approach for constructing, a limited set of post-coordinated expressions using, quote, any code system. I took a swing at that and missed, so I'll help, but I'm not going to do it.
Rob, I feel like the rules, though, the blocker is that there's rules. Isn't the rule coming from ICD-10 to say you can't manipulate our codes without
we talked about that, right? So one of the outcomes of this was we were also, if someone wants to take that on, I am not going to do this on my own, but in the US, it's CMS that actually controls the extension to ICD. And yes, even though ICD, I think, does support, Dagger, I think that's very much a CMS thing. And so I don't exactly know how we would do it, but we might get CMS to kind of, provide all of the infrastructure necessary.
I think we should take it as an open action. If we put it as an open action item, there might be somebody who is closely wound into both the CDA management group and the terminology services management group who might be crazy enough to think that they would be willing to try and have that conversation with CMS, at least to open the topic up and see if it goes anywhere.
Staying with sex and gender. I'm not taking any more on like that.
I don't know, Lisa, who is brave enough to take this up with CMS. But I think the easier thing to do for now is like if we all agree that this, at least the way it's structured, is faultless, and at least is a decent way to handle this for SNOMED, then that's still worth, I think, approving into the examples repo while we kick the ICD thing down the road. And then we can go back to IMO and say, okay, we know how to do this with SNOMED. With ICD-10, right now it's hard, here's why. And then that'll be the info we can communicate to them.
Yep. I think that's the best we can do. Yep. I think that's the best we can do. Yep.
All right. So then I think we're at a spot we can stop. Thank you, everyone. We're back again tomorrow.
John, yeah, I was just going to say, just get a couple of ideas about what's happening tomorrow for people to kind of get their heads wrapped around it.
I wasn't finished talking, so yes.
Don't release them yet.
Yeah, so same back channel, same back time. If you remember when we talked on the agenda tomorrow, the idea is we're going to break out into a number of breakout sessions. So the first part of tomorrow we'll be discussing what things we want to work on. Obviously, we have the from today, the procedure not successful. So having a group to go take a look at how you would model procedure not successful and come up with some ideas. We also have, let me bring up my PowerPoint again. What's this? Sorry.
I can do it from memory. We're getting close to the top.
Legal authenticator, assessment scale observation, and goal observations. So we've got those three. But if you've got some other scenarios, basically the idea is that for the first bit, we're going to discuss the scenarios, agree who's going to work out on which. Then we're going to break out into groups. Those groups will work on developing examples for those and for the use cases. Then we'll get back together again, have lunch, then break out again to either work on the same scenarios or some new ones, and then get back together. So we're trying something new where we've got these breakout sessions to do actual work. So I think it'll be nice and exciting. And yes, we're back again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Anyone from the rest of the team, do you guys have anything to bring up? No? All right. Everyone have a good night, and we'll see you again tomorrow. And if you're a
Thanks,
host,
John.
don't end the session because I'm taking some pictures of the polls.
And I'm trying to figure out how to export those polls. I'm not sure if you could. John, you're the host right now.
I want to
so.
end the recording.
Yeah, I figured that.
No, we'll